Chapter 872. The Cloud Sea Plain. 6 infinity warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty turned into ashes, and all their life force disappeared. The Ziga wood staff suddenly shone with red light, and it struggled to break free from the huge Holy Spirit warlock rank ghost hand. You're already at the end of your rope, yet you still want to struggle? The huge ghostly hand in the sky uttered a grim voice and grabbed the Ziga wooden staff again. Only when the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks operate the Ziga wood staff with all their strength can they threaten Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. Now that the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks are at the end of their rope, to be able to shake off a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence in their prime is already amazing. Cut off the connection with the Ziga wood staff. In the Cloud Sea Plain, Bai Wuqing's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, and he ordered coldly. If this goes on, the dozens of Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty will be turned into ashes. Even so, they won't be able to keep the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Ziga wood staff. The Infinity Warlocks operated secret methods and cut off the connection with the Ziga wood staff. The Ziga wood staff trembled slightly, the red light disappeared, and it was grabbed by the huge ghost hand. An arrow exuding the breath of nature like a green leaf dropped from the sky, hit the huge ghost hand, and ran through it. A green vine extended from the void, coiled around the Ziga wood staff, and wrapped around it. A black demonic saber strangely appeared on the battlefield and cut the green tree vine in half. A huge demonic hand engraved with black runes suddenly reached out and grabbed the Ziga wooden staff. A gold dragon claw with 5 claws extended from the void, slammed into the huge ghost hand, and blasted it away. A sea of blood suddenly emerged and swept towards the Ziga wood staff. Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences appeared one after another and fought over the Ziga wood staff. Waves of terrifying power reverberated in this star field. The imperishable rank powerhouses of this universe have appeared. However, the perfect rank powerhouses haven't appeared yet. It seems that the perfect rank powerhouses of this universe are still asleep. After all, this universe is half an energy level lower than the Gamana universe. It is very strenuous for it to accommodate perfect rank powerhouses. Our mission has been completed perfectly. We can retreat now. The Red Rhombus Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses watched as the Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences fought over the Ziga wood staff with apprehension in his eyes. Waves of unique fluctuations suddenly spread out from the huge beehive sect. The other beehives flew up one by one, absorbed countless experts, opened up astral passageways, and flew away from the astral passageways. There was also a huge astral world passage above the giant beehive. He wanted to jump into the astral world passage. A huge hand formed from the power of countless stars, exuding traces of terrifying holy might, pointed at the huge beehive and smashed towards it. 9 beehives ejected from the giant beehive. Rays of light flashed within the 9 beehives, and threads intertwined with each other. The 9 beehives resonated with each other, forming a tortoise-shell wall. The huge finger formed from the power of countless stars poked out and instantly pierced through the tortoise shield formed by the 9 beehives. The endless power of stars enveloped the 9 beehives and erased them. After destroying the 9 hives with one strike, the huge finger formed from star force shrunk by half, and then stabbed at the giant hives. The giant hive shone brightly, and countless barriers collapsed and turned into ashes. 2 Warlock Monarch rank breaths rose from the giant hive, and a scarlet rhombus defensive boundary and a fire boundary formed from violent flames suddenly appeared. When the endless starlight slammed into the rhombus barrier, it directly shattered the rhombus barrier. Then, the starlight slammed into the flame barrier formed by the endless raging flames, instantly shattering the flame barrier. When the endless starlight slammed into the giant hive, it was purified inch by the starlight until only 1/3 of the wreckage remained. Only then did the astral passageway open again, and he jumped into the astral passageway. A giant hand formed by the power of the stars suddenly stretched out and grabbed the Ziga wooden staff in the center of the battlefield. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse gave up on pursuing the Gamana universe's powerhouse after giving him a casual blow, failing to kill him. With the Great Tribulation approaching, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is aware that the only way to survive is to improve their strength. Curses! If you don't become a Holy Spirit Warlock, you're just an ant. In the Cloud Sea Plain, Bai Wuqing watched as the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses fought over the Ziga wood staff in the void, and his eyes flashed with anger. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have clearly noticed that the Gamana universe's powerhouses besieged the Bai family. If any one of them had taken action, they would have been able to wipe out the Gamana universe's powerhouses. However, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses kept silent and watched as the Bai family and the Gamana universe's powerhouses fought. Eventually, they were forced to use the Xiga wood staff and consume all of the Bai family's power before they took action to fight over the Xiga wood staff. Over the years, the Bai family has plundered who knows how many treasures from many warlock groups. Now that the Bai family's most precious Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Xiga wood staff, has been taken away, Bai Wuxia felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The battle between the Bai family and the Gamana universe's powerhouses caused them to drop from a top force protected by an Empyrean-grade secret treasure to an ordinary superforce. They no longer have the means to threaten Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. A good chance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and the huge mechanical legion gave up chasing the Gamana universe's powerhouses and quickly flew back to the fleet. A huge astral passageway suddenly appeared, and the huge fleet jumped into the astral passageway. As soon as the fleet entered the astral boundary, it blurred, and then its speed soared by far surpassing the speed of light, distorted, and flew towards the depths of the astral boundary. Before long, the giant hive, which is in the process of recovering, appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The Starfield Battlestar's primary artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam slammed into the giant hive. Under the bombardment of the Star Sector-level interstellar battleship's main cannon, 1/20th of the beehive was directly blasted into smithereens. A dense rain of light shot out from Yang Feng's fleet, slammed into the broken parts of the giant hive, and tore the giant hive to pieces. Luoan glanced at Yang Feng, speechless. This guy is really a madman. He dares to chase after 2 warlock monarchs. Xinghe Mingxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, feeling some admiration for Yang Feng's audacity. Riches come from danger. If I can kill these 2 warlock monarchs of the Gamana universe, the universe's favor I'll get won't be a small amount. Moreover, the corpses of the Gamana universe's warlock monarch rank powerhouses have great research value and can be sold for a good price. However, it is already very difficult to kill a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, let alone 2 warlock monarch rank powerhouses. He's really bold. 2 intact hives flew out from the dilapidated giant hive, and together with 40 Infinity Warlock rank Gamana universe's powerhouses, 700 Bright World Warlock rank, 3,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank, and 600,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses launched a decisive attack on Yang Feng's fleet. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, and then ordered coldly, Magic Seal Mechs, attack! The Magic Seal Mechs are one of Yang Feng's trump cards. In the Magic Seal Mechs, there are countless talented girls with a high soul synchronization rate with the Magic Seal Mechs. The girls with a high soul synchronization rate with the Magic Seal Mechs can display Junior Infinity Warlock rank strength within 30 minutes. As the leaders of the Magic Seal Mechs, the 2 peerless geniuses Regina and Wu Meiying can even display Quasi-Warlock Monarch rank strength within 30 minutes. 100 Magic Seal Mechs suddenly flew out of Yang Feng's flagship. Under the leadership of Regina and Wu Meiying, the 100 Magic Seal Mechs mixed with the 1 million 5th-generation battle robots and slammed into the Gamana universe's powerhouses like a sharp spear. Countless rays of light shone, and the 100 Junior Infinity Warlock rank Magic Seal Mechs attacked together, almost collapsing the space and blasting countless Gamana universe's powerhouses into ashes. Luoan looked at the 100 beautiful girls in Magic Seal Mechs, stunned, and cried out, Infinity Warlock, 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. How is this possible? The Battle Demon Sect. When did the Battle Demon Sect cultivate 100 Infinity Warlocks? Xinghe Mingxian was also stunned, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. Infinity Warlock, that's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, how can there be so many? Mei Shuanghua's eyes flashed with astonishment, and she almost couldn't believe her eyes. So young, they are so young. What method did Yang Feng use to cultivate so many young Infinity Warlocks? Chapter 873. Infinity Warlocks are known as Infinity Warlocks. In the world of warlocks, every Infinity Warlock is a pinnacle force. The Great Cloud Dynasty, which has dominated the Zhongji Plains eastern world for 10,000 years, has no more than 100 Infinity Warlocks. Yet Yang Feng casually took out 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, which stunned Mei Shuanghua and them, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Yang Feng said, Mei Shuanghua, Luoan, Xinghe Mingxian, please take action and annihilate the Gamana universe's other race powerhouses. I will go after the 2 warlock monarchs. Yes, Sect Master Yang. Mei Shuanghua and the other two nodded, turned into 3 streams of light, flew towards the Gamana Universe's army, and slayed the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. The pursuing fleet suddenly separated. Except for the Starfield Battlestar, the rest of the huge fleet shone brightly and slaughtered the Gamana Universe's powerhouses who were intercepted as cannon fodder. With flashes of light, Yang Feng piloted the Starfield Battlestar in hot pursuit and frantically bombarded the broken giant hive. Pieces of the divine hive continued to shatter and scatter in all directions. A few minutes later, the Starfield Battlestar finished charging, and a brilliant beam from its main artillery barreled towards the giant hive. A red rhombus shield and a huge flame barrier appeared on the giant hive. When the brilliant beam slammed into the red rhombus shield, it was in a stalemate for a while before the red rhombus shield was smashed, and was finally blocked by the flame barrier. When the Starfield Battlestar's secondary beams slammed into the flame barrier, it took nearly a minute before the flame barrier was smashed. The Flamewell Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, a mere Infinity Warlock dares to chase us. If we weren't seriously injured by the Holy Spirit Warlock just now, I would really want to go back and burn that damn Yang Feng to death." The red rhombus on the forehead of the Warlock Monarch rank red rhombus race powerhouse cracked, and cracks appeared in many places on his body. A copious amount of blood flowed out from the cracks on his body and glittered with starlight. The wounds cannot heal. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank attacks contain formidable law force. Originally, before the giant hive was destroyed, the other universe's Warlock Monarchs could use the hive's power to heal their injuries. Now that the hive is being chased by Yang Feng, it has no time to recover. The eyes of the red rhombus race Warlock Monarch shimmered fiercely, and he uttered in a deep voice, "We can't keep the Tier 2 hive. Abandon him and retreat separately." The eyes of the Flamewell race's Warlock Monarch shimmered with a decisive shade. "All right." Light shone from the Tier 2 hive, and 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 300 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses flew out of the Tier 2 hive and flew towards the Starfield Battlestar with 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank and 10,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. This force is the personal god of the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses as well as their last line of defense. A last-ditch struggle. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. The doors of the Starfield Battlestar opened, and a swarm of 5th-generation battle robots formed an invincible mechanical sea. Under the command of Agnipe and the other 5 powerhouses, the mechanical sea collided with the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion. In the process of pursuing the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, Yang Feng's troops have already annihilated the Gamana's powerhouses left behind by the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses and are ready to jump in front of the warp gate. After several battles, the 5th-generation battle robots under Yang Feng's command have fallen from 1 million to 840,000. However, 200 Dazzling Light units have evolved into Bright World Warlock rank Dazzling Light units, and their strength has risen instead of falling. When the 2 most tyrannical legions collided, the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion was pierced through. Yang Feng's 5th-generation battle robot legion easily divided, tore apart, surrounded, and annihilated the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion. Sure enough, the 5th-generation Battle Robot Legion is powerful. Although the 4th-generation Battle Robot Legion is huge, but it can only serve as cannon fodder. Yang Feng watched as his 5th-generation Battle Robot Legion defeated the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion in one fell swoop, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. Dazzling Light units have unlimited evolution potential and can evolve into dazzling rulers. However, they also need to kill countless enemies and devour the power of countless powerful enemies in order to evolve into dazzling rulers. In this battle, Yang Feng annihilated several Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legions and killed no less than 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, which is why the Dazzling Light units have evolved so quickly. A Crimson Ray and a Flame Ray flew out of the Tier 2 hive, turned into 2 meteors, and flew in 2 different directions. When the Tier 2 hive was in perfect condition, the Tier 2 hive was naturally faster and possessed all sorts of incredible long-distance navigation abilities. However, after the Holy Spirit Warlock destroyed 2/3 of the Tier 2 hive and chased by Yang Feng, the Tier 2 hive became more dilapidated and slower. It can no longer compare to the escape ability of the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. You want to escape? Yang Feng looked at the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses disappearing in the distance and raised the corners of his mouth. Countless sealers flew out of the Starfield Battlestar. The swarm of sealers flew to the Tier 2 hive and released sealing light that enveloped the Tier 2 hive. Enveloped by the sealing light, the huge and dilapidated Tier 2 hive came to a standstill. Countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the Tier 2 hive, and devoured the hive structure. While devouring the Tier 2 hive structure, the devourers transmitted the composition of the hive as well as the various materials and components contained in the hive to the database formed by the Level 5 optical computer network. Devourers are one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu. Although they aren't as tyrannical as specialized analysis robots, but they also have a feedback ability that can feed back the devouring process to the Level 5 optical computer network for analysis. The door of the Star Sector level interstellar battleship opened. From a dimensional cave, a scorching sun interstellar battleship flew out and anchored in this star area. The light of the starfield battlestar distorted, and it chased after the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse of the Red Rhombus race. In the world of warlocks, there are too many powerhouses proficient in the essence of fire. However, the power used by the Red Rhombus race powerhouse aroused Yang Feng's interest. In the vast universe, there were countless unimaginable and peerless powers. Many strange powers could even allow the weak to defeat the strong, and defeat terrifying enemies that were a few great realms above them. Take the Dream World for example. In the Dream World, some bloodline warlocks with the bloodline of dream life forms can easily slay a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Only powerhouses who have advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank can possess a trace of immortality, making it difficult for existences of lower realms to kill them using strange methods. Even quasi-holy step dream life forms born in the dream world can't pull the soul of a Holy Spirit Warlock into the dream world. The power wielded by the Red Rhombus race powerhouse is very strange and powerful. Yang Feng has never seen it in the Zhongji plane. If he can kill it, then even if it's only its corpse, it will have great research value. During the pursuit, Yang Feng finally witnessed the terror of the Red Rhombus race powerhouse. In the starry sky, Red Rhombus gates suddenly appeared. Every time the Warlock Monarch rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse passes through a Red Rhombus gate, he will appear 10,000 kilometers away. If it wasn't for the fact that the Red Rhombus on the forehead of the Warlock Monarch rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse was seriously injured, he would have to rest and recover after opening a Red Rhombus gate. Otherwise, he would have escaped without a trace. In a part of space there was a slight distortion in space, and a huge Star Sector Cosmos battleship suddenly appeared in space. Did that guy escape to this plane? This plane doesn't have any restraints on me. It's a grade 4 plane. There is no information about this plane in the database. This is a newly discovered plane. Yang Feng looked at the celestial body below, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He pondered for a while, and then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the celestial body. This celestial body is a grade 4 plane. Yang Feng doesn't know what kind of powerhouses are hiding in this unknown plane. If the Starfield Battlestar came to this plane and aroused the hostility of this plane's powerful existences, things would get troublesome. Purple Lily Academy is a private academy in the capital of the Anjliman state, Boga. In the rear of a warehouse of the Purple Lily Academy, there are 6 female students surrounding a beautiful girl with purple hair, a tall and sexy figure, a pair of huge breasts, a pair of sapphire-like eyes that look like they can speak. The eyes of a blonde female student with a tall and sexy figure and somewhat rough skin, who, despite wearing heavy makeup, could not conceal the pimples on her face, flashed with flames of jealousy. She pushed the purple-haired girl against the wall and shouted sternly, "Claire, you bitch! You're showing off your 2 lumps of rotten meat on your chest to seduce my boyfriend, Lika. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The eyes of the blonde female student flashed fiercely, and she roared, "Tear this bitch's clothes." Chapter 874. Don't. Claire's cry didn't stop the girls. Instead, it made them more excited. They rushed up and tore her school uniform to pieces, revealing the underwear inside. In a pond behind the warehouse, a transparent ripple flashed, and a human figure formed at the bottom of the pond. It is Yang Feng. This corpse is most compatible with my soul fluctuations. If I disguise myself as him, even if Holy Spirit warlocks don't use secret methods, they won't be able to see my origin. At the bottom of the pond, Yang Feng looked at the corpse of a handsome boy wearing a Purple Lily Academy uniform. His eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he reached out with a hand, and a rune entered the body of the boy. A wisp of blood essence and a wisp of soul that hasn't dissipated yet turned into a rune and flew into Yang Feng's hand. His body blurred slightly, and he turned into an existence identical to the corpse. At the same time, He exuded a soul breath different from Yang Feng's true body. By extracting the blood essence and soul of an aboriginal that matches your soul, you can easily blend into another plane and disguise yourself. In this way, it is easier to deceive the plane origin. The most perfect way to deceive the plane origin is to divide a part of your soul and have it directly reincarnate into a life form of the plane. In this way, even if it is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, if they don't use special spells or secret treasures, they won't be able to see through your origin. As soon as Yang Feng entered this plane, he was suppressed by the plane. Before he finished analyzing the plane origin will, he can only display Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Of course, he can also extract the power of the 9 small worlds inside him and display Supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. However, this consumes a lot of energy and can't be sustained for long. Yang Feng pointed at the body of the boy, performed a memory reading spell, and easily read the memories of the boy. The boy's name was George. He was an ordinary second-grade student of the Purple Lily Academy. His family was a combination. His father was a police officer, his mother was a teacher, and he had a younger sister who wasn't related by blood. George confessed to Dahlia, one of the 5 school beauties of the Purple Lily Academy, whom he had always admired. After being rejected by the other party, he went to the Lotus Pond, where he was pushed into the pond by an unknown person and drowned. Yang Feng put George's body into a jade box, somewhat speechless. What an unlucky guy, drowning just because he confessed. The nobles of this world are really cruel. On Earth, Yang Feng had also experienced his youth. Although he didn't fall in love early, he had seen his friends being bullied by other students because of their cute girlfriends. However, the most they would do was push and shove, ridicule and fight. It was only in a world where the aristocracy was so powerful that there would be aristocratic youths who would go to such extremes and kill people at every turn. Because to those young nobles, killing a person was just a little troublesome, that's all. The water in the pond suddenly churned, and Yang Feng walked out of the pond without a single drop of water on him. As soon as Yang Feng walked out of the pond, he heard bursts of crying coming from afar. Looks like we still have to deal with the other side. Yang Feng turned around, took a step, and leaving behind after images, strangely appeared behind the warehouse. Stop! No! Claire's school uniform was already torn apart. She fell to the ground, covered her chest with both hands, and cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. The blonde girl with a sexy figure and a rather coquettish appearance showed a somewhat twisted and ferocious smile, and her eyes flickered with the flames of jealousy. She took out a paper knife and slashed at Claire's face. Fuck, you smelly bitch, you used this face to seduce my boyfriend. I'll slash your face. It seems that you can still seduce others. Just as Claire was about to lose all hope, a figure that she was very familiar with, who wasn't very tall, suddenly blocked her front. Pa! Yang Feng slapped the coquettish blonde girl in the face, forcibly knocking out 3 of her teeth. Her whole face was somewhat distorted and swollen. George, you dare hit our big sister Pauline? You little bastard. Are you looking for death? The eyes of the other 5 delinquents flashed with ominous glints, and they rushed at Yang Feng. Although they were girls, but they were not weak in fighting. With the speed of an ordinary person, Yang Feng rushed into the midst of the 5 delinquents in a few steps, slapped each of them in the face, and kicked them to the ground. Yang Feng swept the 6 delinquents with a glance, his eyes flashed with indifference, and he said coldly, Listen up, Claire is my younger sister. This is just a small punishment. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. Get lost. A bunch of trash. You, just, wait. George, you're dead. You actually dared to attack me. We, the Rose Society, won't let you off. Pauline, whose face was swollen, looked at Yang Feng with fear in her eyes. Her mouth leaked air, and she howled a few times like a prodigal dog. Then, together with the other 5 girls, she glared at Yang Feng with resentment and fled. A peculiar light flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. Count yourselves lucky. If Yang Feng had met scum like Pono when he was at his peak, he would have crushed them as if they were ants. He wouldn't have cared about them at all. However, in this other plane, where there may be powerful existences above the Infinity Warlock rank, Yang Feng didn't want to expose his identity before he fully analyzed the plane origin will. Brother George, woo! When Claire saw Yang Feng's appearance, she immediately hugged him and burst into tears. Yang Feng hugged Claire. When she finished crying, he patted her on the back and said, Let's go. Let's go home. Claire blushed, tidied up her clothes, and followed Yang Feng out of the campus. While walking, Claire stole glances at Yang Feng, and her pretty face unwittingly flushed. When did Brother George become so manly? Although Yang Feng's appearance is no different from George's, but his temperament and eyes have undergone earth-shaking changes. His every move is full of majesty. At the same time, there is a feeling of being one with nature and transcendental. The same person, one trained in etiquette, holds his head high, puffs out his chest, and is full of confidence. The other has a hunchback, a protruding belly, a gloomy expression, and a sense of inferiority. Even if it is the same person, the charm of the person who holds his head high and is full of confidence is more than 10 times greater than that of the hunchback, protruding belly, and a sense of inferiority. Yang Feng is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse in charge of countless planes. He is an ambitious and ruthless overlord who controls the life and death of countless intelligent life forms and races. Naturally, his temperament is not something that the lowly young man George can compare to. George, Claire, my darling, you're back? Today's dinner is steak, white bread, and potato soup. Happy. As soon as he returned to an ordinary single house, a woman with purple hair, a tall figure, a pair of breasts that almost burst out of her clothes, slightly fat, and some crow's feet at the corner of her eyes, but still charming, came up to him and greeted him with incomparable enthusiasm. This woman is George and Claire's mother, Hannah. Claire cheered. It's great that there's steak. Mom's steak is the best. Beef is expensive in this world. George's family can only afford to eat steak about once a week. Every time they eat steak, it is equivalent to a small festival for this ordinary family. Hannah stared at Claire's eyes. Suddenly she frowned slightly, hugged Claire, and said softly, Darling, your eyes, are you crying? What's the matter? Did someone bully you? Claire said coquettishly, No, I accidentally got sand in my eyes, so I shed tears. Hannah looked at Claire worriedly, then hugged her darling daughter and walked towards the table. That's good, let's go eat. Yang Feng silently followed Hannah to the dining room. In the dining room, there is a long square table with steak, white bread, and potato soup on it. Sitting next to the table is a burly, capable middle-aged man with short blonde hair. This middle-aged man is George's father, Wade. After dinner, Yang Feng returned to his small room. The damage caused by a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, would find it difficult to remove. Based on the information I have so far, if there aren't enough treasures of heaven and earth or special healing secret treasures, he would be able to escape. It will take him at least 3 months to recover to the point where he can escape. It will take him half a year to recover to the point where he can fight me. 3 months is the best time to get rid of the Redstone Warlock Monarch. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he exuded queer fluctuations of power and began to analyze the laws of the plane origin will. The computing power of each level 5 optical computer is comparable to that of an infinity warlock. The computing power of the level 5 optical computer network is comparable to that of a top warlock monarch rank powerhouse. The will of the world plane was being rapidly analyzed by him. Suddenly, Claire knocked on the door. Big brother, are you free? Yang Feng gave the task of analyzing the plane origin will to the level 5 optical computer network and opened the door. Chapter 875. As soon as he opened the door, a beautiful young girl, Claire, dressed in a white nightgown, exuding a trace of a bath fragrance, mixed with a fresh and sexy aura, appeared in front of Yang Feng, making his eyes light up slightly. Claire took a look at Yang Feng, her pretty face flushed, and she entered Yang Feng's room, jumped onto Yang Feng's bed, rolled around, and got up. Then she patted the spot next to her and said, Big brother, come and sit down. Claire was not a delicate young lady, but a very lively and energetic young girl full of sunshine. She is also one of the 5 campus beauties of the Purple Lily Academy. Bright and cheerful, she has countless admirers. Yang Feng smiled slightly and sat next to Claire. As he smelled the fragrance exuded by her, his tense mind relaxed slightly. Claire hugged the quilt with fear in her beautiful eyes. Big brother, the Rose Club is the most powerful club in the Purple Lily Academy. The leader of the Rose Club is Bridget, the granddaughter of Grand Duke Ankh. They are the most powerful force in the Purple Lily Academy. Anyone who provoked the Rose Club has basically been expelled from the academy. Let's not go to school tomorrow, let's find a way to transfer schools. On this plane, there are 3 classes: aristocrats, commoners, and slaves. George's family belongs to the commoner class. An aristocrat doesn't need a reason to kill a slave. If the slave's owner is another aristocrat, they will have to compensate the other aristocrat a sum of money. Aristocrats can't kill commoners in the city for no reason. If an aristocrat kills a commoner, then the evidence is conclusive. The aristocrat will be sentenced to 3 years in prison at most. But if a commoner kills an aristocrat, no matter what the reason is, they will only be sentenced to death. With Grand Duke Ank's power, it is easy for him to kill George's family. That was why Claire, who had always been lively and good at sports, was bullied by the 6 members of the Rose Club and didn't know what to do. Yang Feng smiled confidently and patted Claire on the shoulder, and a rune entered her body. "Don't worry, Claire, I'm here. They won't dare to bully you." I believe you." Claire's tender body trembled slightly, her pretty face blushed slightly, her heart pounded wildly, and like a frightened deer she jumped out of bed. As if Yang Feng was a scourge, she slipped to the door, opened the door, turned around, and said with a sweet smile, "Good night, big brother." With that, Claire left the room, leaving only traces of fragrance in the room. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Feng and Claire went in the direction of the Purple Lily Academy. "George, Claire, you, lowly siblings are really idiots. You actually dare to come to Purple Lily Academy. Be obedient and come with me." There were 5 delinquent girls following behind Pona, and 6 tall men dressed in black suits exuding a valiant aura stood in front of Yang Feng's group of 2. The figures of the 6 men in black blurred, and they blocked Yang Feng and Claire's path of retreat, looking coldly at the 2 of them. Claire's beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, her pretty face turned pale, and she grabbed Yang Feng's big hand, her delicate body trembling. What she feared the most has happened. Claire is a lively person with excellent athletic performance. When she faced Pona's group of 6 at the time, even if she couldn't beat them, she could still escape. But because she feared the power of the Rose Club, she didn't dare to resist. Now that the Rose Club has finally made a move, dispatching 6 strong bodyguards at once, she is filled with fear. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent. "Not flustered in the face of danger," he said lightly. "Then let's go." The 5 delinquent girls looked at Yang Feng fearfully and took a few steps back. Bona gave Yang Feng a resentful look, showed a ferocious smile, and walked towards the Purple Lily Academy. "That's Claire, a member of the Rose Club." Claire offended someone from the Rose Club. She's finished this time. After offending someone from the Rose Club, it's impossible for her to stay in the Purple Lily Academy. It's a pity that a good girl like Claire is going to be ruined. When the students in the Purple Lily Academy saw Claire, Pona and company, their faces flickered, and they immediately retreated and discussed in low voices. The Purple Lily Academy was a private academy for the nobles. It had the best facilities and the best teachers. There are many children of greater aristocrats here. The Rose Club is a society where the children of aristocrats gather. The bigwigs at the top of the Rose Club are the children of greater aristocrats. It is because of this that the Rose Club can run amok in the Purple Lily Academy, with no one daring to provoke them. Yang Feng and Claire were taken to a 10-story tall, extremely wide building behind the Purple Lily Garden. That incomparably wide building was the headquarters of the Rose Society, Rose House. On the first floor of the Rose House, the floor is covered with exquisite carpets and the ceiling is inlaid with crystal lamps. The decoration is extremely luxurious. There are 3 people sitting at a huge round table. One of them is a gorgeous woman with dazzling blonde hair, a curvaceous figure, and snow-white skin. She has a noble and elegant temperament. The other is a skinny man with swollen eyes and a poor complexion. Clearly, he has been drinking too much, but his small eyes flickered with a sinister and cunning light. A tall man with similarly swollen eyes, who seemed to have drunk too much and was constantly yawning. Behind the 3 of them stood 20 maids. Each of the maids had light makeup on, and their beauty was outstanding, pleasing to the eye. As soon as Paulina entered the room, she turned from a ferocious tiger into a kitten. She said respectfully, "Leader, these 2 dared to rebel against the Rose Club." When the skinny man saw Claire, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of greed and said with a sinister smile, "Claire, one of the 5 campus belles of the Purple Lily Academy. Not bad. This chick has quite the flavor. I like her. I want her to be my pet." The burly man said in a cold voice, "Ivan, I've already given way to that woman last time. This Claire, it's my turn now." Ivan said coldly, "Doppler, Women who fall into your hands will be tortured to death by you. Don't always make us wipe your ass for you. Doppler sneered. Women who fall into your hands won't have a good ending either. After you get tired of playing with them, they will all fall into your brothels. Letting others play with your women, you really are a disgusting guy. Ivan said coldly. Doppler, do you want to duel with me? Doppler said with a sinister smile. Come on then. I just recruited a sharpshooter. He killed 36 people in a duel. Do you want to be the 37th person to die under his gun? Private grudges between nobles can be settled through duels. However, most nobles are extremely afraid of death, so some greater nobles will specially recruit some tyrannical sharpshooters to fight in their place. Many tyrannical sharpshooters will be recruited by nobles for money, fame, and profit, and become dueling tools for those nobles. The gorgeous blonde girl with a noble bearing, Bridget, said indifferently. That's enough. Claire and her sister are my prey. Don't touch them. Ivan took a deep look at the beautiful, lovely, and energetic Claire. Greed flashed in his eyes as he said, Bridget, you can keep George and give Claire to me. How about it? I owe you one. Bridget said coldly. They are my prey. Ivan frowned slightly and sighed slowly. A look of pity flashed across his eyes. Grand Duke Ank was one of the most powerful people in the Angeliman Federation. Ivan and Doppler's family background was slightly inferior to Bridget's. A cruel glint flashed through Bridget's eyes. She eerily smiled and ordered, George, you actually dared to hit my men. Men, break his right hand. 6 burly men in black clothes rushed at Yang Feng at once. Ding dong. Analysis of the existential plane's origin will completed. A voice sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. The analysis speed is so fast, comparable to that of a warlock monarch. Amazing. Moreover, this place should be in the crevice between universes like the Heart of Eternity. With the information from the Heart of Eternity plane, I was able to analyze it so quickly. Yang Feng had a pensive look on his face, as if he was daydreaming. At the moment when the 6 burly men in black clothes rushed in front of Yang Feng, he raised his hand, and a black ray flashed past. The 6 burly men in black clothes exploded and turned into minced meat that sputtered and hit Bridget, Ivan, and Doppler. Ah! So disgusting, so disgusting. Ivan, who was insufferably arrogant and despotic a moment ago, turned pale with fright, trembled, and vomited. Drops of yellow liquid dripped from the chair he was sitting on. Complexion pale, Doppler let out an earth-shattering scream. Someone come quickly! Help, help me! Ah! Ah! The noble and elegant Bridget touched the minced meat on her face, then her complexion turned pale, and she let out an earth-shattering scream. Bang! 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 From hidden corners of the building, 8 bodyguards with pistols emerged at once and fired at Yang Feng. Ding! 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 When the metal bullets hit Yang Feng, they ricocheted and didn't even leave a white mark on his body. Monster! That's a monster! How is this possible? Humans, how can there be humans that bullets can't harm? This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the complexion of the 8 top gunmen changed dramatically, and they almost collapsed. Chapter 876. Bridget turned pale and screamed, The Transcendent Church, you're a member of the Transcendent Church. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. The Transcendent Church? Interesting. Sure enough, people with high social status have far more information than ordinary people. The reason why those in a higher position appear to be more far-sighted than those in a lower position is that there is a huge information gap between them. Yang Feng, who is disguised as Edu, has no extraordinary power in his head. When Bridget saw the inhuman power Yang Feng displayed, she guessed his origin. This is the huge gap between the two. Yang Feng glanced at the 8 gunmen and said with a cold smile, Your marksmanship is pretty good. I need a few lackeys to serve me. If you don't want to die, kneel. 3 of the 8 gunmen turned around and fled, abandoning their employer. The other 4 continued to shoot. One of them knelt on the ground, his knees buckled. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he snorted coldly, A bunch of ants, how foolish. The bodies of the 3 gunmen who turned around and fled swelled and exploded strangely. The bodies of the 4 gunmen who continued to shoot were cut into countless pieces, collapsed, and scattered, and blood flowed on the ground. When the remaining gunman saw his comrade die in such a strange and unimaginable way, He was so scared that he peed his pants. Yellow liquid flowed out from his pants. Spare me, spare my worthless life. I am the only son of Earl Sean's. Earl Sean. You want to kill me? Earl Sean won't let you off. Pale-faced, Ivan knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Yang Feng, and pleaded bitterly. Despite his pale face and fear in his eyes, Doppler still maintained the dignity of an aristocrat. Heretic of the Transcendent Church, I am the first successor of Marquis Ron's family. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, my family will never let you off. Doppler's words have just fallen, when his body suddenly twisted, curled up like a fried dough twist, and exploded with a bang. Countless blood mist fragments scattered on the ground. Bridget is very quick-witted. Without the arrogance of a greater aristocrat, she prostrated on the ground humbly and kowtowed respectfully to Yang Feng. Greetings, sir. I am willing to serve you, sir. This world was a bit similar to the world around the First World War on Earth, where Angeliman's flintlock corps ran amok. One by one, those martial artists fell under the volley of flintlocks. Tigers, lions and leopards, the kings of beasts, could not even withstand a single blow from a gun. They were reduced to prey for humans. For the crystallized gun of human civilization to be ineffective against Yang Feng, a smart aristocrat like Bridget naturally knows how terrifying the person in front of her is. Even in the Transcendent Church and the Devil Church, only the top existences could be impenetrable by weapons and impervious to fire and water. Yang Feng swept Ivan with a glance and said lightly, "You're disgusting, so go to hell." "No, no, no, save me." A look of horror on his face, Ivan's body collapsed inch by inch. Finally, he screamed miserably and turned into a disgusting scarlet object, ending his sinful life. Bridget became even more afraid when she saw this scene, and she kowtowed again and again until her forehead broke. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and dark blue flames suddenly emerged and enveloped the corpses in the room. Under the burning of the deep blue flames, all the bloodstains were completely incinerated. There is no longer any smell of blood in the room. It is so clean that it looks like it has just been cleaned. If it wasn't for Bridget prostrating on the ground and the frightened gunman, it would seem as if nothing had happened in the room. "Young lady, what's going on? Why are you like this?" Suddenly, the head maid among the 20 maids in the room came to Bridget anxiously and tried to help her up. Claire pulled Yang Feng's clothes, her beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity, and she whispered, "Big brother Georges, what's going on? Why is senior sister Bridget prostrating on the ground?" As the head of the Rose Club, Bridget has a lofty status and controls the entire Rose Club from behind the scenes. Such a stunning beauty was actually prostrating on the ground and kowtowing to this side. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Bridget looked at the anxious, mature and charming head maid, and a creepy feeling welled up in her heart. Could it be that they didn't feel anything just now? Yang Feng smiled indifferently, walked to the chair Bridget was sitting on, sat down, and said flatly, "Recently, I like to keep pets. Bridget, be my pet." "Yes, master." Bridget is willing to be master's most obedient pet. Bridget got up, came to in front of Yang Feng, knelt beside him, and tried to imitate the expression of the girl she took in as a pet, trying her best to please Yang Feng. "What's going on? What happened to Miss Bridget?" Could it be that Miss Bridget fell in love with that man? But with Miss Bridget's pride, even if she fell in love with a man, she wouldn't do this. Dumbfounded, the 20 beautiful maids standing in the back couldn't believe their eyes. Bridget was the leader of the Rose Club. She had a powerful aura, and she had the demeanor of a queen. The maids have never seen her give a man a good look. She is a queen who is superior to men. Such a beautiful queen actually lowered her proud head to curry favor with Yang Feng, such a seemingly very ordinary boy. It was simply inconceivable. When the mature and beautiful head maid saw this scene, her face alternated between green and white. She wanted to rush up to protect Bridget, but she didn't dare to. As the precious granddaughter of Grand Duke Ankh, Bridget is doted on by Grand Duke Ankh. She is usually very strict, and no one dares to resist her. Claire's pretty face alternated between red and white, and she stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. This big brother Georges, when did he become like this? When did he win Bridget's heart? Yang Feng ordered in an indisputable tone, "Claire, go to school first." "Yes." Claire responded unconsciously, turned around, and walked outside. Yang Feng asked flatly, "What is the Transcendent Church?" There was a flash of surprise in Bridget's beautiful eyes, yet she still replied respectfully, "The The Transcendent Church is a church that believes in the three transcendent monarchs. The three transcendent monarchs are the Vajra Transcendent, the goddess of the earth, and the six-eyed Transcendent. According to legend, the Vajra Transcendent has the most powerful divine body. No spell can break his divine body. As long as the goddess of the earth is on earth, no attack can harm her. The six eyes of the six-eyed Transcendent wield different divine authorities. Among them, 2 eyes wield the divine authorities of fire and ice respectively. The other 4 eyes wield divine authorities and have seen divine authorities are all dead. Below the 3 transcendent monarchs, there are 36 superior transcendent monarchs, 72 intermediate transcendent monarchs, and 608 lesser transcendent monarchs. The 36 superior transcendent monarchs are. Bridget carefully explained to Yang Feng the gods that the believers of the Transcendent Church believe in as well as the various authorities wielded by those gods. Yang Feng listened carefully, without the slightest impatience. In battle, the more information the enemy has, the more targeted the enemy will be. Fear comes only from the unknown. When the first hive came to the light of eternity plane, the reason why Yang Feng didn't destroy it at once, but chose to probe the limits of its power and various data. The first-hand data allowed him to fight the hive with ease and ease. The fleets under his command all focused their firepower on their respective targets. They would never waste their firepower on units that were difficult to kill. Yang Feng asked, "Can you contact the people of the Transcendent Church?" "I can." Bridget hesitated for a while and then said, "However, the people of the Transcendent Church are eccentric and have strange abilities. When I meet them, I hope that you can be by my side, Master." Bridget has seen some people of the Transcendent Church before. Although they have some extraordinary powers, but they are also ordinary and can be killed by gunmen. But after seeing how terrifying Yang Feng is, Bridget is suddenly filled with fear of these mysterious existences. Yang Feng extended his index finger, and countless runes floated, converged on his fingertip, and formed a crystal necklace. He revealed a strange smile and said, "Put on this crystal necklace. In this way, you will be under my protection at all times. The spells of those people can't hurt you." Bridget hesitated for a while, then looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile on his face. When she thought of Ivan and Doppler, who collapsed without warning, she gritted her teeth and put the crystal necklace formed from runes on her neck. As soon as Bridget put on the crystal necklace, she felt an endless stream of power gushing out from the crystal necklace, transforming and strengthening her body, making her body stronger with every passing moment. She was pleasantly surprised. Infinity Warlocks, known as Infinity Warlocks, are first-rate powerhouses in all planes of the universe. They can easily change the fate of an ordinary person with a raise of their hand. Those gods could use God's blessings to give permanent blessings to mortals they liked, making ordinary mortals incomparably powerful in an instant. Infinity Warlocks can also make ordinary people they fancy instantly powerful through spells. Chapter 877. Feeling the power gushing out of her, the corners of Bridget's mouth rose into a mysterious smile. "Master, the contact person of the Transcendent Church in the Purple Lily Academy is an acquaintance of yours." Yang Feng asked curiously. "Who?" Bridget uttered a name that Yang Feng is very familiar with and stared at him. "Dahlia." Yang Feng thought for a moment, and then uttered coldly, as if talking about a stranger, "It's her." The intelligent Bridget guessed the truth from Yang Feng's reaction. Sure enough, he's not Georges. In other words, he's no longer the original Georges. I wonder which transcendent he is. Yang Feng looked at Bridget with slight appreciation. "Let her come see me." "No, take me to see her. You should know where her lair is, right?" Bridget flashed a perfect, ladylike smile. "Yes. Master, I will take you to see her." Deep in the jungle behind the Purple Lily Academy, there is a 3-story tall beautiful house built. Black crows are shrieking on both sides of the house. A thick fog spread out from the exquisite bungalow, completely obscuring the road leading to it. Yang Feng and Bridget came from afar and arrived in front of the thick fog. In front of Yang Feng's group of 2 was the gunman who was lucky enough to survive. Bridget pointed at the thick fog and said, "Dahlia is inside. Without prior contact, you won't be able to get in. This road is only 100 meters long, but several of my men have gotten lost in this thick fog." "Petty tricks." Yang Feng smiled faintly. As soon as his words fell, the thick fog collapsed and disappeared, revealing the road leading to the house. Even a level, 3 apprentice warlock can use extraordinary pharmaceutics or other methods to block the path with thick fog. For an infinity warlock like Yang Feng, this method can be broken with a thought. Bridget's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. Amazing! He's definitely a powerful transcendent. The 3 passed through the passage and arrived in front of the house. Bang! 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 The gunman, Nicole, took the initiative to step forward and fired a few shots at the lock of the house, breaking the lock and pushing open the door. In the center of the house, there was a huge altar. In the center of the altar, there were 2 demon gods. One of the demon gods had the body of a human, but it had 6 eyes on its head. The other demon god had a ferocious ghostly face and a ghostly horn on his head. His body was covered in black scales and he gave off a ferocious aura. Regardless of which demon god the Fiend Celestial Church believed in, they would be traced back to the 3 great Fiend Celestial Kings. They were all the subordinates of the 3 great Fiend Celestial Kings. Hence, when the believers of the Devil Church prayed, they would pray to the 2 devil gods at the same time. In front of the huge altar, there were 6 people prostrating themselves. They were all silently chanting a mysterious prayer. Even when Yang Feng and his party broke in, they didn't panic. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and his eyes turned into a pair of transcendent pupils, which contain countless runes and are specialized in peeking at the origin of the power of gods, fiends, and transcendent, and looked at the 2 idols. The spectral wolf transcendent is just a feeble divine force rank god. There's nothing to fear. However, the strength of the 6-eyed transcendent is unfathomable. It should be a strong divine force rank god. If the Vajra transcendent and the goddess of the earth are gods of this rank, then they are just strong divine force rank gods. They pose little threat to me. However, according to myth and legend, the Dark Transcendent King, who dealt a heavy blow to the 3 transcendent and their subordinates by himself, is the most terrifying existence of this plane. He should possess Warlock Monarch rank power. He may even be a mighty divine force rank god. Yang Feng mused. From Bridget, Yang Feng learned that according to the myths and legends of this world, the 3 transcendent and their subordinates originally dominated the world. During the era of the 3 transcendent, the entire Western world had their temples. The Transcendent Church dominated all wealth, land, and power in the world. The unknown Dark Transcendent King descended from the sky and defeated the 3 transcendent monarchs and all the subordinates in one fell swoop with absolute power. The Dark Transcendent King easily erased most of the Transcendent Church, leaving only a small part of it remaining. After that world-shaking war of the gods, the Dark Transcendent King, the 3 transcendent monarchs, and the many subordinates disappeared without a trace. In the absence of gods, humans develop step by step. The Transcendent Church is a church that has slowly risen in the past decade. After the people of the Transcendent Church displayed some extraordinary powers, they attracted many elites to join them. They are one of the most powerful extraordinary forces of this era. George, it's you. You're really lucky. You didn't drown. The prayer ended quickly. When a burly, handsome young man with short hair and a trace of hostility between his eyebrows saw Yang Feng, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he sneered. Yang Feng looked at the young man and said flatly, "So it was you who pushed me into the pond?" "That's right. Since an ant-like commoner like you dared to confess to Her Highness the Holy Maiden, you deserve to die. I didn't kill you last time, but this time, you're dead. No one can save you." The eyes of the young man shimmered with madness, his body swelled up, black scales emerged on his body, and he rushed towards Yang Feng like a fiend. Dahlia frowned slightly, but didn't stop him. The other 4 people of the Transcendent Church sneered. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, the marksman Nico fired 6 shots at the young man. The 6 bullets hit the young man's body, piercing through his black scales and causing blood to splash out. However, they did not kill the young man. Instead, they caused his entire body to be shrouded in a black aura, giving off an even more savage aura. "It hurts." "Ant." A ferocious glint in his eyes, the young man turned around and rushed towards the marksman Nico. As soon as the young man moved, his body strangely floated in the air, the demonic chi and black scales disappeared without a trace, and he struggled with a look of horror on his face. "Victor! Victor, what's wrong with you?" When the 5 believers of the Transcendent Church saw this scene, their countenance changed dramatically, and they cried out in alarm. "An ant that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Yang Feng smiled coldly. The young man trembled slightly, twisted strangely in midair, and exploded into countless fragments that scattered about. The 5 believers of the Transcendent Church were stunned, and then they were shrouded in endless fear. There were no signs of Yang Feng casting a spell, nor were there any fluctuations of magic. Victor died in his hands in such a strange way. This method was simply shocking to the extreme. I am Dahlia, the holy maiden who serves the spectral wolf Transcendent. Sir Edu, it's a pleasure to meet you. A bright smile blossomed on Dahlia's face, and her pure and holy temperament suddenly changed to become charming, enchanting and sexy, making people want to embrace her and kiss her. When Bridget saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel jealous. This slut. Dahlia's beautiful eyes blurred, and she strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. She watched helplessly as Yang Feng extended a finger and pointed at her forehead, and a premonition of death welled up in her heart. No, I don't want to die. Dahlia's eyes are shrouded in endless fear, and then 2 strange runes appeared in her eyes. The eyes of the spectral wolf Transcendent statue enshrined beside her shot out 2 beams that entered Dahlia. The breath of Dahlia, who was originally just an ordinary person, rose steadily and reached the level 3 warlock rank in an instant, and wisps of level 3 warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from her. My lord! Great my lord, praise you! When the 4 believers of the spectral wolf Transcendent sensed Dahlia's breath, their countenance changed dramatically, their eyes shimmered with fanaticism, and they prostrated themselves on the ground and sang hymns loudly. Petty mortal! Is it you who blasphemed my holy maiden? Dahlia opened her eyes, surged with divine force, and exuded faint divine might. She looked at Yang Feng in front of her and uttered coldly. Suppressed by the fearsome divine might, the marksman Nico knelt on the ground, his face pale, and his body trembled. Bridget was suppressed by a fearsome force, and she looks like she is about to kneel on the ground. The rune necklace around her neck flashed, and a powerful force surged out to protect her. In an instant, she felt her body fill with warmth, and the divine might is no longer a threat to her. Interesting. A mere feeble divine force rank god dares to talk to me like this. You don't have your own divine country, do you? Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the transcendent pupils in his eyes, and he inserted his hand into Dahlia's abdomen. Countless karma threads suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. He looked along a karma thread connected to Dahlia, and then revealed a smile. Caught you! In a secret room of a hidden luxurious palace, a big hole suddenly appeared in the void, and a big hand extended from the big hole, grabbed the spectral wolf Transcendent, and pulled him into the big hole. Inside the bungalow, Yang Feng pulled the spectral wolf Transcendent out of Dahlia's body and threw it on the ground like a piece of trash. My lord! This is my lord! When the believers of the Transcendent Church saw Yang Feng grab the god they believed in and throw him on the ground, they were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Chapter 878. Dahlia looked at the spectral wolf Transcendent thrown on the ground by Yang Feng, and then at Yang Feng, and fell into a daze. How could this be? How can he be so powerful? Stunned, Bridget's heart churned, and a myriad of thoughts ran through her mind. That's a Transcendent. How can he defeat a Transcendent so easily? The eyes of the marksman Nico lit up, and he stared at Yang Feng with worship in his eyes. The 4 believers of the spectral wolf Transcendent fell into a daze. If they hadn't sensed that the source of their divine force came from the spectral wolf Transcendent, they would have thought that the spectral wolf Transcendent was a smokescreen used by Yang Feng to deceive them. If the spectral wolf Transcendent had his own divine country, then he could stay in it. Unless it was a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, no one would be able to capture him from tens of thousands of kilometers away through the connection between a god and a believer. The spectral wolf demon god was a bizarre-shaped, inhuman god that was worshipped and worshipped by human beings because he boasted terrifying power that far surpassed that of ordinary people and could provide the most powerful extraordinary power to his believers. Now that he was thrown on the ground by Yang Feng like trash, the mysterious halo shrouding him has disappeared. The believers of the spectral wolf Transcendent vaguely felt as if something collapsed in their hearts. After the spectral wolf Transcendent got up from the ground, he saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, Sir, I am the spectral wolf Transcendent, a subordinate of the mighty Transcendent King Six-Eyed Transcendent. Please forgive me for my previous offense. When the believers of the spectral wolf Transcendent saw the god they believed in bow to Yang Feng, their hearts turned ashen. Yang Feng glanced at the spectral wolf Transcendent and said flatly, Take me to see Sir Six-Eyed Transcendent. The spectral wolf Transcendent replied with a bitter smile, "Sir, after the battle between Sir Six-Eyed Transcendent and the Dark Transcendent King, there was no trace of him. We, his subordinates, can't contact him." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with dignity, and he asked solemnly, "What rank is the Dark Transcendent King? Strong Divine Force rank? Or Mighty Divine Force rank?" Gods are generally far stronger than human warlocks of the same rank. Once a great divine power rank god burned his divine power crazily. Only those geniuses who had condensed a small world and cultivated the best secret techniques could contend against him. It is because mighty divine force rank powerhouses are so terrifying that Yang Feng was so shocked when he saw the Gamana universe's eight-eyed freak fend off 3 strong divine force rank gods. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the spectral wolf demon god as he said, "He is a strong man of the greater divine power level. Moreover, he is a pinnacle powerhouse among the greater divine powers." Back then, he had barged into the god kingdom of the 3 great demon deity kings alone and severely injured them one by one. Barging into the god nation. Yang Feng couldn't help but crease his eyebrows, a dignified look in his eyes. A divine kingdom was the ultimate defensive weapon possessed by a god. Every divine kingdom contained the divine power, and countless natural treasures controlled by that god. Within their divine kingdom, gods could use the power of the divine kingdom to strengthen themselves and weaken the enemy. Moreover, the environment of the divine kingdom could also strengthen their divine legions and increase their combat power. Generally speaking, if a mighty divine force rank god entered the divine kingdom of a strong divine force rank god, the one to be quelled will be the mighty divine force rank god. For the Dark Transcendent King to barge into the divine kingdom of the 3 great demon deity kings and severely injure them one by one, it shows that he is far more powerful than imagined. Their strength was far above that of ordinary greater divine power level gods. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Barging into a divine kingdom, the Dark Transcendent King may have reached the quasi-holy step in strength. There is another realm between the Warlock Monarch and the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, and that is the quasi-holy step. Although quasi-holy step powerhouses are still Warlock Monarchs, but they are far stronger than ordinary Warlock Monarchs and have comprehended a trace of holy step power, which is why they are called quasi-holy. Only quasi-holy step powerhouses can barge into the divine kingdom of a strong divine force rank god and, while besieged by countless divine legions, seriously injure the strong divine force rank god. Yang Feng asked, "What about the Dark Transcendent King?" The spectral wolf transcendent uttered with hatred in his eyes. "The Dark Transcendent King? He was too arrogant. In the final battle, although he seriously injured the 3 transcendent kings and us, but he was also seriously injured by us. He escaped from the divine kingdom of the earth, and his whereabouts are unknown." Yang Feng shook his head. In the world of warlocks, the strong are respected. Many powerful beings like to be alone and look for opportunities to improve their strength. According to the spectral wolf transcendent and the information he has grasped so far, the Dark Transcendent King should be a powerhouse who wholeheartedly practices cultivation to improve himself and plunder resources. It is because the Dark Transcendent King plundering is second nature, and he is accustomed to being arrogant that he barged into the divine kingdom of the 3 transcendent kings and was seriously injured by them. Yang Feng asked, "In this world, apart from you transcendent, are there any other powerful beings?" The spectral wolf transcendent thought for a while, and then shook his head, saying, "No." Yang Feng smiled. "That's easy." In the starry sky, the hatch of the Star Sector level interstellar battleship opened up, and a large number of enhanced Type 4 battle robots flew out, descending towards the ground like meteors. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless runes flew out of the imprint and formed a chain that stabbed towards the spectral wolf transcendent. The spectral wolf transcendent's face fell, and he frantically burned divine force. A fearsome divine might spread from him, and a copious amount of black transcendent force surged in an attempt to resist the erosion of the rune chain. The spectral wolf transcendent only released a trace of his power, but it injured his 5 believers and Nico, and caused them to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Bridget clearly felt a powerful force pour out of the collar around her neck and protect her, resisting the erosion of the spectral wolf transcendent's power. Bridget's gaze fell on Yang Feng, and it filled with worship and awe. "Amazing, this is a true transcendent. He's really strong. But he's even stronger than such a transcendent." In an instant, the strange rune chain stabbed into the forehead of the spectral wolf transcendent and forcibly took control of him. "Greetings, Lord." When the true God Empyrean Imprints rune chain entered his body, the spectral wolf transcendent knew that the situation was hopeless, and he stepped forward and saluted Yang Feng decisively. When the spectral wolf transcendent's 5 believers saw the god they believed in salute a human, their faith collapsed again. Yang Feng smiled confidently and strode outside. "Let's go, Bridget. Watch how I take this world into my hands." Bridget looked at Yang Feng's confident and domineering face, and her heart stirred, and she followed behind him. The spectral wolf transcendent took his 5 believers and went out as well. "What's that?" As soon as Bridget walked out of the room, she looked up and saw stars twinkling in the sky. Meteors were descending from the sky. An air defense alarm sounded in the sky above the Bogas city. A series of biplanes took off from the military base outside Bogas city and flew toward the meteor-like 4th-class battle robots in the sky. "What's that?" When the Angeliman Federation's ace pilot Finus saw a Type 3 Undyings, his eyes flashed with shock. "Kill him. The sky of the Angeliman Federation belongs to only the Angeliman Federation." The hot-blooded slogan of the Angeliman Federation's Air Force came from the communication device on board. An unknown premonition welled up inside Finus. By virtue of his strong intuition, he shot down 115 Denico's Empire's planes and became an ace pilot of the Angeliman Federation. Finus hesitated for only a moment, and then shouted the slogan and pulled the trigger. "The sky of the Angeliman Federation belongs to only the Angeliman Federation." The cannons on the dozens of biplane fighters rumbled, and a dense barrage of cannons rained down on the 4th-class battle robot. A despairing scene appeared. Transparent energy shields appeared around the 4th-generation battle robots. When the cannons fired by the biplane cannons slammed into the transparent energy shields, they collapsed. A Type 3 Undyings opened its electronic eyes and glanced at Finus. A trace of despair welled up inside Finus. "It's over." Boom. Boom. With a flash of an afterimage, the 200-plus biplane cannons that rose into the sky were chopped into pieces, burst into countless fragments, and fell from the sky. The Angeliman Federation's Air Force headquarters. Hart, the commander-in-chief of the Angeliman Federation's Air Force, roared with anger and fear on his face. "Damn it, how could this be? What the hell are those monsters?" In the Air Force headquarters, everyone's faces were pale, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The 200-plus biplane cannons were the strongest air force that could be mobilized in the vicinity of the Angeliman Federation's Boga City. Yet such an air force was destroyed in an instant. The power of the steel beings that fell from the sky was simply appalling. The most frightening thing was that it wasn't just one steel being that fell from the sky, but countless. Hart's face was pale. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his body trembled slightly. "Damn it, what's going on? Are aliens invading our planet?" The city of Bogas is the capital of the Angeliman Federation, and there is a rapid reaction force stationed in the city. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion has just arrived on a street in front of the Garithi Palace, when they saw simple fortifications formed from sandbags everywhere. Light and heavy machine guns formed crude positions and aimed their muzzles at Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. "Open fire!" Following the decisive order of an officer, the light and heavy machine guns suddenly spewed tongues of flame, and countless metal bullets formed a barrage that locked down everything and fired towards the Type 3 Undyings. A despairing scene appeared. A transparent shield appeared around the Type 3 Undyings. When the metal barrage formed by the light and heavy machine guns slammed into the transparent shield, it set off ripples and was repelled. "Open fire!" Under the roar of an officer, the 20 cannons that were hastily mobilized in a simple artillery position let out loud sounds, and the cannonballs blasted in the direction of the mechanical army. Boom! Boom! A series of huge explosions rang out, and countless fragments and huge shockwaves spread out in all directions. Did we kill them? The soldiers of the Angeliman Federation looked at the sight of the explosion with anticipation. Boom! 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 When the huge robots walked, they emitted a unique loud noise from the smoke and dust. The orderly mechanical army slowly walked out of the explosion, and there was not even a scratch on their bodies. No! Freaks, these damn freaks! How is this possible? Demon God above, can't these freaks be killed? The eyes of the soldiers of the Angeliman Federation shimmered with despair, and their morale fell to rock bottom. Faced with such fearsome freaks that can't harm them no matter how they attack, no matter how elite an army is, they will despair. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who resist will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from the huge robot. Stop attacking and surrender. Major General Gareth, the commander of the Rapid Reaction Force, sighed slowly with a bitter look in his eyes. If there is a chance to defeat the enemy, he won't give up fighting. But he knows that if he continues to fight, only death will await him. In the command center, the eyes of the officers flashed with bitterness and despair. No! Long live the Angliman Federation! An officer picked up a revolver, pointed it at his temple, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A corpse suddenly appeared in the command center. The death of the officer didn't have any effect. A white flag of surrender was raised in the command center of the Rapid Reaction Force. 10 battle robots were left behind to receive the captives, while the rest followed Yang Feng into the Angliman Federation's brain, the Catrici Palace. I am President Bonnie of the Angliman Federation. Honorable Sir, I can order the Angliman Federation to surrender unconditionally. However, I hope that you can treat the citizens of the Federation well. Surrounded by a group of officials, a middle-aged man with short hair and an extraordinary temperament appeared in front of Yang Feng and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Bonnie was well aware of the battle on the street. These terrifying robots, which even humanity's strongest artillery weapons couldn't harm, were not existences that the Angliman Federation could resist. They didn't even stand a chance of defeating them. Thus, he chose to surrender decisively. Yang Feng smiled and said in a somewhat mischievous tone, "Order the Federation at once. From today on, the Angliman Federation will become the Holy Moon Empire's 7th district. The first governor of the 7th district will be my pet Bridget." Bonnie took a deep look at Bridget and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Bridget is in a trance. She is an ambitious woman with a great desire for control. However, her greatest ambition is to overcome all kinds of difficulties, defeat one heir after another, inherit the title of Grand Duke Ankh, and become a Grand Duchess. She never thought that she could become the master of the Angliman Federation. After all, the Angliman Federation is one of the world's 3 major states. It has colonies all over the world and is known as the empire where the sun never sets. According to Yang Feng's order, Bonnie quickly issued an order throughout the country. The Angliman Federation surrendered unconditionally and merged into the Holy Moon Empire, becoming the Holy Moon Empire's 7th district. Bonnie's order set off a great uproar in the Angliman Federation. The 67 states that make up the Angliman Federation declared their independence. Bonnie's presidency was abolished, and presidential decrees are no longer valid. In a military camp in the state of Phony, a bald, chubby, middle-aged man with a beer belly looked down at the neatly organized soldiers below and smiled. Bonnie, that idiot. He actually surrendered to that *TTY Holy Moon Empire. What a fool. However, it's because of his foolishness that I can ascend to the throne of the president. The middle-aged man shouted at the soldiers below. Brave soldiers, I am Janison, the governor of the Phony state. President Bonnie betrayed the Angliman Federation. I, Janison, will lead you to send the traitor and the supporters behind him to the gallows. Long live the Angliman Federation. Long live the Angliman Federation. The 20,000 soldiers below the Phony state, their blood boiling, roared loudly. Traitors discovered and annihilated. An improved gunner robot flew over from afar, hovered above the military camp, and issued a cold, electronically synthesized voice. Chapter 880. More than a dozen energy cannons extended from the gunner robot. The cannons roared, and countless energy beams rained down. Swept by the energy beams, the neat phalanx formed by the 20,000 soldiers of the state of Phony suddenly burst apart, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. Fire! The officers of the state of Phony roared wildly. The 20,000 soldiers of Phony raised their rifles and fired continuously at the sky. When the dense hail of bullets hit the energy shield of the gunner robot, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to harm the gunner robot. Gunner robots were the weakest primary battle units of the Shizu. They were mainly responsible for suppressing some weak races and maintaining law and order in the surface world. Gunner robots were far inferior to Undyings, dazzling light units, and other battle robots in terms of fighting strength. They couldn't even be regarded as cannon fodder. The reason why they could exist was that their structure was simple, they were easy to manufacture, and they were cheap. With Yang Feng's current production capacity, He could manufacture 10 million gunner robots in a day. Moreover, the strengthened gunner robots were comparable to the weakest Starry Sky warlocks in terms of fighting strength. However, in a top-level battle, these gunner robots couldn't even be regarded as cannon fodder. In front of the soldiers of the state of Phony, the gunner robots that couldn't even be regarded as cannon fodder were invincible existences. Janison looked at the gunner robot in the sky, trembled, and his eyes shimmered with despair. What is this? How can such a monster be resisted? With a flash of an energy beam, Janison's head was blasted apart, and he fell to the ground as a corpse. The energy beam of the cannons shrank in a fan shape. The fan formed by the energy beams closed slightly, and there was not a single living person within the fan. After the gunner robot wiped out the 20,000 soldiers here, there was a flash of light in the sky, and 20 gunner robots descended from the sky. On the back of a gunner robot, an official from Grand Duke Ank's family looked down at the barracks and felt a chill in his heart. How terrible! The 20,000 elites of the state of Phony are gone just like that. Under the guidance of the official, the 20 gunner troops drove directly to the state of Phony and began to take over the power of the state. The terrifying Mechanical Legion quickly moved towards the various places of the Angeliman Federation. The gunner robots, which acted as security guards, easily crushed the forces of the Angeliman Federation. Bridget used Grand Duke Anka's connections and President Bonnie's connections to send out countless officials and quickly took over the states that declared independence. The governors were all killed. In less than 3 days, all the resistance forces in Angeliman were completely suppressed without any suspense. Swarms of gunner robots appeared in various places of the Angeliman Federation to maintain law and order. At the same time, countless humanoid robots entered various areas of the Angeliman Federation as Yang Feng's tentacles to control the entire Angeliman Federation. There were countless spies in the Angeliman Federation. The spies of various countries quickly reported everything that happened in the Angeliman Federation to the whole world through telegrams. Immediately, the entire world was shocked, and all the countries were in a state of panic, falling into chaos. A telegram was quickly sent from the Angeliman Federation to inform the whole world. The Angeliman Federation has been incorporated into the Holy Moon Empire and has become the 7th district under the rule of the Holy Moon Empire. The Holy Moon Empire has declared war on the Riganha Empire and ordered the Riganha Empire to surrender unconditionally. The Holy Moon Empire has declared war on the Pavestan Empire and ordered the Pavestan Empire to surrender unconditionally. In the telegram, the Holy Moon Empire declared war on all countries in the world and ordered the countries in the world to surrender unconditionally. All the countries in the world were in an uproar because of that telegram. Countless people were tossing and turning restlessly in bed because of that telegram, unable to sleep for the entire night. As one of the 3 empires in the world, the Riganha Empire's comprehensive national strength was only slightly inferior to the Angeliman Federation. The capital of the Riganha Empire, Rizhao City, in the Imperial Palace, the white-haired emperor is sitting on the throne, and the ministers of the empire are standing on both sides of the hall. There is a strange atmosphere in the hall. The white-haired and imposing Emperor Route 3 said unhurriedly, "The Holy Moon Empire has declared war on our empire. What do the ministers think about this matter?" The ministers of the Riganha Empire are silent. Before the Holy Moon Empire, anyone who would dare to declare war on the whole world would be a fool or a madman. But the Angeliman Federation, which is on par with the Riganha Empire and even slightly superior to the Riganha Empire, was quelled by Yang Feng in 3 days. When they thought of this terrifying fact, everyone shuddered. The Riganha Empire also has spies in the Angeliman Federation, and the information sent back by the spies is simply unbelievable. A few robots destroyed the elite army of a major province of the Angeliman Federation, and the streets are filled with fearsome and invulnerable robots. After communicating with the intelligence systems of other countries several times, the Riganha Empire confirmed that its spies did not betray it, but sent back true information. After confirming the true information, the ministers of the Riganha Empire felt even more despair. The strength of the Riganha Empire's army is comparable to that of the elite army of the Angeliman Federation. The elite army of the Angeliman Federation can't even kill a few robots, and the Riganha Empire can't kill a few robots either. The most terrifying thing was that there wasn't just one robot. There were hundreds and thousands of them, as many as the hairs on a cow. Seeing the shrewd and capable ministers in the palace remain silent, Route 3 frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. Faced with an enemy who can't harm a hair of the other party even if they go all out, anyone would despair. "Your Majesty, are you still worried about how to deal with the Holy Moon Empire?" As long as you agree to a condition of mine, I can help you deal with the Holy Moon Empire. A chuckle suddenly came from the hall, a breeze blew, and a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes with a mark of divine grace on his forehead appeared in the center of the hall. Seeing the young man suddenly appear in the palace, the complexion of the ministers changed slightly. The palace was heavily guarded, and there were elite soldiers of the Riganha Empire standing guard everywhere. The fact that this young man could appear in this palace without a sound was simply unheard of. The minister of the Riganha Empire, Siler, frowned slightly and asked unhurriedly, "Young man, who are you?" The young man replied with a smile, "I am Polent, a divine son of the Transcendent Church's Vajra Transcendent." The Transcendent Church. Upon hearing this name, the minister's heart stirred slightly. In the past, the Transcendent Church once dominated the whole world. Later, the gods fell and the miracles disappeared. The Transcendent Church collapsed and disappeared into history. In recent years, the Transcendent Church has risen again, displayed various extraordinary powers, attracted countless people to join, and formed a force that cannot be underestimated. Even in the palace, there are many ministers who collude with the Transcendent Church for various reasons, and some are even people of the Transcendent Church. Root 3 said lightly, "What are you capable of?" Polent smiled and took a step forward. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the earth burst open and revealed a huge hole, as if it was blasted by a heavy artillery. Seeing this scene, the complexion of the ministers changed dramatically. Dozens of guards rushed out from both sides of the hall and pointed their rifles at Poleniton. Root 3 waved his hand, and the dozens of guards put away their rifles and stood aside. Root 3 asked, "What are the conditions?" Polent said with a smile, "Make the Transcendent Church the state religion of the Riganha Empire and introduce a series of supportive policies to help the Transcendent Church grow. If a church force has the support of a state, it will expand and strengthen geometrically." Root 3 hesitated for a moment, and then responded decisively, "Okay, I promise you. As long as the Transcendent Church can help my empire defeat the Holy Moon Empire, I will establish the Transcendent Church as the state religion and support it. Once the Transcendent Church grows stronger, its religious authority will inevitably erode the imperial authority." Root 3 also understands that the Transcendent Church is not a good thing. But even if he has to quench his thirst with poison, he must use the Transcendent Church to fight the Holy Moon Empire. Interesting. You want to compete with me by yourself? Accompanied by a chuckle, the space inside the royal palace twisted slightly, and a black void gate opened in the center of the royal palace. Yang Feng slowly walked out of the void gate and looked at Polent with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the countenance of His Majesty the Emperor and the ministers of the Riganha Empire changed dramatically, but no one dared to act rashly. Yang Feng's appearance was far beyond the imagination of the Riganha Empire's people. He looked like a god. Polent's complexion changed, his eyes filled with apprehension, and he said respectfully to Yang Feng, "I am Polent, a divine son of the Transcendent Church's Vajra Transcendent. May I ask who you are, Your Excellency?" Using spatial force to freely travel through the void and cross countless distances. This is a method that only true gods can use. Although Polent is a divine son, but he is still far from a true god. Chapter 881. Yang Feng glanced at Polynan, and Infinity Warlock rank might press down on Polynan like a mountain. Polent's face fell at once. As if he is carrying a huge mountain on his back, he sank into the ground with a rumble. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "You are not qualified to talk to me. Let the primary god you believe in talk to me." The complexion of Polent, who was full of confidence a moment ago, who was neither servile nor overbearing in front of Root 3, suddenly changed dramatically, and he said humbly, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will contact the great primary god." The sigil between Polerniton's eyebrows that represented a god's chosen shone brightly as if it was communicating with an unimaginable space. From that space, endless divine might spread out and shrouded the entire land. Just a sliver of that incomparably terrifying divine aura was released, but all the mortals in the hall had a drastic change in expression. They couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled incessantly. The dozens of guards guarding the palace were also suppressed by that trace of divine might. They prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering all over. Beams of golden holy light sprinkled down from the unseen space, and with Poleniton as the channel, they condensed into a 3-meter-tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed, terrifying Vajra demon god in the middle of the hall, exuding traces of powerful divine power fluctuations. The Vajra transcendent glanced at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, "I am the guardian of this world, Vajra transcendent. Outsider, this world is under our protection. Get out of here. To dare talk to me like this, it seems that you have recovered strong divine force rank power. However, it's not like I haven't killed strong divine force rank gods before." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he extended the fingers of a hand, and a huge hand appeared out of thin air and shot towards the Vajra transcendent. "Lowly outsider, go to hell." The Vajra transcendent projection was enraged at once. With a roar, it turned into a bright gold hand barreling towards Yang Feng. Rumble! Two formidable forces exploded in the hall. The Vajra transcendent's giant hand was smashed by Yang Feng's palm, and then the giant hand slammed into the Vajra transcendent's projection and blasted it to pieces. "Lowly outsider, I'll remember you." At the moment before the Vajra transcendent projection collapsed, it issued a furious roar, and gold light suddenly gathered and turned into a gold rune that shot towards Yang Feng. "I'm not who I used to be." Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he flicked his finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly flew out and swept towards the gold rune. Burned by the 7-color skyfire, the gold rune was burned to ashes before it could get close to Yang Feng. After Yang Feng became a supreme infinity warlock, he can even fight some weaker warlock monarchs. It is almost impossible for a tracking rune cast by a strong divine force rank god to stick to him, unless they have some heaven-defying god armaments. Yang Feng extended his hand and grabbed a wisp of gold divinity from the Vajra transcendence projection that hasn't dissipated yet. The true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and Yang Feng tossed the wisp of gold divinity into the imprint. The true god Empyrean imprint was born from the Empyrean grade secret method transcendent text. It is the most effective secret method against gods, fiends, archdevils, and other transcendent existences. As soon as the wisp of gold divinity entered the true god Empyrean imprint, Yang Feng obtained a lot of information. Yang Feng glanced at Route 3 and them and said flatly, "I am the Emperor of the Holy Moon Empire, Yang Feng. Do you surrender, or die?" If it weren't for the fact that Yang Feng protected the people present when he fought the Vajra Transcendent just now, none of the ordinary people present would have survived. Route 3's complexion changed several times, and then he finally sighed and prostrated himself on the ground, saying respectfully, "The Reganha Empire is willing to submit to your majesty unconditionally. I will send someone to take over the Reganha Empire." There was a flash of satisfaction in Yang Feng's eyes, and then he disappeared with the wind, leaving only a voice behind. In the vast starry sky, Yang Feng looked up at the stars in the starry sky, and his eyes shimmered coldly. This world has been scanned once, and no traces of him were found. There is only one possibility, that is, he is hiding in his divine country, blocking the scan. When the Red Rhombus Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse escaped, he was locked on by the Starfield Battlestar using a special method. As long as he is within a certain distance, the Red Rhombus Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse won't be able to get rid of the Starfield Battlestar's lock. Of course, there are countless powerful and mysterious existences in the vast universe. The Gumana universe must have some powerful secret methods and secret treasures that can block the Starfield Battlestar's lock. But if the Red Rhombus Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse had the ability to get rid of the Starfield Battlestar's lock, then he should have used this secret method long ago when he was being chased. At the very least, he wouldn't have been injured and almost killed by Yang Feng. In this world, only the divine kingdoms of the gods contained boundless mysteries and could block the lock-on of a star sector-level interstellar battleship. The divine country of gods is a treasure refined over countless years with a plane as its foundation, a divine authority as its bones, countless treasures of heaven and earth, and crystallized divine force as its flesh and blood. The longer a god lives, the more resources they invest in their divine country, and the stronger their divine country will be. Even intermediate divine force rank gods wouldn't dare to step into the divine country of a feeble divine force rank god who has lived for 1 million years. Yang Feng looked at the stars suspended in the sky, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. "Since you dare to take in the rebels of the Gumana universe, then let me destroy you." A star sector-level interstellar battleship slowly emerged from the star. The hatch opened, and blazing sun battleships, star destroyer battleships, and aircraft carriers flew out of the star sector-level interstellar battleship. Warp gate technology is the most powerful of the many black technologies grasped by the Shizu. The most heaven-defying aspect of warp gate technology is that as long as there is a warship with a built-in warp gate somewhere, after a while, many Shizu warships and armies will appear. When the huge fleet emerged, it flew towards a starry sky. Not long after, the huge fleet appeared in a vast and empty starfield. The starfield battlestar's main artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light shot into the empty void. A series of strange ripples suddenly appeared, and an incomparably huge star suddenly appeared in the empty void. The star suddenly shone, and a dazzling barrier containing the law of Vajra suddenly appeared. The beam of the starfield battlestar's main artillery slammed into the barrier. The powerful barrier that contained the law of Vajra crumbled inch by inch, shattering into pieces. The first layer of the barrier directly collapsed. The second layer of the defensive barrier appeared once again. After the beam of light from the starfield battlestar's main artillery blasted through 9 barriers in a row, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. The huge fleet shone brightly, and the dense secondary cannons bombarded the diamond barrier like raindrops. However, it only set off a slight ripple. It couldn't even break the first layer of the barrier. As expected of the divine country of a strong divine force rank god, and a strong divine force rank god who is most proficient in defense. With my current strength, it will take me at least decades to break through this divine country by force. Despite being destroyed by the Dark Transcendent King once, this divine country is still so powerful. Before he was injured, the Vajra Transcendent was definitely a pinnacle existence among strong divine force rank gods. Yang Feng looked at the Vajra divine country being bombarded by artillery fire with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he quickly made an analysis. Divine countries are the ultimate means of defense of gods, and their defensive power is terrifying beyond compare. Therefore, the best way to conquer the gods was to kill all the churches of the gods in the mortal world and the mortals who believed in them, leaving no one alive. In this way, they would be able to force the gods out of their divine kingdoms and fight them outside of their divine kingdoms. However, even if all intelligent life forms in a world die, the god will only slowly weaken. They can still rely on the divine force crystals they have accumulated in the past to live for hundreds or even 1,000 years. Therefore, if you want to deal with a god as quickly as possible, you have to destroy their divine country by force and kill the god's true body inside. Although Yang Feng knows the best way to attack a god, but he can't use it. He can only choose the fastest way to deal with a god. Because once the Warlock Monarch rank Red Rhombus rank powerhouse fully recovers from his injuries and recovers his full strength, Yang Feng won't be able to kill him. With a thought, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a swarm of devourers flew out like raindrops and slammed into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country's barrier. The densely packed devourers frantically devoured the divine power and the power of laws within the indestructible Vajra Transcendent divine defense boundary. The devourers rapidly devoured the divine power and the power of laws within the boundary. In just 5 minutes, the barrier of the Vajra Transcendent's divine country dispersed on its own initiative, exposing the inside of the divine country to Yang Feng's army. The devouring power of the devourers is too terrifying. If the Vajra Transcendent keeps the divine country's barrier open, his reserve of divine force crystals will be depleted within 3 days. Without the reserve of divine force crystals, the Vajra Transcendent's combat power will be weakened by more than half. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively gave up on the barrier. Chapter 882. So this is the Vajra Transcendent's Divine Legion? Interesting. Outside the divine country, Yang Feng looked at the Vajra Transcendent's divine country. He saw that the Vajra Transcendent's divine country is filled with 10-meter-tall humanoid weapons engraved with Vajra runes and exuding golden light. Angels are the most favorite general-purpose weapons of gods. No matter the environment, the gods could use different angelic pools to create different types of angels. However, angels are not the only divine legions of gods. On the Feisua plane, the Titan celestial race likes to use martyrs' palaces to fight. The Titan celestial race's martyrs' palaces select heroes of various eras of the Titan Empire and attract their souls into the martyrs' palaces to be reincarnated as martyrs. The martyrs not only have their memories of fighting, but can also fight and improve their strength in the martyrs' palaces. Once the martyrs in the martyrs' palaces are released, each of them is a dragon among men, a hero among heroes. Their fighting strength and growth potential are far greater than that of angels. The only drawback is that the martyrs need to consume much more divine force than angels, and the cost of cultivating a martyr is much higher than that of an angel. The Vajra Transcendent has evidently obtained a manufacturing method for another type of divine legion, which is how he created these giant-like humanoid weapons engraved with mysterious runes. Attack! With a thought from Yang Feng, the strengthened 4th-generation battle robots poured into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country like a tide. Starry Sky explorers took this opportunity to fly into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country. As soon as the Starry Sky explorers flew into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country, they extended countless tentacles and scattered in all directions. As soon as the tentacles appeared, they began to analyze the situation of the Vajra Transcendent's divine country. Starry Sky explorers are top interstellar scouts to begin with. Not only can they search for enemies and resource celestial bodies, but they also have the important function of analyzing the structure of celestial bodies and evaluating the fighting strength of enemies. Vajra Transcendent's divine country. Degree of completeness 43. 6%. The law embedded in it is the law of Vajra, a defensive law. A deity who wields the Vajra law has a defense far beyond that of an ordinary deity. Their weakness is that their movement speed is generally slightly weaker than other deities of the same level. A series of information and intelligence reports were sent back by the interstellar explorer. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. A completion rate of 43.6%. In other words, the divine country of the Vajra Transcendent has yet to recover from the blow of the Dark Transcendent King. Just as I expected. During those few days, Yang Feng collected information about this world's mythological era to corroborate the information about the spectral wolf demonic god. From the various information he had gathered, the 3 demon gods had indeed been severely injured by the Black Demon God King, and their divine nations had nearly been shattered from the starry sky. Although the divine kingdom was the home of the gods and the final fortress of defense, there was also a limit to what it could bear. The Dark Transcendent King is a peerless expert of the quasi-holy step. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 transcendent gods aren't ordinary greater divine force rank experts, their divine countries would have long since been destroyed by the Dark Transcendent King. Their divine countries are extremely sturdy and possess all kinds of incredible extraordinary powers. However, it is very difficult to repair them, requiring the consumption of a large number of divine force crystals. It has been less than 100 years since the Transcendent Church, where the Vajra Transcendent is located, reactivated. The amount of faith force that can be provided to the Vajra Transcendent during that period of time is not worth mentioning. Even if the Vajra Transcendent has faith in other planes and can harvest divine force crystals, but it is impossible for him to obtain too many divine force crystals in a short period of time. It is on this basis that Yang Feng launched a brazen attack on the Vajra Transcendent's divine country without hesitation. With the Type 3 Undyings as the vanguard, the dense crowd of 4th-generation battle robots appeared in front of the Vajra Transcendent's divine legions in almost an instant and brandished their blades to slash at the divine legions. Along with ear-piercing sounds of slashing, the giant-like divine legions were slashed into pieces by the Type 3 Undyings, and a copious amount of gold blood sprinkled on the ground. How is this possible? Damn it, my Vajra giant has a defense that far surpasses that of angels. How could it be so easily slashed by those golems? In the center of the Vajra Transcendent's divine country, in a gold hall, the complexion of the Vajra Transcendent, who exudes a fearsome aura, changed dramatically, and he roared wildly. The tremendous voice reverberated in the gold hall and formed powerful shock waves. Even if it is a Starry Sky warlock rank powerhouse who hears the Vajra Transcendent's roar, they will be easily shattered. Vajra giants are divine legions refined by the Vajra Transcendent using a special method. Each Vajra giant has a fearsome defense. Even a feeble divine force rank god will have to spend a lot of divine force to kill one. The fact that the Vajra giant was easily slashed to pieces by the Type 3 Undyings filled the Vajra Transcendent with anger and fear. A god of war, radiating the light of battle and exuding intermediate divine force rank fluctuations of power, stepped forward and said solemnly, "My lord, please let me go and kill your enemy." The Vajra Transcendent looked around and saw that only the god of war remained in the temple that was originally full of gods. The rest of the gods either died at the hands of the Dark Transcendent King or fell into a deep sleep. Let's go together and kill that outsider. The Vajra Transcendent's eyes shimmered coldly, and he raised the strong divine force rank god armament Vajra scepter and frantically burned divine force. In the Vajra divine country, divine light shone, and all the power in the divine country was extracted and transformed into the law of Vajra. Vajra runes bloomed on the Vajra giants, and gold light revolved around them. When the Type 3 Undying slashed at the Vajra giants with their blades, They opened huge wounds on the Vajra giants, yet they couldn't cut them in two in an instant. The Vajra giants formed a battle formation and slammed the huge wolf-tooth clubs in their hands into the Type 3 Undyings, blasting them apart. Chapter 883. As the beam of light from the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery slowly dissipated, half of the 10,000-meter-tall Vajra Transcendent's body collapsed and disappeared, leaving only the other half. A large amount of blood scattered on the ground from the Vajra Transcendent's body. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration, "What a fearsome defense!" As expected of the Vajra Transcendent with the strongest defense. The Starfield Battlestar's main artillery can kill a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse with a single shot. The Gumana universe's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses don't dare to block the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery. Yet the Vajra Transcendent didn't die after taking a shot from the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery. This is simply heaven-defying. Engines roared, and a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots flew towards the Vajra Transcendent like shooting stars and slashed at him. Ding, 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 ding. Crisp sounds of metal striking metal rang. The Type 3 Undead's blades, which can injure Warlock Monarchs, couldn't cut the Vajra Transcendent's skin. However, most of the Type 3 Undyings drilled into the Vajra Transcendent's wound caused by the Starfield Battlestar and frantically slashed at the Vajra Transcendent's body, causing the wound to become even bigger. "Outsider, I'll kill you!" The Vajra Transcendent roared, erupted with a fearsome force field, and sent the Type 3 Undead inside him flying. Exuding a fierce aura, he rushed out of the Divine Country. The Vajra Transcendent knows that once he leaves the Divine Country, his strength will drop by several times. But if he stays in the Divine Country, it will only be a matter of time before he and the God of War die after his Vajra Giant Legion is annihilated. The Vajra Transcendent's only way to survive is to destroy the Starfield Battlestar and kill Yang Feng. "My lord!" The God of War roared, burned what little Divine Force crystals he had left, and turned into a sword of the God of War that soared into the sky. The fourth-generation battle robots blocking in front of the God of War were slashed to pieces by the sword of the God of War. Lightning, ice cones, gravity, light beams, and other attacks slammed into the sword of the God of War, causing the sword of the God of War to tremble, and drops of gold blood dripped from the sword of the God of War. Once a Moonlight Warlock enters the realm of transcendence, an attack of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse can even injure a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The God of War Avatar's Sword of the God of War endured the attacks of countless fourth-generation battle robots, which was equivalent to being besieged by countless Moonlight Warlocks. With a dazzling sword light, the Sword of the War God slashed through the siege of countless fourth-generation battle robots and appeared outside the Divine Kingdom. Yang Feng sneered, "Fool, the God of the Transcendent God of War." God. Battled by World, the Warlock, the Transcendent rank powerhouse God of Battlestar, the Light, the Bright Light, the Light World, the God of World from War's World. Besieged by a dozen-plus Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light units, the God of War was torn to pieces. The brilliant Star Hunters slashed at the Vajra Transcendent with their brilliant star battle swords and opened wounds of various sizes. The Vajra Transcendent roared wildly and slammed his huge wolf-tooth club into the brilliant Star Hunters, dazzling light units, and other fifth-generation battle robots. The movement speed and reaction speed of the fifth-generation battle robots are far above that of the fourth-generation battle robots. There is a civilization gap between the two sides. Every time the Vajra Transcendent attacks with all his might, he can only destroy a dozen-plus fifth-generation battle robots. The swarm of fifth-generation battle robots shrouded and devoured the Vajra Transcendent like a ferocious army of marching ants. Once a supreme god was born in a secondary level, 2 plane, that plane would no longer be able to give birth to other gods, and all divine force and laws would be occupied by the supreme god. Every supreme god was tyrannical to the extreme. In their own plane, every supreme god was equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse in terms of battle prowess. Some supreme gods with long lifespans and tyrannical strength could even compare to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses in their divine country. At the time, the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord didn't have any supreme gods as subordinates. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the demonic God Lord was. Born from the demonic God Empyrean imprint, the true God Empyrean imprint naturally had a strong restraining effect on demonic gods. Even the strong divine force rank Vajra Transcendent couldn't resist it. Yang Feng looked at the Vajra Transcendent standing respectfully in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. At the time in the Feisua Plain, a strong divine force rank god was already an unreachable and powerful existence in Yang Feng's eyes. But now, a great divine power rank god had become his servant. Yang Feng said, "A few days ago, a powerful outsider entered this world. As the guardian of this world, do you know where he went?" Killing the warlock monarch rank red rhombus race powerhouse is Yang Feng's goal in coming to this world. The Vajra Transcendent pondered for a while, and then said, "The six-eyed Transcendent." He entered the divine country of the six-eyed Transcendent. When the warlock monarch red rhombus race powerhouse was chased by Yang Feng, he didn't restrain his aura and plunged into this world. It is impossible for such a powerful existence to hide from the Vajra Transcendent, who is the guardian of this world. In a world guarded by a god, gods are a part of the world's rules. Even if it is a warlock powerhouse, if they want to sneak into a world guarded by a god, they must cast secret methods to conceal their essence and soul. After concealing his aura and soul, Yang Feng sneaked into this world, incarnated into Edu, and took advantage of the opportunity to analyze the rules of this world. Yang Feng uttered, "The coordinates of the six-eyed Transcendent's divine country." The Vajra Transcendent's eyes fired two golden rays that formed a golden sphere in Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng pinched the golden sphere, and the coordinates of the six-eyed Transcendent's divine country appeared in his mind. Yang Feng ordered decisively, "Set off, the destination is the divine country of the six-eyed Transcendent." Countless battle robots flew back from the divine country of the Vajra Transcendent and entered the warships. A bright world warlock rank dazzling light unit flew back with the godhead of the god of war and the god armament sword of the god of war and handed them to Yang Feng. The huge fleet flew into the starry sky and soon appeared in front of a celestial body. "I am the goddess of the earth, and this is the six-eyed Transcendent. Outsider, this is the world we guard. May I ask what brings you here?" In the starry sky, a blonde woman with a sexy figure and a beautiful appearance exuding a kind and gentle aura as well as a transcendent with six eyes with a ferocious expression blocked the path of Yang Feng's fleet. "Respected goddess of the earth, I came to hunt down a ferocious transcendent from another universe. He fled into the divine country of the six-eyed Transcendent. Give him to me, and I will leave this world." With a flash of light, Yang Feng's holographic projection appeared in front of the two strong divine force rank gods and said slowly, Chapter 884. If the other universe's powerhouses hadn't invaded, Yang Feng would have found a way to annex this world, strengthen his forces, and obtain more resources. But now that the other universe's powerhouses have invaded, it is best to unite all forces that can be united to defeat the other universe's powerhouses. If the Vajra Transcendent didn't give Yang Feng a chance to speak, he wouldn't have used his mechanical legion to destroy the Vajra Transcendent's divine country in one fell swoop and capture him. The six-eyed Transcendent rolled his six eyes and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You said that he fled into my divine country, so he fled into my divine country? Scram! This world doesn't welcome you. In that case, go to hell." Yang Feng's expression changed, and a beam from a blazing sun-grade primary artillery suddenly fired, slammed into the projection of the six-eyed Transcendent, and purified it. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of the earth shimmered coldly, and she uttered in a frigid voice, "Outsider, this is the world we guard. Aren't you being too overbearing? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." A beam from a blazing sun-grade primary artillery suddenly slammed into the projection of the goddess of the earth and blasted it to pieces. After the two projections were blasted to pieces, the huge fleet continued to fly into the starry sky. In a space filled with dense laws of earth, the ground was covered in forests, and beautiful flowers grew everywhere. It was like a paradise on earth, and there was a colossal divine hall at the center of the divine kingdom. On the throne in the center of the temple sits a beautiful blonde woman of unmatched beauty. She is this world's goddess of the earth. Below the goddess of the earth stand 20 female angels, each of whom exudes moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. Damn it! All of a sudden, the face of the goddess of the earth flickered, her eyes shimmered with anger, and her delicate shout reverberated in the space like a clap of thunder. A beautiful bright world warlock rank blazing angel saluted the goddess of the earth and asked respectfully, "My lord, what made you so angry?" The goddess of the earth sighed slightly. "The outsider refused our kindness and decided to wage war." The beautiful bright world warlock rank blazing angel said solemnly, "Then I can fight for my lord and offer you the head of that outsider." The Mother Earth goddess slowly said, "This enemy's strength is extremely terrifying. Even the Vajra demon god has been suppressed by him." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the angels in the hall changed slightly. The Vajra demonic god was one of the three great divine powers in this world, and his defense was the best. Even though the Vajra demonic god had been in a deep slumber for tens of thousands of years, he was still extremely powerful. Compared to the goddess of the earth, she is only slightly inferior. For such a terrifying existence to be suppressed by Yang Feng naturally shocked the angels. As the war weapons of the gods, the angels were not afraid of death in battle. However, they were also highly intelligent and understood that the enemy this time would not be easy to deal with. The goddess of the earth originally planned to have a good talk with Yang Feng. But with a few words from the six-eyed transcendent, both sides shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no room for reconciliation. The beautiful bright world warlock rank blazing angel asked solemnly, "My lord, what should we do now?" There was an enigmatic gleam in the eyes of the goddess of the earth goddess, and she said slowly, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. Now we can only do our best to support the six-eyed transcendent. Otherwise, if the six-eyed transcendent is destroyed, I'm afraid that the next one will be me." This world is a grade 3 plane that can accommodate quasi-holy step powerhouses. There are countless resources in this plane. At the same time, the divine authority of this plane can be used to accommodate many powerhouses. When the goddess of the earth sent an avatar to travel the astral boundary, she secretly entered the Zhongji plane to study. She naturally knows that human warlocks are extremely aggressive. If the two sides are evenly matched, then human warlocks may respect the opponent and carry out a series of cooperation. But if there is a huge difference in strength between the two sides, and there is no friendship between the two sides, then human warlocks will attack the plane, occupy it, and turn it into their own territory. Since the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, human warlocks have never stopped exploring and invading other planes. By absorbing the essence of the civilizations of countless races, human warlocks have been able to create a brilliant, prosperous, and diverse warlock civilization. The goddess of the earth flicked her wrist, and a yellow scepter appeared in her hand. She pointed with a finger, and yellow light shone and formed a huge yellow gate in the void. That yellow gate was called the Gate of the Divine Kingdom. It was a powerful artifact developed by the Earth Mother Goddess. With the Gate of the Divine Kingdom, the forces that possessed the Gate of the Divine Kingdom could easily travel between the Divine Kingdoms, gather their forces, and resist their enemies. Six-eyed Transcendent, the outsider has gone to attack your divine country. Give up your divine country immediately and come to my divine country. The two of us will join forces to contend against the outsider." The goddess of the earth pointed with a scepter in her hand, and divine force surged and formed the projection of the six-eyed transcendent in the void. She spoke calmly. The six-eyed transcendent uttered unhurriedly, "Goddess of the earth, please come to my divine country for support. As long as you get through this tribulation, I can give you the souls of 20 saints. Saints are the most precious treasures of every god. Not only do they possess formidable power, but they are also very pious to their god. They dedicate their entire body and mind to the god they serve. The souls of every saint are top materials for refining blazing angels. The souls of 20 saints can allow the goddess of the earth to produce 5 more blazing angels. For gods, this is a huge sum." The goddess of the earth responded calmly, "My divine country is full of the law of earth. As long as I am in my divine country, it is the same as standing on the earth. I will never die or fail. But if I go to your divine country, my strength will be weakened by at least 50%. Come to my divine country, and I will support you. You don't have to pay me anything." Among the 3 transcendent gods, the Vajra transcendent is rude and upright, the goddess of the earth is kind and gentle, and the six-eyed transcendent is eccentric and acts in an equally bizarre manner. The goddess of the earth doesn't dare to set foot in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent lightly. In this world, no matter where it is, the goddess of the earth doesn't fear the six-eyed transcendent in the slightest, except in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. The six-eyed transcendent uttered with a smile, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. Goddess of the earth, if I'm killed by that outsider, his next target will definitely be you. Helping me is equivalent to helping yourself." The goddess of the earth responded lightly, "Not necessarily. As long as I try to negotiate with him, there's always a possibility of discussion. If worst comes to worst, I'll give up my position as a god and leave this world." The six-eyed transcendent sneered, Leave this world? Impossible. Once you give up your position and leave this world, all your power will disappear. You will no longer be the aloof goddess of the earth, but an ordinary person. Can you really give up everything and be willing to be an ordinary person? Gods have far longer lifespans than ordinary warlocks and terrifying battle prowess. However, they are also bound by the plane. Once a god's true body leaves their plane, they will slowly weaken after a week. If a god gives up their divine country and everything else, all their power will gradually disappear, and they will become an ordinary person. They may even die due to the backlash. Therefore, unless it is a last resort, no god will give up their world to ascend to godhood. The goddess of the earth uttered calmly, I have Annie and Vega to protect me. Even if I leave this place, I won't die. I can go to another place and start over again. Annie and Vega are two bright world warlock rank blazing angels subordinated to the goddess of the earth. When a god leaves their plane, their strength will decline, and they may even die due to the backlash. However, as long as there are angels around them, the angels will protect them and help them get through their weakest period. The six-eyed transcendent's face flickered, and he contemplated for a while before saying, Goddess of the earth, come and help me. As long as you help me this time, then for 10,000 years, I will only keep enough believers to maintain my existence in this world. The goddess of the earth took a deep look at the six-eyed transcendent and pointed with the yellow scepter in her hand, and the projection of the six-eyed transcendent collapsed and disappeared. Annie asked curiously, My lord, aren't we going to help him? The eyes of the goddess of the earth shimmered gloomily, and she uttered hatefully, The six-eyed transcendent harbors evil intentions. If I go, I'm afraid that I will die at his hands, or even become his puppet. The doctrine of the six-eyed transcendent is full of slaughter, betrayal, conspiracy, and other darkness. He is a dark transcendent. Such a dark transcendent is the most untrustworthy. The goddess of the earth has lived for who knows how many years. She has seen many gods enter the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent and either become his servants or disappear. At the time, the three transcendent gods joined forces to resist the dark transcendent king, but they chose to fight in the divine country of the Vajra transcendent. Even the Vajra transcendent wouldn't set foot in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Naturally, the goddess of the earth wouldn't be so stupid as to enter the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Yang Feng's fleet soon appeared outside the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. The divine country of the six-eyed transcendent is a dark celestial body, and a copious amount of dark divine force pervades the divine country. Yang Feng glanced at the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent and smiled coldly. So this is the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Dark divine force is best at eroding the mind. Any intelligent life form that enters it will be affected. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on robots. The doors of the huge fleet opened, and a swarm of battle robots poured into the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent like a tide. A legion of dark angels, with their pitch-black wings spread, emerged from the endless demonic chi, and they look very similar to fallen angels. Chapter 885. How dare you break into my divine country? You won't be able to leave this place alive. In the center of the divine country, inside a huge temple, the six-eyed transcendent looked at the countless battle robots that appeared in the sky, snorted coldly, raised a black halberd, and pointed at the sky. Violent divine force fluctuations suddenly surged, and mysterious runes appeared in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent in an instant. A tremendous amount of darkness divine force entered the Dark Angel and forcibly increased the Dark Angel's fighting strength by a level. At the same time, the darkness divine power of the six-eyed transcendent's divine kingdom was constantly eroding the fourth-generation battle robots. The strengthened fourth-generation battle robots activated their energy shields to resist the erosion of the dark divine force. At the same time, they launched a frenzied attack on the Dark Angels. After the Dark Angels advanced by a level, but there was still a terrifying gap between them and the fourth-generation battle robots in terms of battle prowess. As soon as the Undyings rushed into the midst of the Dark Angels, they brandished their blades and chopped the Dark Angels into pieces. In an instant, a huge hole was torn open in the dense swarm of Dark Angels, and countless Dark Angels were chopped into pieces. As soon as the Dark Angels were smashed, they turned into strands of black gas that entered the void. Dark freaks once again condensed in the void and flew out, pouncing on the huge mechanical legion. When the dark freaks collided with the Type 3 Undyings, they were easily killed, and then turned into dark divine force that entered the divine country. As if there was no end to the dark freaks, they kept appearing and consuming the power of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Although the dark freaks aren't strong, but their ability to be reborn from the divine country is terrifying. Besieged by them, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will have their strength consumed. Without a powerful secret method, they may even be exhausted to death. The six-eyed demonic god looked at the darkness freaks that were constantly being reborn and curled his lips into a mocking smirk. "Fool, this is my god country. To think that you would dare to attack my god country after being ridiculed. What a fool." In this divine country, the six-eyed transcendent is even confident in defeating warlock monarch rank powerhouses. The Dark Fiend Deity King was a terrifying half-saint expert, which was why he had no choice but to join forces with the Mother Goddess of the Earth and the Vajra demonic god. It's a pity that Mother Earth didn't fall for it. Otherwise, I could have a taste of the Mother Earth. The six-eyed demon god turned to take a deep look at a blood-red cross that was engraved with countless runes and gave off a strong smell of blood. A look of pity flashed through its eyes. Within his divine kingdom, the six-eyed demon god was 100% confident that he could swiftly suppress the Mother Earth goddess, who was at the same level as him. That was why he requested the Mother Goddess of the Earth to come to his divine kingdom. He wanted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and have a taste of the Mother Goddess of the Earth, whose strength was above his. Yang Feng sneered, "Unkillable freaks?" This was the unique characteristic of the complete divine kingdom of the six-eyed demonic god. If this characteristic was encountered by others, it would give them a huge headache. Unfortunately, the opponent is my mechanical army. A level 5 stronghold flew out of the Starfield Battlestar and flew into the divine kingdom of the six-eyed demon god like a meteor. The level 5 stronghold extended 365 tubes, which frantically inhaled, and the dark divine power of the slashed freaks in the sky was sucked into the level 5 stronghold. Inside the level 5 stronghold, the eternal propulsion furnaces roared and absorbed the darkness divine force and transformed it into high-energy crystals. Huge whirlpools suddenly appeared in the divine kingdom of darkness and frantically devoured the darkness divine force inside. The eternal propulsion furnaces specialized in absorbing all kinds of energy and transforming them into high-energy crystals. Darkness divine force was just one kind of energy, so it was naturally absorbed and transformed by the eternal propulsion furnaces. Curses! How is this possible? How can this be? The six-eyed demon god watched as the chopped freaks were absorbed into the level 5 stronghold and the darkness divine force in his divine kingdom decreased at a frightening rate, and his face fell at once. Inside the divine country, the six-eyed demon god can clearly perceive that the darkness divine force in his divine country is disappearing at an alarming rate. Hongshe Jiangyan, go destroy that thing. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, the six-eyed demon god barked at the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse engraved with countless mysterious runes and a lifeless look in his eyes. As soon as the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse escaped into this world, he was deceived by the six-eyed demon god into his divine country, where he was suppressed and refined into a golem weapon. The golem forged from the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse is extremely powerful, and its combat power is comparable to that of the six-eyed demon god. Naturally, the six-eyed demon god wouldn't hand over such a treasure to Yang Feng, which is why this war broke out. Yes, master. With a sluggish aura, the warlock monarch rank red rhombus saluted the six-eyed demon god. Suddenly, the red rhombus on the forehead of the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse burst out with a rune, and warlock monarch rank red light shone on the six-eyed transcendent. Illuminated by the red light, the six-eyed demon god froze for a moment. At this moment, the hands of the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank suddenly burst out, and 6 red rays pierced into the 6 eyes of the six-eyed demon god like swords. In the nick of time, the six-eyed transcendent released fearsome black light that formed a divine light barrier around him. The 6 red rays pierced into the 6 eyes of the six-eyed transcendent and crushed them, and drops of blood dripped from the 6 eyes of the six-eyed transcendent. You damn beast! How dare you injure me? How dare you injure my eyes? The six-eyed transcendent let loose an earth-shattering roar of anguish. Each of the 6 eyes of the six-eyed transcendent possesses different extraordinary powers. 2 of them can seriously injure or even kill a warlock monarch rank powerhouse if they are hit by them. As a warlock monarch rank powerhouse of the Gamana universe, Hongshe Zhengyuan is a seasoned and experienced powerhouse, which is why he chose to seriously injure the 6 eyes of the six-eyed transcendent. Thank you for helping me recover, idiot. With a flash of derision in his eyes, the red rhombus warlock monarch rank powerhouse radiated red light, and he soared into the sky and flew outside. Then let us die together. There was a hint of madness in the six-eyed demon god's voice. He waved his hand, and a mirror with an eye on it suddenly appeared and shone on crimson stone Jiang Yuan. 28 runes emerged from the strange eye, and resonated with the runes inside the red rhombus warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Damn it, you really did something to my body. Many parts of Hongshi Jiang Yuan's body twisted. He gritted his teeth, and the red rhombus on his forehead released rays of light that enveloped him. Many parts of Hongshi Jiang Yuan's body exploded, and his flesh and blood merged with the dark divine force in the void and formed a freak exuding bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. As soon as the freak took shape, Hongshi Jiang Yuan's power weakened by 30%. Hongshi Jiang Yuan glanced coldly at the freak, and then turned into a stream of light and flew out of the divine country of the six-eyed demon god. His top priority is to escape from here and get rid of Yang Feng's pursuit, rather than fight the six-eyed demon god to the death. Go to hell. Dark verdict. The six-eyed demon god roared wildly, took out the black spear Dark Verdict, and threw it at Hongshi Jiang Yuan. Within the divine kingdom, countless strands of black divine power poured into the dark judgment, constantly strengthening it until it reached the pinnacle. It turned into a beam of black light that could destroy everything, pierce through everything, and stab at Hongshi Jiang Yuan. The Dark Verdict is one of the strongest trump cards of the six-eyed demon god. In the divine country, it can even seriously injure or kill warlock monarch rank powerhouses. You're crazy. Hongshi Jiang Yuan was both shocked and angry. He shouted, and the red caltrop on his forehead shone with a terrifying red light, forming a red defensive barrier in front of him. When the Dark Verdict stabbed into the red barrier, it pierced through the red barrier, and then stabbed Hongshi Jiang Yuan, and the lower half of his body was blasted to pieces. Hongshi Jiang Yuan's blood scattered, but he still gritted his teeth and flew out of the divine country. If he had continued to fight the six-eyed demon god when he launched a sneak attack, he might have had a chance to kill the other party. But now, he has no chance to kill the six-eyed demon god. Within a breath of time, Hongshi Jiang Yuan flew out of the divine country. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Hongshi Jiang Yuan flew out of the divine country, he was just about to cast a secret method, when he saw a huge palm carrying primal chaos breath barreling towards him. The red rhombus between Hongshi Jiang Yuan's eyebrows shone, turned into a sharp awl, and pierced through the huge palm. As if a spear, a mechanical flood formed from 1,000,000 fifth-generation battle robots engulfed Hongshi Jiang Yuan in an instant. Amid flashes of red light, fifth-generation battle robots were destroyed by Hongshi Jiang Yuan one after another. Haha, you damn aboriginal of the inferior universe, you want to capture me alive? It won't be that easy. Let's die together. After destroying more than 1,000 fifth-generation battle robots, Hongshi Jiang Yuan burst into laughter, shone with red light, and exploded in an instant. The terrifying explosion engulfed the 3,000 fifth-generation battle robots around him. Chapter 886. The six-eyed transcendent appeared, its body riddled with wounds. Dark divine force surged, and a large amount of god blood sprinkled on the divine country. After struggling for a quarter of an hour, the six-eyed transcendent soul was finally eroded, and it bowed respectfully to Yang Feng. Of course, level 5 strongholds aren't invincible. As long as Yang Feng's mechanical legion can't resist the attack of the gods, the level 5 stronghold will be destroyed. At the moment when the small black imprint appeared, 3 black sword rays flew out of the level 5 stronghold and stabbed into the six-eyed transcendent. Without hesitation, an earth-yellow warship flew out of the divine country of the goddess of the earth and plunged into astral boundary. Countless runes pierced into the six-eyed transcendent, entangled his soul, and eroded his soul. After a stalemate, the black beam formed from the magic eye black ray collapsed and disappeared. Each of the advanced strongholds of the Shizu had the ability to absorb all kinds of strange energies. Many worlds filled with chaotic energies could be suppressed, refined, and turned into new colonies of the Shizu. Within the divine country, the six-eyed transcendent laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with madness, and he pointed at the level 5 stronghold with a huge scepter in his hand. The six-eyed transcendent was defeated. And he lost so miserably. There's no chance of victory at all. Within the divine country of the goddess of the earth, The goddess of the earth watched through a mirror as the six-eyed transcendent was captured by the three blazing angels and brought to Yang Feng, and she felt a chill in her heart. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, a red crystal covered in cracks flew into the distance like a stone. Yang Feng uttered calmly, "No, since this grade 3 plane is my foundation, there naturally can't be any variables. Although the Styx oath is difficult to break, but it's not impossible." As a warlock monarch rank powerhouse from another universe, every inch of Hongshi Zhengyuan's remains has great research value. Only a living god like the goddess of the earth would leave behind the wealth of a divine country for Yang Feng to plunder. The six-eyed demon god's hand that was holding the black seal was also severed. 200,000 fifth-generation battle robots flew out from the level 5 stronghold and attacked the six-eyed transcendent the moment the dazzling beam disappeared. The mother goddess hesitated for a moment before saying, "If I choose to submit to you, can I use the method of signing the Nether River Oath to confirm our relationship?" Damn it! Once controlled by the true god Empyrean imprint, everything would belong to the owner. Even if the demonic god wanted to commit suicide, it would be extremely difficult. Every god's divine kingdom was constructed from some kind of law of authority, crystallization of divine power, and all kinds of natural treasures. Every divine kingdom was a huge treasure trove. Idiot! Within the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent, countless dark angels and dark freaks suddenly knelt on the ground and stopped attacking. "Yes," Yang Feng ordered. "Have your people stop." Third-class planes were extremely precious and rare. The Battle Demon sect had existed for tens of thousands of years, but its headquarters was only a fourth-class plane. The Battle Demon sect had also discovered some Grade 3 and Grade 2 planes, but they all had masters. Containing terrifying power, fallen angel fire erupted in an instant and burned the six-eyed transcendent. The Nether River Oath was one of the highest oaths in the universe. However, there were countless treasures and mysterious secret methods in the universe. One of the leaves of an extraordinary plant known as the Deceit Magic Tree, which had been passed down from the Eternal Era, could break the Nether River Oath. There were countless dark angels and dark freaks in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Although those weapons were not a match for Yang Feng's mechanical legion, but they could still destroy a part of it. In addition to the Deception Tree, there were also several rare treasures in the universe that could break the Nether River Oath. Since Yang Feng wanted to turn this plane into his foundation, he naturally couldn't allow any accidents and variables to exist. There was a flash of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes. The Starfield Battlestar's artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam slammed into the six-eyed transcendent. When the six-eyed transcendent was pulled out of the divine country, a true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and countless rune chains flew out and stabbed towards the six-eyed transcendent. A transparent energy shield emerged from the level 5 stronghold. "Greetings, Master." With a flash of light, a projection of the goddess of the earth appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "How can I allow others to sleep soundly next to my bed? This is a rare Grade 3 plane that can give birth to warlock monarch rank powerhouses. It is the foundation for the prosperity of a large force. I can't give up." One of the main reasons why the six-eyed transcendent provoked Yang Feng to attack him is that the Grade 3 plane is extremely important to Yang Feng. Well done. Since Yang Feng discovered this Grade 3 plane, he won't let it go easily. The goddess of the earth uttered decisively, "In that case I choose to leave." In front of the Starfield Battlestar, the goddess of the earth lowered her posture, saluted Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Congratulations on killing a strong enemy, sir. I am sorry for what happened before. Please allow me to apologize to you." Now that the level 5 stronghold can absorb the divine force of the divine country, Yang Feng has another trump card to deal with the divine country of the gods. Black Light of the Demon Eye was one of the most powerful long-range attack spells that the six-eyed demon god had mastered. Within the Darkness Divine Kingdom, even a strong divine power rank god would be severely injured or even killed by the Black Light of the Demon Eye. Besieged by a swarm of fifth-generation battle robots, the six-eyed transcendent struggled bitterly. With a flick of his wrist, a small black imprint suddenly appeared. Yang Feng looked at the level 5 stronghold below and raised the corners of his mouth into a smile. So that's how it is. The divine country of gods can be attacked in this way. After a god dies, their divine country will be pulled by astral boundary and fall into astral boundary. No one can get the wealth of their divine country. In their divine country, as long as they burn their divine force, gods can freely appear in any corner of the battlefield. This is the authority of gods in their divine country. The most troublesome aspect of a god's divine kingdom was that it was filled with the power of a certain type of divine power. This divine force authority can weaken the enemy and strengthen oneself. Countless battle robots flew up one after another, carrying different wreckages as they flew towards the star sector-level interstellar battleship. The goddess of the earth raised her eyebrows and said slowly, "Can't we coexist peacefully in this world?" Yang Feng looked at the beautiful goddess of the earth and uttered flatly, "There's no need for that. Goddess of the earth, I am now the guardian of this world. You have 3 choices. The first choice is to submit to me and become my subordinate. The second choice is to leave this world. The third choice is to die in this world." The goddess of the earth doesn't want to be like the six-eyed transcendent, whose life and death are completely under Yang Feng's control. Burned by the fallen angel fire, the soul of the six-eyed transcendent screamed in pain. Unable to cast any divine spells, it was forcibly pulled out of the divine country by Agnipe and the other 2 supreme infinity warlock rank fallen angels. Once the goddess of the earth left this world, there is no longer any power in this world that can contend against Yang Feng. The mechanical legion Yang Feng sent swept through the world. Without exception, the countries of this world surrendered and became members of the Holy Moon Empire. 3 black chains shot out from the 3 supreme infinity warlock rank fallen angel marshals, pierced into the six-eyed transcendent, coiled around it, and burned its divine force and soul. In the divine country, countless runes churned, and a huge demonic eye 100 meters in diameter suddenly appeared. The huge demonic eye looked in the direction of the level 5 stronghold, and a black beam shot out from the huge demonic eye and blasted into the level 5 stronghold in an instant. Black divine spell shields emerged from the six-eyed transcendent, and then collapsed. A dazzling light unit appeared in front of the red crystal, grabbed the red crystal, and blurred into motion, and then flew towards the battlestar. Although the six-eyed transcendent's 6 eyes were pierced by Hongshi Jiang Yuan, but it still has a way to perceive the situation around it. When it saw the countless rune chains, it trembled slightly. It was just about to cast a powerful spell, but it felt a sharp pain on its soul, and it couldn't cast any spell. When the magic eye black ray slammed into the transparent shield, it caved in. As soon as the goddess of the earth withdrew from her divine country, countless battle robots entered it and began to dismantle it. The six-eyed transcendent roared in rage as he combusted his divine force in a frenzy. In an instant, he appeared above the level 5 fortress, raised a black greatsword, and slashed at the level 5 fortress. The six-eyed transcendent responded respectfully. He waved the scepter in his hand, and a powerful wave of divine power entered his divine kingdom. Huge whirlpools appeared on the level 5 stronghold, devoured the surrounding dark divine force, and formed new energy crystals. Chapter 887. Do the 2 of you know the whereabouts of the Dark Transcendent King? In the back garden of a luxurious villa, Yang Feng is sitting on a beach chair, with the Vajra Transcendent and the six-eyed Transcendent standing beside him. The Vajra Transcendent replied, "I don't know." Nourished by formidable divine force, the six-eyed Transcendent, who has recovered an eye, said unhurriedly, "At the time, I used the Black Death Eye to attack the Dark Transcendent King and established a connection with him. I know his whereabouts." Among the Vajra Transcendent, the six-eyed Transcendent, and the Goddess of the Earth, although the six-eyed Transcendent isn't the strongest, but his 6 eyes are extremely strange. Even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses wouldn't dare to be hit by his eyes. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered slowly, "In that case, he is still in a weakened state. If the Dark Transcendent King was at his peak, with his quasi-holy step strength, he could easily eliminate the six-eyed Transcendent's Black Death Eye." The six-eyed Transcendent hesitated for a while, and then uttered, "That should be the case, unless he wants to lure me to a dangerous place and kill me." In the past, the Black Devil Deity King had forced his way into the divine kingdoms of the 3 great divine powers and had a decisive battle with them. He had attempted to kill the 3 great divine power-level gods with the terrifying strength of a semi-saint, but in the end, both sides had suffered great losses. The extremely arrogant Black Fiend God King might have also absorbed the confidence of his past arrogance and set up such a trap. Yang Feng thought for a while and then shook his head. "Impossible. At the time, the Dark Transcendent King was seriously injured by the 3 of you and fled in a sorry state. He must have suffered serious injuries that are difficult to recover from. Under such circumstances, the most important thing for him to do is to restore himself and remove all the foreign powers in his body. Since he couldn't eliminate the power of your Black Death Eye, it proves that he is still in a weakened state. As Yang Feng analyzed, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. A half-step sage expert was a huge treasure in itself. It was an incomparably huge resource. If you can get a quasi-holy step soul core, you may be able to promote a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Yang Feng ordered. Take me to him. The six-eyed transcendent replied respectfully. Yes, Master. Outside the star domain of a blue planet, ripples flashed, and a star sector-level interstellar battleship appeared silently in the starry sky of that planet. This is where the Black Fiend God King is hiding? This should be a 5th-grade realm. Inside the starfield Battlestar, Yang Feng felt a powerful binding force envelop him and suppress his cultivation base to the Moonlight Warlock realm, and he couldn't help but frown. The limit of powerhouses a Grade 5 plane can accommodate is the Bright World Warlock rank. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, their strength will be suppressed to the Bright World Warlock realm. For this place to be the hiding place of the Dark Transcendent King, Yang Feng was surprised. The six-eyed demon god replied respectfully. Yes, Lord, this is the place. My Black Death Eye sent me the coordinates of this place. With a thought from Yang Feng, a hatch on the invisible starfield Battlestar opened, and starry sky explorers flew out, activated the stealth system, and silently flew towards the celestial body. After all, the Dark Transcendent King is a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Whatever he has set up, it must be an extremely earth-shaking and dangerous trap. Yang Feng naturally became cautious. As soon as the space explorers flew into the planet, they saw that the planet was covered with countless extraordinary plants. Yang Feng's level, 5 Mechanical Legion with Glorious Sun Warlock rank level. 5 robots as the main force besieged this world's pinnacle extraordinary life forms, which are only at the Bright World Warlock rank. As long as the plain origin will of this world is analyzed, this world will become Yang Feng's backyard for harvesting bloodline force. This celestial body is 100 times the size of the Earth. However, the speed of the interstellar explorer is terrifying. Even though it hasn't accelerated to the speed of light, but it still explored the celestial body within an hour. 3 days later, relying on the Level 5 optical computer network's computing power comparable to that of a pinnacle warlock monarch, Yang Feng analyzed the plain origin will of this world. In a mountain range that Yang Feng casually named the Super Beast Plain, Yang Feng pointed ahead and said unhurriedly, Is this the place where you sense the Dark Transcendent King? In front of the mountain range, there is a huge pitch-black mountain towering into the clouds. The entire mountain range was constructed from an extremely rare mineral, the primordial star stone. The defensive power of primordial star rock is extremely fearsome. Even an all-out attack from an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse will find it difficult to destroy it. Unless it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, it will be very difficult to destroy the mountain made of primordial star rock. The six-eyed transcendent said, Yes, it's here. However, there is no entrance to this mountain. I wonder how the Dark Transcendent King got in. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. This is the place where the Dark Transcendent King hides and recuperates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled to this place. All of a sudden, Devour Black Moons appeared and slammed into the primordial star rock. Tremendous Devour force spread from the Devour Black Moons and eroded the primordial star rock. The primordial star rock didn't budge, letting the Devour Black Moons devour it. The Devour Black Moons look fierce and fearsome, but they can't harm the primordial star rock in the slightest. Yang Feng frowned slightly and withdrew the Devour Black Moons. I can't absorb any power. My essence of Devour is still not mature enough. However, it's not impossible to break the primordial star rock. Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and countless Devourers turned into a black insect swarm that pounced on the primordial star rock. Countless Devourers pounced on the Zhu Yuan Star Rock Mountain, devouring everything in a frenzy. They forcefully devoured the Zhu Yuan Star Rock Mountain inch by inch, gnawing out a passage leading to the inside. Devourers are one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu. They possess terrifying might, and their devour force is far above that of Yang Feng's. As soon as the passage appeared, a starry sky explorer flew inside. At the end of the passage, there is a huge palace. On a throne in the palace, there sits a handsome young man with long blue hair, a mysterious rune on his forehead, and a domineering aura. Wisps of distorted life force diffused from him and radiated the entire palace. As though they had sensed something, the distorted ghostly figures let out mournful howls as they pounced towards the devourers. The devourers pounced into the midst of the ghostly figures and inhaled frantically, causing the ghostly figures to scream miserably, before turning into black smoke and disappearing. Chapter 888. Yang Feng looked at the phantoms pouring out of the passage, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Did he die? I didn't expect that the dark transcendent king, who broke into the divine country of a strong divine force rank powerhouse, would die here. The phantoms in the passage are extremely terrifying. They can even kill moonlight warlocks. But for an infinity warlock like Yang Feng, they pose no threat at all. Many warlock treasure troves are dangerous. Unless there is a special reason, ordinary people will be easily killed even if they enter a warlock treasure trove. The six-eyed transcendent looked into the depths of the cave with regret in his eyes. He had already awakened decades ago, but the terrifying half-holy expert, the Black Fiend God King, had beaten him into a state of fear, so he did not dare to seek out the Black Fiend God King. He was afraid that the Black Fiend God King would recover and crush him to death. At the time, the Dark Transcendent King fought 3 people by himself. If it wasn't for the blessing of the divine country, the 3 Transcendent Kings wouldn't be his opponent. The six-eyed Transcendent looked around and comforted himself in his heart. But even if I found this place with my strength, I wouldn't be able to open the Starstone Mountain. If I'm not careful, I might die here. With a thought from Yang Feng, a bright world warlock rank flesh golem suddenly flew out from the side and flew towards the depths of the passage. So this is a quasi-holy step powerhouse. How fearsome. He's completely different from the fake red monarch. When Yang Feng's flesh golem avatar flew to in front of the Dark Transcendent King's corpse, he sensed fearsome power coming from the Dark Transcendent King. Although the Dark Transcendent King has died, but the breath he exudes is still much stronger than Yang Feng's. If he was at his peak, Yang Feng wouldn't be his opponent at all. Yang Feng carefully sized up the surroundings of the palace. In the palace, there is a pond inscribed with countless mysterious runes. Clearly, it is a top magic pond specially responsible for restoring the body. At this time, there is no longer a drop of magic liquid in the top magic pond. There are only some phantoms and strange phenomena left in the pond. Clearly, the Dark Transcendent King has sucked the top magic pond dry. But even so, he still couldn't save his life. In addition to the top-notch magic pool, only the materials of the palace could enter Yang Feng's eyes. By demolishing the palace, Yang Feng can manufacture 400,000 fifth-generation battle robots. At the same time, he can harvest some treasures that can be used to upgrade the stronghold to level 6. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the Dark Transcendent King, he scanned the Dark Transcendent King's corpse with his tremendous soul force, looking for the treasures hidden on him. As a quasi-holy step powerhouse, the Dark Transcendent King carries the Transcendent King's body, the Dark Transcendent Feng has with his body. At the moment when Yang Feng's soul force landed on the Dark Transcendent Monarch, the Dark Transcendent Monarch's eyes released black light that entered Yang Feng's flesh golem. King with Transcendent Master. A tremendous force gushed out of the Dark Transcendent King and poured into Yang Feng's flesh golem. Yang Feng's flesh golem broke through frantically and advanced to the Infinity Warlock realm in an instant. The flesh golem avatar is an avatar Yang Feng refined by combining Shizu technology, avatar technology of the world of warlocks, and various bloodline strengthening techniques. It possesses the bloodline of the strongest archgod and possesses terrifying evolutionary potential. As soon as the flesh golem avatar advanced to a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, its body suddenly expanded to 7 meters, countless runes appeared, a 1-meter-long horn grew on its head, and the power of its bloodline was stimulated, becoming stronger and stronger, and its aura rose steadily. Under the infusion of terrifying power, the flesh golem avatar broke through all the way. Finally, with a roar, the flesh golem avatar turned into a 10-meter-tall freak covered in mysterious runes, with a horn on its head and a long tail, and exuding junior warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. The quasi-holy step corpse of the Dark Transcendent Master drifted away with the wind and disappeared. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying power contained in the flesh golem, he was speechless. Warlock Monarch, my golem avatar has promoted to a warlock monarch. Each quasi-holy step powerhouse has unfathomable means. There may be great traps hidden in their corpses. Once someone touches their corpses, they will activate a method to kill the other party. Yang Feng didn't expect the Dark Transcendent Master to gather all of his power into a powerful force and pour it into the first person who came into contact with him. Yang Feng looked at the flesh golem avatar and raised the corners of his mouth. However, even if my true body obtains this power, I can't break through the bottleneck and promote to a warlock monarch. It's not bad to have a warlock monarch rank avatar. At this time, Yang Feng's true body is already a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse. He is only a step away from promoting to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. However, he has set up 9 small worlds inside him. He wants to make the 9 small worlds perfect before advancing to a warlock monarch. Even if the Dark Transcendent Master's power is directly transmitted to Yang Feng, he will only absorb it to strengthen himself, but won't break through and promote to a warlock monarch. At the moment when the Dark Transcendent Master's body turned into ashes, a copious amount of information poured into Yang Feng's flesh golem along with the Dark Transcendent Master's power, allowing him to learn a lot of secrets. The Dark Transcendent Master is a human warlock of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the Dawn Dynasty. In order to obtain a long lifespan, he once snuck into a Grade 5 plane, ignited his divine fire there, and became one of the guardians of that plane. Later, when one of his avatars was traveling in the astral boundary, he found an eternal relic site, entered the relic site by luck, and had a great fortuitous encounter. After the Dark Transcendent Master came out of the relic site, he collected resources, abandoned his identity as a god in one fell swoop, got rid of the shackles of the plane, and became a human warlock again. Relying on the secret methods he obtained from the relic site and the countless precious bloodlines of the world of super beasts, he cultivated to the warlock monarch realm step by step. In the Zhongji Plain, there are 4 dynasties in the surface world and holy spirit warlocks in the core world. Chapter 889. The Zhongji Plain Surface World, the Bright Province, one of the 36 greater provinces of the Eastern world, outside the capital of the Bright Province. The earth suddenly shook violently, and 3 giant cyan steels suddenly extended out from the earth. What happened? What's going on? Why is there an earthquake? Rays of light shone from the radiant city, and warlocks flew out and flew towards the 3 huge green stone steels. A warlock came to in front of a green steel and enunciated each syllable. First place on the human holy merit steel, Shan Yunsheng, 136,587,432 merit points. Is this a record of the merit points obtained from fighting with the other universe's powerhouses? This is the human monarch merit steel. As expected, the top 6 are the 6 monarchs of the 6 warlock dynasties. Why isn't the golem monarch of the golem dynasty on the list? The golem dynasty doesn't seem to be fighting. They want to preserve their strength? Damn it! Sure enough, they obtained merit points from fighting with the other universe's powerhouses. When the human warlocks flew to in front of the green steels and took a closer look, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The information that the 2 universes are about to merge and annex each other is no longer a secret in the Zhongji Plain. Because the powerhouses of the 6 warlock dynasties took the initiative to seal the biggest rift connecting the Gamana universe to the main universe. However, the changes in heaven and earth can no longer be concealed from the Zhongji Plain's warlocks. In the world of warlocks, all kinds of news spread extremely quickly. Now in the Zhongji Plain, except for the crude and isolated subcontinents, most human warlocks already know that the 2 universes are about to merge and annex each other. When the 3 green steels appeared and looked at the merit points recorded on them, the smart warlocks guessed that the merit points recorded on the 3 green steels are related to something. The human infinity merit steel, ranked 4th, Yan Maoan. Who is he? Is there such an infinity warlock in the Zhongji Plain? He should be a powerhouse from the core world. The human infinity merit list. This is a ranking of infinity warlock rank powerhouses. Interesting. I wonder how many people from the surface world can be on the list. After glancing at the holy grade and monarch grade merit lists, the warlocks focused their gazes on the C-grade merit list. There are less than 10 names on the holy merit list and less than 50 names on the monarch merit list. Moreover, the names on the monarch merit list are unfamiliar to warlocks from the surface world. They were more interested in the C-class merit list. Human Clan's C-class merit steel, ranked 3rd, Lian Wui, 3, 7331, 652 merit points. Who is Lien Wui? It should be an expert from the core world. The essence of human warlocks is in the core world. Human Clan's C-Class Merit Steel, ranked 2nd, by Wuxia, 9, 7331, 652 merit points. It's His Majesty. As expected of His Majesty. His Majesty's merit points are 3 times that of Lien Wui's. As expected of Your Majesty. When the surrounding warlocks saw Bai Wuqing's name, their spirits were roused, and they revealed excited smiles. Bai Wuqing is the emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and is recognized as the #1 expert in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although he forcibly expelled the 10 great sects from the Zhangji Plain, but in all fairness, he is indeed a wise monarch. There are no major omissions in his administration, and he is quite popular among the people. Human Clan's C-Class Merit Steel, ranked 1st, Yang Feng, 41. 725361 merit points. Yang Feng, who is he? Why haven't I heard of him? Wait, I seem to remember him. By the way, it seems that the Battle Demon sect's true disciple is called Yang Feng. A few years ago, he suppressed all the peerless geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. That Yang Feng is just someone with the same name. It has been less than 100 years since the battle for the Time Sky City. At the time, he was just a moonlight warlock. How could he have promoted to an infinity warlock so quickly? The Zhangji Plain is extremely vast. This Yang Feng might just be someone with the same name as that Yang Feng. That's right. This Yang Feng might be a reclusive old monster from the core world. Lacking information and shallow knowledge, these ordinary warlocks naturally don't know that the Yang Feng on the Human Clan's C-Class Merit Steel is the true disciple Yang Feng of the Battle Demon sect they speak of. The sky suddenly distorted, and a huge magic eye suddenly appeared above the 3 merit steels. Staring at the 3 merit steels, the magic eye emanated Infinity Warlock rank might and enveloped the area below. Infinity Warlock. An Infinity Warlock is here. The faces of the human warlocks below changed dramatically, and some weaker warlocks flew towards the bright light city. Each Infinity Warlock is extremely powerful. The aftermath of their battle can easily kill human warlocks below the Starry Sky Warlock rank. In this chaotic era where the great calamity had already arrived, those who knew how to protect themselves would live longer. The huge eye exclaimed, Yang Feng, Battle Demon sect's true disciple Yang Feng, I didn't expect him to take this step. A mirror emerged from the void, looked at the 3 merit steels, and transmitted a cold voice. Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng is also Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. Since he occupies the resources of the 3 provinces, his cultivation speed naturally won't be too slow. It's not surprising that he has advanced to an Infinity Warlock. What? Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng is Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is Yang Feng? If he is Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming and Grand Duke of the North, then it makes sense that he reached the Infinity Warlock rank. The eyes of the many warlocks watching the 3 merit steels flickered with enigmatic light, and they commented spiritedly. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming rose from the Ligue province, occupied the Ligue province, Yu province, and Bright Moon province, and was conferred the title of Grand Duke of the North. He is a famous bigwig in the Zhangji Plain. His reputation is much more resounding than that of Battle Demon sect's true disciple Yang Feng. Scram! A cold and ruthless voice full of hostility suddenly broke out in the sky, and a warlock monarch rank breath swept down. Shit! The countenance of the surrounding warlocks changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and flew towards the bright light city. The mirror and the magic eye, the 2 existences transformed from Infinity Warlocks, also flew aside. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and a tremendous amount of demonic chi gathered and formed a black cloud that covered an area 10,000 kilometers in radius. When the warlocks in an area 10,000 kilometers in radius saw the black cloud in the sky, a dignified shade streaked past their eyes. They could all sense that the demonic clouds were nurturing an incomparably terrifying power. A 10,000-meter-tall ogre engraved with countless mysterious runes, a pair of horns on the head, and countless mysterious runes exuding quasi-holy step might descended from the sky and sent a fist barreling towards the 3 merit steels. For ordinary warlocks, the 3 merit steels are a topic of conversation. For some powerhouses, however, the 3 merit steels will reveal some details about them. They are existences that need to be erased. Boom. When the quasi-holy steppe ogre's fist slammed into the 3 merit steels, it produced an earth-shaking sound, and a violent shock wave spread in all directions. Under the impact of the violent shock wave, all life forms within an area of tens of kilometers in radius were killed. The bright light city activated a defensive barrier, and a huge bright light barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the fearsome shock wave. If the shock wave was allowed to enter the bright light city, then the ordinary people in the bright light city would all die. In the Eastern world's great cloud dynasty, ordinary people who cannot practice cultivation still make up the vast majority. But because of the large population base, the number of warlocks here is far higher than that of other subcontinents. The half-step sage ghost god crazily bombarded the 3 merit steels. One punch after another, he bombarded the 3 merit steels like a meteor shower. Within an area of tens of kilometers in radius of the 3 merit steels, the earth quaked, the mountains shook, the earth cracked, and magma erupted. But the 3 merit steels are still unscathed. Damn it, who the hell did this? The quasi-holy steppe ogre roared angrily, then blurred, entered the clouds of demonic chi in the sky, and disappeared. With a flash of green light, the environment within an area of tens of kilometers in radius around the 3 merit steels strangely reversed, and the environment returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Outside the area of tens of kilometers, however, mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, magma gushed, and life was plunged into misery and suffering. It's a scene of the end of the world. A fight between Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses is too powerful. Therefore, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses generally fight outside the starry sky. Warlock pagodas were built in every major city of human warlocks, forming formidable defensive barriers in order to withstand the aftermath of duels between experts. After all, not all Infinity Warlocks will take the initiative to go outside the starry sky to duel. The Zhongji Plain, in a palace, the warlock monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts are sitting around a round table. In the center of the round table, there is a crystal suspended in the air. The crystal exudes rays of light that formed a lifelike projection of the 3 merit steels. The taboo monarch looked at Yang Feng's name on the infinity merit steel with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. First place on the infinity merit steel, how amazing! As expected of someone I fancy. Chapter 890. Even so, the Endless Abyss has never been completely brought under the control of the 8 warlock dynasties. Because the erosion of abyssal force is too terrifying, top human warlock powerhouses cannot stay in the Endless Abyss for a long time. Like a huge whirlpool, the hives frantically devour the abyssal force in the Endless Abyss, as if they are the abyssal natives of the Endless Abyss. The numerous exits of the hive closed slightly, and the black beam slammed into the hive and twisted aside. What's going on? In the Endless Abyss, aren't only abyssal life forms unweakened? As long as an abyssal demonic creature enters a bloody battlefield and survives, they can evolve into a Marquis rank abyssal fiend lord at most. It will be very difficult for a Marquis rank abyssal fiend lord to promote to a Duke rank abyssal fiend lord. The Star Monarch frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "This merit steel is a treasure that someone used a peerless secret method to draw the will of the universe and refine. But now that it has appeared, it smells like sowing discord. For a Duke rank abyssal fiend lord to promote to an abyssal king, it is even more difficult, to the point that it is virtually impossible. Compared to human warlocks, the probability of an infinity warlock advancing to a warlock monarch is 100 times lower. Now that there is no warlock emperor rank powerhouse, and the strength of the 6 warlock dynasties isn't much different, it is naturally the choice of the 6 warlock dynasties to establish the human supreme council and integrate the forces of the human race. Judging from the performance of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, they have a deep understanding of the universe where the world of warlocks is located. They have countless spies and backup plans. Moreover, the energy level of the Gamana universe's universe is half a level higher than that of the world of warlocks. For the world of warlocks, this universe annexation war is extremely dangerous. The floor lords, who are observing what is happening here through various means, frowned slightly, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. They aren't weakened. Agreed. The taboo monarch uttered unhurriedly. We can destroy them with Empyrean-grade secret treasures. However, this is meaningless. They already have a connection with the will of the universe. Even if they are destroyed, they will soon regenerate somewhere in the world. Unless an existence on the same level as my lord erases them from the laws, They can only be completely destroyed. There was a flash of wisdom in the Time Monarch's eyes, and he said, "The Human Supreme Council should also be established. We have to gather the power of all the humans in order to survive this great calamity." However, the 17,000 levels of the Endless Abyss were already fixed, while the 362 levels were still in a half-formed state. They were born and destroyed, unable to give birth to a Lord of the Abyss. They were in an extremely strange and chaotic state, and could not be considered fully formed. In the past, when the Zhongji Plains 8 warlock dynasties suppressed the plains, the various powerful existences in the Endless Abyss were destroyed again and again by the 8 warlock dynasties' powerhouses and turned into various cultivation resources. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar opened his eyes, and regret shimmered in his eyes. "No, the potential of this Floor Lord avatar has been exhausted. Unless I get a secret treasure like the King Fiend Heart, it will be difficult to evolve into an abyssal king even after hundreds of thousands of years." Agreed. Something's wrong. The other 5 kings didn't hesitate and agreed. Countless spells shone, and the dragon head devil elephant was blasted to death by the Gumana universe's powerhouses. Even infinity warlocks can't get rid of fame and fortune. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. If there is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse in the human race, then human warlocks will naturally establish a new human empire with the warlock emperor as the core. It is because the floors of the abyss are in a strange state that the number of floors of the endless abyss cannot be determined. As Yang Feng watched the Gumana universe's powerhouses sneak towards the deepest part of the endless abyss, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. At the time in the Dulin Imperial Court, Poidal should have been working for the Gumana universe's powerhouses. This shows that the Gumana universe has made a lot of arrangements in our universe. The floor lord of the 17,000th floor was a bit slow in reacting. Unable to escape at once, the floor lord of the 17,000th floor was besieged by the Gumana universe's legion. The floor lord authority was seized, and the floor lord authority was stationed on the 17,000th floor. When the Gumana universe's legion penetrated deep into the 17,000th floor of the abyss, they brazenly attacked the floor lord of the 17,000th floor of the abyss, and then engaged in a fight with the floor lord of the 17,000th floor. Although the 6 great warlock dynasties were the most powerful forces of the Zhongji Plains human warlocks, standing far above the rest of the warlock groups. However, only by establishing the Human Supreme Council can the 6 warlock imperial courts grasp all the power of the human race. The universe will cannot form the sea, monarch, and holy merit steels. However, as long as a powerful existence can communicate with the universe will and refine such a secret treasure, it will be extremely difficult to erase the steels. Empyrean-grade secret treasures can naturally destroy them, but they can quickly be born in other places. Logically speaking, the Gumana universe's powerhouses are the other universe's powerhouses. Rejected by this universe, they should be eroded by the negative force of this universe. However, when the Gumana universe's powerhouses entered the endless abyss, they were like fish in water, which made Yang Feng feel the aura of a conspiracy. 50 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 1,000 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses flew out from the other hives and rushed towards the Dragon Head Devil Elephant. Agreed. The Endless Abyss is filled with abyssal force, which can suppress other races that enter the Endless Abyss. Except for abyssal life forms born in the Endless Abyss, other existences will be eroded by abyssal force once they enter the Endless Abyss, and eventually transformed into abyssal life forms. Agreed. Only existences that are favored by the Endless Abyss and are children of the plane may break through the bloodline shackles and become abyssal kings. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar is clearly not a child of the plane favored by the Endless Abyss. Therefore, his limit is the Duke rank abyssal fiend cultivation base. Only by obtaining a peerless treasure like the King Fiend Heart can his avatar break through the bloodline shackles and promote to an abyssal king. Agreed. In the Endless Abyss, the abyssal fiends are violent, ferocious, chaotic, and irrational. However, the floor lords of each floor of the abyss have wisdom. They can only watch as the Gumana universe's powerhouses move towards the depths of the endless abyss, none of them taking action. The magic note monarch frowned and asked, "Can I destroy him?" On the 666th floor of the endless abyss, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar is quietly practicing cultivation and absorbing the surrounding abyssal force. Chapter 891. Besieged by countless powerhouses of the world of warlocks, the Gumana Universe's vanguards have suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the Gumana Universe's vanguard destroyed many planes and destroyed many human warlock groups in the first place. After the Gumana Universe's vanguards destroyed their designated targets, they went into hiding. The Endless Abyss is evidently one of the bases they chose to hide in. In the Endless Abyss, there are many floor lords who are avatars of human warlocks. The news of the Gumana Universe's powerhouses entering the Endless Abyss cannot be concealed from the human warlocks. However, in the Endless Abyss, the Gumana Universe's powerhouses have the geographical advantage. Only a warlock group on the level of the 6 warlock dynasties and a Holy Spirit warlock may be able to wipe them out. Without the protection of a Holy Spirit warlock, it is impossible for a warlock group to threaten the Gumana Universe's powerhouses hiding in the Endless Abyss. This is an open and above-board plot. Yang Feng's floor lord avatar mused. However, the Gumana Universe's powerhouses hiding in the Endless Abyss are just a big problem for human warlock groups. As long as the 6 warlock dynasties make up their minds and bring out their underlying strength, they can wipe them out. Unless they have another plot. Due to the lack of clues, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar can't figure out the plot of the Gumana Universe's powerhouses. As such, he can only give up and send people to keep an eye on the 17,000th floor of the Endless Abyss. The news that the Gumana Universe's powerhouses sneaked into the Endless Abyss quickly spread in the world of warlocks and caused a sensation. Many powerful warlock groups originally wanted to continue to encircle the Gumana Universe's powerhouses. But when they heard that they were hiding in the Endless Abyss, they could only choose to give up. The gazes of the warlock groups focused on the 6 warlock dynasties. Only the 6 warlock dynasties have the power to crush the Gumana Universe's powerhouses in one fell swoop. You can also follow the 6 warlock imperial courts and fight the Gumana Universe's powerhouses together. The reaction of the 6 warlock dynasties is very calm. Before long, invitation letters fell into the hands of the leaders of the warlock groups. The metal elemental plane was the plane Yang Feng seized from the 3 transcendent gods. The metal element plane was a 3rd-class plane, 1 level higher than the battle demon sex lair, the battle demon plane. As soon as this plane fell into Yang Feng's hands, he invested a lot of resources and began to transform the metal plane into his second base. Near a scenic beach in the metal element plane, more than a dozen beautiful women in swimsuits were frolicking around the beach. Yang Feng, who was sitting on a beach chair, looked at the dozen or so beautiful women frolicking around with an invitation letter in his hand, constantly flipping it. Yang Feng looked at the invitation letter, frowned slightly, and sank into his thoughts. The Human Supreme Council? With my current strength, it would be easy for me to become a counselor in the Human Race Supreme Council, but it would be difficult for me to become one of the chairmen. Since the battle against the Gumana Universe's vanguard, Yang Feng has received a large number of arms orders. A large number of 5th-generation battle robots have been manufactured and joined Yang Feng and his allies. At present, the number of 5th-generation battle robots directly under Yang Feng has reached 9 million, and the number is still increasing. Even so, Yang Feng's force still can't be regarded as a top warlock group. It can only be regarded as a first-rate warlock group. One of the most important factors is that there is no Holy Spirit warlock in his force. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly. Without becoming a Holy Spirit warlock, I'm just an ant. Infinity warlocks, known as almighty experts, are regarded as powerhouses no matter what plane they are in. However, Holy Spirit warlocks are the protectors of a race. Only a race guarded by a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse can be called a superior race in the universe and won't be bullied too much. Only Holy Spirit warlock rank existences have the power to threaten warlock emperor rank powerhouses. Before the warlocks of the core world emerged, Infinity warlocks were already the strongest human warlocks of the Zhongji plane. Now that the core world's warlocks have emerged to deal with the Great Tribulation, Holy Spirit warlocks are the pinnacle powerhouses. In the battle to defend the Bai family's base, Yang Feng has already seen the terror of Holy Spirit warlocks. At that time, any Holy Spirit warlock could destroy the Gumana Universe's powerhouses. Although Yang Feng has millions of 5th-generation battle robots and hundreds of millions of 4th-generation battle robots, but they can't withstand a single blow from a Holy Spirit warlock. The establishment of the Human Supreme Council is an organization that the 6 warlock imperial courts want to integrate the resources of human warlocks and take control of the world's human warlocks. This is an open and above-board plot. Yang Feng admits that at this juncture involving the survival of the universe, the existence of such a powerful organization is of great significance. However, if he doesn't take control of this powerful organization, he will always feel a little uneasy. After all, there was basically no connection between Yang Feng and the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The relationship between the two parties couldn't be considered close. Although the Taboo Imperial Court is on good terms with Yang Feng, but in the face of great benefits, the Taboo Imperial Court's powerhouses will naturally choose to take care of their own interests. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he made up his mind. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. The connection with the Taboo Imperial Court cannot be severed. However, it would be best if I can get the position of chairman. Yang Feng's body blurred, and then he disappeared. The Moon Magic Sea is a strange sea in the Zhangji Plain. In this sea, whenever night falls, 9 bright moons will appear in the sky. The Moon Magic Sea is an important transportation route from the Velos subcontinent to the Western world. The Velos subcontinent is one of the largest subcontinents of the Zhangji Plain. It has a close connection with the Western world, is rich in resources, and is guarded by 3 infinity warlocks. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as a barren land like the Turandot subcontinent. A 3,000-meter-long and 100-meter-tall luxury cruise ship is sailing above the Moon Magic Sea. On the deck of the luxury cruise ship, a grand ball is being held. A number of well-dressed handsome men and beautiful women were dancing gracefully at the ball, walking around with wine glasses in their hands, making friends. The warlocks on this luxury cruise ship are either rich or noble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford the tickets to the Velos subcontinent. Sitting in a corner of a bar on the luxury cruise ship, Yang Feng quietly tasted fine wine. On the table in front of him, there are a dozen-plus plates of precious food from the Moon Magic Sea. Delicious. This Moon Magic Sea monster egg is really a delicacy. It's elastic, fragrant, and sweet. It's really memorable. Yang Feng used his chopsticks to pick up a peanut-sized ruby-like egg, emitting a faint radiance, placed it in his mouth and chewed for a while. His eyes blossomed with joy. There are countless extraordinary life forms in the Zhangji Plain, and the food cooked by extraordinary life forms is not something that ordinary food can compare to. Whenever Yang Feng goes to a place, he doesn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy all kinds of top food. As an infinity warlock, there are very few things in the world that he can't buy with magic crystals. "Hello, can we sit down?" A crisp voice sounded. Yang Feng's gaze swept slightly and he saw a blonde, blue-eyed, tall and sexy great beauty with light makeup as well as a similarly tall and sexy great beauty with short blue hair and spirited eyes as well as a similarly tall and sexy great beauty arrive in front of him. In the world of warlocks, female warlocks would generally use spells to adjust their appearance. Many female warlocks cultivated secret methods that had the power to strengthen their beauty. Female warlocks among bloodline warlocks are all beautiful women. Therefore, beautiful women are very common in the world of warlocks, while ugly women are very rare. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. "Please sit down. Beautiful women in the Western world are much more open than those in the Eastern world. Once they see a man they like, they will take the initiative to strike up a conversation." The blonde, blue-eyed beauty pulled the beautiful woman with short blue hair to sit opposite Yang Feng and said with a smile, "My name is Julie, this is my good friend Karma. What's your name, please?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "My name is Yang Feng." Julie asked curiously, "Are you an aristocrat from the Eastern world?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Why would you think so?" Julie uttered with a confident smile, "Moon magic sea devil eggs, moonlight shells, moon magic silverfish, green magic crab, these delicacies are all priced in grams. Moon magic sea devil eggs cost 100 magic crystals per gram, which poor people can't afford. Besides, you have a very elegant temperament. At a glance, I can tell that you are from a top Eastern aristocrat." Karma looked at the top-notch delicacies with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng invited with a smile, "Two beautiful women, would you like to enjoy these delicacies with me? Then I won't stand on ceremony." Julie smiled heartily, picked up a moon magic sea devil egg with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and revealed an intoxicated expression. Karma hesitated for a moment. In the end, unable to resist the temptation of the top-notch delicacies, she picked up her chopsticks and tried to eat the moon magic sea devil egg. While eating and chatting, Yang Feng easily learned the ins and outs of Julie and Karma. Julie is from the Brest dynasty's Rulon family, which has a moonlight warlock guarding it. She is the 392nd successor of the Rulon family. Karma is the daughter of a nouveau riche family from the Brest dynasty. Both of them are students of the Brest dynasty's Wave Cloud Advanced Warlock Academy. This time, they are traveling to the Velens subcontinent. Chapter 892. Since the Zhongji Plain is guarded by the 6 warlock dynasties, the universe rifts that appeared were sealed at the first possible moment. Although the invasion of the other universe's powerhouses is no longer a secret, but for most ordinary warlocks, it hasn't affected their lives for the time being. Julie, so you're here. A handsome young man in a black suit with short blonde hair walked over from the side. The young man glanced at Yang Feng, frowned slightly, and looked calmly to the side. When he saw the moon magic sea devil eggs and other valuable top-notch delicacies, his pupils constricted, and he said courteously with a gentlemanly smile, "Hello, sir. My name is Mike, one of the directors of the Marin cruise ship, and a friend of Julie's. May I sit down?" Warlocks who can enjoy moon magic sea devil eggs and other top-notch delicacies are either wealthy or respectable. Mike is not an ignorant playboy. On the contrary, he is very capable. Yang Feng responded with a smile. "Please sit down." Mike is very knowledgeable. He knows all kinds of situations in the moon magic sea like the back of his hand, and his words are witty. He is clearly interested in Julie. His words take care of her feelings, and his intention to pursue her is clear. Julie, on the other hand, is a little cold towards Mike. There is a trace of alienation in her politeness. Karma, who is clearly interested in Mike, keeps looking for topics to talk with him. Sitting aside, Yang Feng smiled and enjoyed the delicacies while watching the triangle relationship between the 3 young men and women. In the moon magic sea, there are countless powerful sea monsters. Some sea monsters even possess moonlight warlock rank power and can easily overturn such a giant cruise ship. Many warlock families don't dare to take this route. It took the Porek family 500 years to establish a connection with the merfolk of the moon magic sea and open up this route. I have some fame among the merfolk of this route. If you encounter any danger in the moon magic sea, you can mention my name. Mike's gaze fell on Julie, and his eyes shimmered with faint pride. Boom! The huge cruise ship issued a loud sound, and the whole cruise ship shook slightly. On the deck, tables and chairs were sent flying, and clattering sounds rang incessantly. With the sudden appearance of life force fields, the warlocks aboard the cruise ship activated their life force fields to protect themselves. The warlocks around the wealthy ordinary people also conjured spells and guarded in front of the wealthy merchants. Thick cuttlefish tentacles covered with suction cups suddenly shot out from the depths of the sea, tightly wrapped around the 3,000-meter-long cruise ship, and forcefully pulled, directly pulling it towards the depths of the sea. The 3,000-meter-long luxury cruise ship trembled slightly, and was forcibly pulled towards the depths of the sea by the cuttlefish tentacles. Mike erupted with great warlock rank life force, operated a spell, and shouted towards the bottom of the sea. "Stop! I am Mike of the Porek family. I am good friends with General Como Lion of your merfolk." The gigantic tentacle didn't pay any attention to it as it firmly pulled the luxury cruise ship towards the depths of the ocean. Light shone, and magic carpets appeared above the luxury cruise ship. Many warlocks jumped onto the magic carpets as an emergency measure and watched with horror as the thick tentacles pulled the luxury cruise ship towards the deep sea, and despair flashed in their eyes. The luxury cruise ship had a huge barrier that could withstand attacks from Starry Sky warlock rank powerhouses. Along the way, the luxury cruise ship relied on the formidable defensive barrier to crush countless low-level sea monsters and bring the low-level warlocks here. Without the luxury cruise ship, the warlocks in the moon magic sea would not have been able to return to the continent alive. Yang Feng, hurry up and get on the magic carpet, or there won't be any seats left. Julie pulled Karma and jumped onto a magic carpet nimbly. Looking at Yang Feng sitting quietly below, her pretty face flickered, and she shouted. After getting along for a short time, Julie has developed a favorable impression of Yang Feng, an aristocrat from the Eastern world. Naturally, she doesn't want to see him die here. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a speck of blue flame suddenly flew out and landed on the huge cuttlefish tentacle. As soon as the blue flame fell on the tentacles of the cuttlefish, it burned wildly. The blue flame spread at an astonishing speed, covering all the tentacles of the cuttlefish in an instant and extending into the sea. A strange and unreasonable scene took place. The blue flame sank into the sea and extended to the body of the giant cuttlefish hidden in the deep sea. In the deep sea, the giant cuttlefish retracted its tentacles, churned wildly, and rolled up one huge wave after another barreling towards the luxury cruise ship. After the luxury cruise ship got rid of the giant cuttlefish, a huge barrier rose. When the huge waves hit the barrier, they were twisted aside and firmly protected the cruise ship. Struggling, the giant cuttlefish was burned to ashes by the azure flame. We're saved. So strong. That's a glorious sun warlock. To be able to burn the giant cuttlefish monarch to death so easily, it must be a glorious sun warlock. I didn't expect that there would be a glorious sun warlock hidden among us. When the low-level warlocks sitting on magic carpets in midair saw the giant cuttlefish monarch burn to ashes, they discussed excitedly, and their eyes filled with awe focused on Xiaofan. Glorious sun warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. In the world of warlocks, every glorious sun warlock was a bigwig among bigwigs. Mike looked at Xiaofan, and his eyes flashed with shame. When he thought of how he showed off in front of Xiaofan just now, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Karma looked at Xiaofan with an enigmatic look in her beautiful eyes. Glorious sun warlock. He's actually a glorious sun warlock, a transcendent rank powerhouse. Karma came from a nouveau riche family and worshipped the strong. The reason why she pursued Mike was because Mike was the most outstanding person she had ever seen. But compared to Xiaofan, Mike was like an ant compared to a dragon. They weren't on the same level, which made her change her target. Julie's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated shade, and her thoughts churned. Glorious sun warlock. I already guessed that he's extraordinary. But I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. The circle of moonlight warlocks and above was on a completely different level from the circle of ordinary warlocks. The things the two sides came into contact with weren't on the same level. It was very difficult to become good friends. Who was it that actually killed my precious pet? Suddenly, the sea churned, and a 20-meter-tall merfolk powerhouse with a whale head and a human body exuding glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared and barked. The glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power enveloped the luxury cruise ship. Even though the luxury cruise ship activated a barrier, but many ordinary people still turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Oppressed by the glorious dawn warlock rank breath of the merfolk powerhouse, Mike gritted his teeth and said respectfully, Respected sir, I am Mike of the Porek family. I am good friends with General Como Lion of your merfolk. The merfolk powerhouse glanced at Mike contemptuously, overflowed with killing intent, and said fiercely, The Porek family? Never heard of it. Is it you, a lowly human, who killed my pet? Under the fearsome glorious sun warlock rank might, Mike gritted his teeth and uttered, No, it's me. It was me who killed your pet. Yang Feng's calm voice came from the side. The gaze of the whale-headed merfolk powerhouse fell on Yang Feng, and a dignified shade streaked past his eyes. The whale-headed merfolk powerhouse said coldly, I am Dulin Imperial Court's Tranquil Sea General Jing Ju. Who are you? Why did you kill my pet? Yang Feng replied flatly, I am the battle demon sex Yang Feng. Jing Ju's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, The battle demon sex Yang Feng. You are the battle demon sex sect master Yang Feng. The battle demon sex sect master. He is the legendary battle demon sex sect master Yang Feng, ranked first on the Infinity Merit Steel. He is the battle demon sex sect master Yang Feng? What a pity. Why didn't I talk to him? On the luxury cruise ship, everyone's eyes flashed with shock, and their eyes filled with scorching passion and regret stared at Yang Feng. The warlocks of the Western world don't know much about the warlocks of the Eastern world, but the top 10 on the Infinity Merit Steel are famous all over the world. Even the low-level warlocks of the Western world know that the sect master of a top warlock group ranked first on the Infinity Merit Steel in the Eastern world. Mike's breathing became rapid, and he stared at Yang Feng with a scorching look in his eyes. The battle demon sex sect master. He turned out to be the battle demon sex sect master Yang Feng. Damn it. I missed such a good opportunity. I wonder if he will accept me if I ask him to be my disciple? Although Mike is one of the heirs of the Porek family, and in the eyes of ordinary warlocks, he is already the heir of a warlock family. But compared to the battle demon sect, the warlock group he belongs to isn't on the same level. If he can become Yang Feng's disciple, it will be equivalent to a huge fortuitous encounter, which will save him at least 500 years of struggle. Chapter 893. Jingju curbed his arrogance and saluted respectfully, saying, "Greetings, sir. Please forgive me for my previous offense, sir." Infinity Warlock rank might emanated from Yangfeng and enveloped Jingju. "I want to see the Dulin Monarch. Help me pass on the message." Ever since the Abyssal Fiend invasion, the Dulin Imperial Court has left its original sea and came to the Moon Magic Sea. "Yes, sir." Jingju plunged into the sea and disappeared. The people standing on the magic carpets jumped off and looked at Yangfeng with a scorching shade in their eyes. Only specks of radiance diffused from Yangfeng's body, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. He disappeared. It's a pity that he missed such a great opportunity. When the people aboard the luxury cruise ship saw Yangfeng's figure disappear, they showed looks of regret. At this moment, the surface of the sea suddenly surged, and an incomparably elite sea race army emerged from the depths of the sea, stepping on the waves. A stunningly beautiful woman with long blue hair, snow-white skin, wearing a pearl dress, and a sexy and stunning beauty emerged from the sea while stepping on a huge octopus monster. Waves of incomparably terrifying pressure spread out from the sea race army and enveloped the luxurious cruise ship. Everyone on the luxurious cruise ship shivered under the terrifying pressure, their bodies filled with fear. The beautiful merfolk woman parted her cherry lips and uttered in an enchanting and seductive voice, "Dulin Imperial Court's Admiral Lanhai has come to greet Sir Yangfeng." When the people aboard the luxury cruise ship heard that voice, a look of intoxication appeared in their eyes. Rays of light emerged above the sea and formed Yangfeng's figure. "Greetings, sir." When the merfolk army saw Yangfeng, they bowed and saluted him. Yangfeng took a step and stood on the huge octopus. Waves churned, and the huge merfolk army dived deep into the sea. Amazing! So this is an Infinity Warlock. With just one sentence, he could make those unruly and terrifying sea tribes obedient. The Battle Demon Sect Master is not an ordinary Infinity Warlock. He is the first person on the Infinity Merit Stele. Such a powerhouse can naturally be valued by the merfolk. How great would it be if I could cultivate to the Infinity Warlock realm? Infinity Warlock? To be able to practice cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock realm is already very good. When the people aboard the cruise ship saw Yangfeng disappear into the sea, they revealed looks of envy and longing. Infinity Warlock. This is an Infinity Warlock. As expected of the most powerful warlock. Unfortunately, my talent isn't enough. Even promoting to a great warlock is very difficult. Julie looked at the sea where Yangfeng disappeared, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with longing and yearning. Karma looked at the place where Yangfeng disappeared. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and she whispered, "Such a man is my most ideal partner. Even if I become his lover, I'm willing." It didn't take long for a beautiful and luxurious merfolk city to appear in front of Yangfeng. In the Moon Magic Sea, there is a palace of the Dulin Imperial Court's merfolk royal family. Although this palace is naturally far inferior to the original Dulin Imperial Court, but for the Dulin Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses, it is barely enough. Led by General Lanhai, Yangfeng entered the Dulin Imperial Court's royal palace. As soon as he entered the Dulin Imperial Court's royal palace, Yangfeng saw sirens, mermaids, clam women, snake women, nagas, and other beautiful merfolk. Powerful auras diffused from every corner of the royal palace and vaguely locked onto Yangfeng. As soon as Yangfeng stepped into a palace, he saw a tall, handsome man dressed in a blue imperial robe and a blue crown sitting in the center of the throne, brimming with dignity. He looks to be only 27 or 28 years old. The handsome young man is one of the three monarchs who dominate the Zhongji Plains seas, the Dulin Monarch. In the Zhongji Plains endless sea, the hundreds of millions of merfolk must obey the orders of the Dulin Monarch. With a few words, he can change the fate of countless people. In front of the Dulin Monarch, there are 2 rows of ministers of the Dulin Imperial Court, all of whom are merfolk powerhouses. Most of them are in human form, with only a small part of them retaining their merfolk form, showing their merfolk identity. Human warlocks founded the 8 great warlock dynasties. In the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, the merfolk were vassals of the human warlocks. Due to the assimilation of the human aesthetic concept, the higher the level of the merfolk, the more they evolve in the direction of the human race. Gazes of scrutiny fell on Yangfeng, many of which revealed admiration, jealousy, and other complicated emotions. Counting from the time Yangfeng entered the Battle Demon Sect, It has been less than 300 years since he appeared in people's eyes. For some ancient merfolk with powerful bloodlines, this period of time is when their children haven't even reached adulthood. In that short period of time, Yang Feng has become an Infinity Warlock and has taken first place on the Infinity Merit Stele. This naturally filled the merfolk powerhouses with all kinds of complicated feelings. Yang Feng bowed to the Dullen monarch in a neither servile nor overbearing manner and uttered, "Greetings, Dullen monarch." The Dullen monarch uttered flatly, "Yang Feng, why did you come here to see me?" Yang Feng answered, "I came here to ask your majesty for the desolate holy vessel." The Dullen monarch's eyes congealed, and he said with a cold smile, "The desolate holy vessel?" The desolate holy vessel is a holy grade secret treasure of the Dullen imperial court. It is not a treasure that can be sold. Please go back. The desolate holy vessel is a holy grade secret treasure refined with the head of the brilliant great holy as its main material, and it possesses extremely mysterious power. Holy grade secret treasures are treasures used by every major force to stabilize their destiny as well as the underlying strength of a force. The power of an emperor-level secret treasure like the Sea God Imperial Court was extraordinary, but every time it was activated, it would consume countless resources, and it would even harm the origin power of those sea race experts, causing them to suffer a great loss of vitality. This is a method that can only be used at the most critical and dangerous time. But holy grade secret treasures are different. As long as a warlock monarch rank powerhouse pays a certain price, they can still use holy grade secret treasures to fight enemies. The Dullen Imperial Court has been collecting all kinds of secret treasures since the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty. Despite the wealth of the merfolk, but over the course of tens of thousands of years, they have only collected 5 holy grade secret treasures. Coupled with the 8 holy grade secret treasures they originally possessed, they only have 13 holy grade secret treasures in total. This shows how precious holy grade secret treasures are. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "All treasures have their value. I can use a vial of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence to exchange for the desolate holy vessel." The Dullen monarch's eyes burst out with bright light, and he exclaimed, "Archaic Kuan dragon blood essence." The Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk royal family are hybrid descendants of archaic Kuan dragons. Originally, their evolution potential was only at the Infinity Warlock rank. When the Dullen monarch was young, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a portion of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence. After purifying his bloodline, he broke through the shackles and advanced to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. However, after the Dullen monarch advanced to a warlock monarch, the bloodline force inside him was exhausted, and he has been stuck in the junior warlock monarch realm for tens of thousands of years. If he can get a vial of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence, he will be able to break through the bloodline shackles and advance to a holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse. Pure-blooded archaic Kuan dragons are bright world warlock rank extraordinary life forms when they reach adulthood. As long as they practice hard, they may promote to a holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse. According to legend, the first primordial Kuan dragon in the universe was a warlock emperor rank being. Therefore, as its descendant, as long as the archaic Kuan dragon continues to enhance the power of its bloodline, it can evolve continuously. In the Zhongji Plain, pure-blooded archaic Kuan dragons have long since been hunted to extinction by the Taboo Lord. Only some remains of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence remain in some relic sites from ancient times. The vial of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence is a treasure Yang Feng extracted from an archaic dragon whale he captured in the Super Beast Plain. The Dullen monarch closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the excitement on his face disappeared, and he said unhurriedly, "I can give you cultivation resources worth 20 times more than the archaic Kuan dragon blood essence in exchange." Although archaic Kuan dragon blood essence is precious, but with the wealth of the Dullen Imperial Court, it can easily give you cultivation resources worth 100 times more. Yang Feng said flatly, "I only want the desolate holy vessel." The Dullen monarch uttered decisively, "Please go back. Then I'll take my leave." Yang Feng frowned slightly, took a deep look at the Dullen monarch, and then turned and walked outside without hesitation. No one noticed that traces of dust fell from the soles of Yang Feng's shoes and remained in the reception hall. The Dullen monarch glanced at the ministers and said flatly, "You can all withdraw." "Yes, Your Majesty." The ministers saluted the Dullen monarch and retreated respectfully. After the ministers left, a red rhombus race powerhouse with a red rhombus crystal embedded in his head walked out from the side of the hall and said to the Dullen monarch without a trace of politeness, "Dullen monarch, Why didn't you follow my orders and suppress the battle demon sect master just now? The Dulan monarch replied respectfully. So Hongsher Zhen. He only came to ask for a treasure. He didn't offend you in any way. If I didn't have an excuse to suppress him, I'm afraid it would arouse suspicion. Chapter 894. Hongsher Zhen said coldly, "This person is a great enemy of my clan. I want him to die here." The Dulan monarch frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "The battle demon sect master isn't a nobody. If I kill him here, those human warlocks won't let the matter rest. If it was an itinerant cultivator without any background, Dulan King wouldn't mind killing him. Even if it is a human infinity warlock rank rogue cultivator, he will not hesitate to kill them." But Yang Feng was the sect master of the battle demon sect. His power was tremendous, and he had many allies and subordinates. Even though the Dulan monarch rank powerhouse is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, he doesn't dare to kill such a bigwig at will. Among human warlocks, there is more than one Holy Spirit warlock. At the same time, countless powerhouses are slowly awakening. There was only one Demon Sea Great Sage guarding the Sea Clan, and that Demon Sea Great Sage had yet to fully awaken. If the human warlocks found an excuse to launch an attack, then even if the merfolk had the geographical advantage, they still wouldn't be able to resist the offensive of the human army. If you don't have an excuse, then find one. Dulan King, don't forget that it was with our help that you were able to kill your brothers and ascend to the throne of Dulan King. With our help. He advanced to a warlock monarch. If the news of you colluding with us gets out, not only will the human warlocks want to kill you, your oceanic clan won't let you off either, said Hongsher Zhen with a sneer. When Yang Feng heard this news, a chill welled up inside him at once. The Dulan monarch colluded with the other universe's powerhouses. How terrifying! The Dulan King is one of the 3 kings of the Zhongji Plains merfolk. He wields the Empyrean grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court and possesses extremely terrifying strength. If this terrifying force were to turn around at the most critical time, then it would definitely inflict heavy damage to the human warlock's defensive line. Who knew how many spies that other verse powerhouse had planted in this universe? Just thinking about it would make one's hair stand on end. When the 2 universes devoured each other, most of the creatures in the devoured universe would die or become slaves of the other universe. However, there was also a small number of traders who could obtain the protection of another universe's powerhouse. Taking advantage of this, the Gumana universe's powerhouses have wantonly developed spies in the universe. Who knows how many powerhouses have been bribed by them and become their lackeys? With 3 eternal sovereigns, the Gumana universe's underlying strength is unfathomable. If it wasn't for the wall of the universe, the Gumana universe would have crushed everything with absolute power and annexed the universe where human warlocks are located. Under such circumstances, there would naturally be many traders who have been roped in by the Gumana universe. The Dulan monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "It's absolutely impossible to deal with Yang Feng openly. However, I can send him to the Dark Star demonic world to retrieve the Dark Star True Dragon Stone." Star. You then Zhen will, as King, Dragon, King, Tian King, Chen, King. With a flash of red light, Hongsher Zhen disappeared from where he stood. As soon as King Hongsher Zhen disappeared, the humble expression on the Dulan King's face disappeared. He took a deep look at the place where Hongsher Zhen disappeared, and his eyes shimmered with abstruse light. Dark Star Realm, what kind of place is that? Yang Feng began to search for information about the Dark Star Realm in the database, and finally found information about the Dark Star Realm in an ancient book of the Star Master sect. The Dark Star Realm is a battlefield of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In the Archgod Age, the Dark Star Realm was a powerful plane comparable to the 36 primary material planes, and it gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the Dark Star Emperor. For unknown reasons, 4 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses attacked the Dark Star Emperor together. The 5 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses unscrupulously displayed their power, and blasted the Dark Star Realm's plane origin to the point that it almost collapsed. Due to the fight between the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the laws of the Dark Star Realm were thrown into disorder. That distant battle was a decisive battle between the 5 races. At the last moment, the Dark Star Emperor burned the power of his plane origin and, adding his own power, went all out and seriously injured the other 4 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In that battle, the Dark Star Emperor died, and the other 4 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses suffered injuries that were difficult to recover from. Since then, no one paid any attention to the Dark Star Realm. The Dark Star Realm was discovered at the end of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the Dawn Dynasty. At that time, human warlocks were busy with internal strife and were unable to explore the Dark Star Realm. Many human warlocks died directly after entering the Dark Star Realm. In the end, the planar passageway leading to the Dark Star Realm was seized by the merfolk, and now it is in the hands of the Dullan Imperial Court. Dark Star True Dragon Stone is a treasure formed from the blood essence of the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the primordial Black Dragon Emperor. At the time, one of the powerhouses who besieged the Dark Star Emperor was the primordial Black Dragon Emperor. Human warlocks once had Infinity Warlocks enter the Dark Star Realm. Although many Infinity Warlocks died in the Dark Star Realm, but at the same time, many people brought back treasures from the Dark Star Realm. Dark Star True Dragon Stone is one of the most valuable treasures human warlocks brought back from the Dark Star Realm. A piece of Dark Star True Dragon Stone is enough to let the Dullan monarch evolve his bloodline and gain tremendous power. It is more valuable than the Kuan Dragon Blood Essence provided by Yang Feng. Kuan Dragon Blood Essence can only give the Dullan monarch the evolutionary potential, but the Dark Star True Dragon Stone can not only enhance the potential of the Dullan monarch's bloodline, but also enhance his power. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. This old fellow is really calculating. As long as I enter the Dark Star Realm, regardless of whether I die or not, he will profit. Yang Feng toured the Dullan Imperial Court, enjoyed the scenery, and walked around the entire Dullan Imperial Court. Without anyone noticing, countless robots invisible to the naked eye flew out from various parts of his body and entered the Dullan Imperial Court. 3 days later, the Dullan monarch finally summoned Yang Feng to the royal palace. The Dullan monarch took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered meaningfully, "Yang Feng, the desolate holy vessel is a holy grade secret treasure of the Dullan Imperial Court. However, as long as you are willing to go to the Black Star Demonic World and bring me the Black Star True Dragon Stone in the depths of the Black Star Demonic World, I will give you the Desolate Sage Pot." Black Star True Dragon Stone. If it's a Black Star True Dragon Stone, then it is indeed qualified to exchange for the Desolate Holy Pot. When the ministers of the Dullan Imperial Court heard this, they discussed in low voices and approved of the Dullan King's decision. The Dullan Imperial Court has more than 10 holy grade secret treasures. The Desolate Holy Pot is just an auxiliary holy grade secret treasure. Every 10 years, it can condense a pot of desolate holy wine. The Desolate Holy Wine is a peerless wine. A cup of wine can upgrade the soul aptitude of a human warlock from inferior level 5 to superior level 6. The Desolate Holy Pot is an auxiliary holy grade secret treasure that can change the soul aptitude of a human warlock. Although it can also upgrade the soul aptitude of merfolk powerhouses, but it isn't very useful. The Black Star True Dragon Stone, on the other hand, is a treasure that can be used immediately. Merfolk powerhouses are naturally willing to get a Black Star True Dragon Stone that can enhance their strength, rather than a useless holy grade secret treasure, the Desolate Holy Pot. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the Dark Star Realm and get you a Black Star True Dragon Stone." "Very well, I will now open a passageway to the Dark Star Realm and send you there." The Dullan King took out a black scepter, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with the scepter in his hand. Black ripples shone, and a deep, blurry passage appeared in front of him. The deep, blurry passage is a projection of the planar passageway leading to the Dark Star Realm. The specific location of the planar passageway leading to the Dark Star Realm is a secret of the Dullan Imperial Court. Through the projection of the planar passageway, Yang Feng can directly enter the planar passageway and enter the Dark Star Realm. Yang Feng scanned the planar passageway projection with his tremendous soul force. After finding no abnormalities, he smiled and stepped into the planar passageway projection. After a slight blur, Yang Feng appeared in a sky covered in dark clouds, which is always shrouded in endless darkness. The sky is fragmented, and there are huge rifts everywhere. From the huge rifts, elemental particles are sprayed. This is a strange world. So this is the Dark Star Realm. Sure enough, it's a broken world. A fight between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses is really terrifying. Only a super grade 1 plane like the Zhongji plane can repair the traces left behind by a fight between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Yang Feng looked at the Dark Star Realm, which looks like the end of the world, with an enigmatic ray in his eyes. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are extremely terrifying. They can easily pluck the stars and seize the moon and destroy planes. In this universe, Holy Spirit Warlocks can destroy any plane below grade 4 by force, while Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can even destroy the 36 primary material planes. Only the Zhongji plane can't be completely destroyed by them. The Zhongji plane has a powerful self-healing ability. Many traces left behind by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have been erased by time. Only the traces left by Eternal rank powerhouses have been passed down from the Eternal era, and remain in the relic sites of Eternal sovereigns for eons. The Dark Star Realm's plane origin will has been severely damaged, and the plane's grade has fallen. Naturally, it is impossible to repair the traces left behind by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. This is why the plane almost collapsed and became extremely dangerous. Chapter 895. A red ray shot over from the Dark Star Realm and blasted into Yang Feng virtually in an instant. In a flash, Yang Feng unleashed one magic shield after another and shrouded himself. When the red ray slammed into the magic shields burst like bubbles and collapsed. After piercing through a dozen-plus magic shields, the fearsome red ray slammed into Yang Feng. An overbearing force broke out in an instant and shattered Yang Feng's body. A crimson flame suddenly rose and turned into a cloud of fire that swept towards Yang Feng's remains. With a power to destroy everything, the cloud of fire devoured Yang Feng's remaining flesh and burned it to ashes inch by inch. The void twisted slightly, and a swarm of powerhouses exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power emerged from the surrounding void. A total of 120 powerhouses appeared. There are 6 people in the lead, 2 of which are Red Rhombus Race and Green Rhombus Race powerhouses wearing gold and purple gold armor. The 2 of them are true Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Furthermore, strengthened by the gold armor, they possess supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. One of them is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse of the Spirit Glory race shrouded in mysterious light and born with the ability to manipulate space force. One of them is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse of the Spirit Glory race shrouded in ghastly chi, surrounded by countless resentful souls wailing mournfully, and covered in sharp blades. One of them is a 100-meter-tall powerhouse of the Giant God race, engraved with countless runes, each of which contains a trace of essence of power. One of them is a flame well powerhouse shrouded in flames, looking like it can burn anything. The 6 powerhouses in the lead possess quasi-warlock monarch rank battle prowess by far stronger than the 120 powerhouses who rely on external objects to possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. The Red Rhombus Race powerhouse frowned and said, "Dead? The battle demon Sex Yang Feng is so famous. How come he died just like this?" The Spirit Glory powerhouse uttered flatly, "Hongsha Ming, Yang Feng is famous for his golems. His true body, however, has no power, so it's normal for him to be killed by a sneak attack. If the 6 of us join forces, we can even besiege a Warlock Monarch, let alone an Infinity Warlock." Sneak attacks were the best weapon for the weak to defeat the strong. Many powerful existences would be ambushed and assassinated if they were not careful. Hongsha Ming frowned slightly and said to the expert from the Green Rhombus race, "Qingshi Huang. Check it again. I'm a little worried." Hong Ling, Qing Ling, Bai Ling, and Zi Ling looked similar, but they specialized in different fields. The red chestnut was responsible for destruction, the green chestnut was responsible for observation, the white chestnut was responsible for defense, and the purple chestnut was responsible for illusions. The tracking technique was a branch of the Green Rhombus race's perception ability. Every Green Rhombus race expert was an expert in tracking and was proficient in all sorts of powerful tracking techniques. The green rhombus on Qing Shi Huang's forehead radiated green light, twisted inside, and formed a green eye. The inside of the green eyeball split, and countless eyeball projections emerged, and countless distorted eyeballs appeared in the sky. Rays of green light shot out from the densely packed eyes and sprinkled on the ground. Under the cover of the green light, everything was seen through and seen through. Qing Shi Huang retracted his secret method, and the green rhombus returned to normal. He uttered full of confidence, "I didn't find anything, he should be dead." Hongsha Ming's eyes shone brightly, and he said with a smile of excitement, If he's dead, then so be it. Let's go. Our goal this time is that treasure. If we can get that treasure, we'll all get a huge reward, and the promotion to the Starcraft realm, Warlock Monarch, will be just around the corner. The Ogre Blade powerhouse sneered. Heh, the aboriginals of this universe are all imbeciles. The Dark Star realm hides a treasure trove that even imperishable rank powerhouses would go crazy over. Those idiots have been in control of this world for tens of thousands of years, yet they haven't obtained anything. How stupid! Hong Shiming uttered with a smile. Ogre Blade Xian, the aboriginals of this world are not idiots. It's just that in order to resist us, their powerhouses have fallen into a deep sleep. It's a real waste of resources for the Dark Star Realm's planar passageway to fall into the hands of those merfolk idiots. The merfolk have vast seas, countless resources, and long lifespans. They have no need to explore secret realms. Moreover, the Dark Star Realm is full of dangers, so they tossed it aside. Merfolk are different from humans. Most human warlocks are weak and have short lifespans. For the sake of cultivation resources, as long as dangerous places and secret realms appear, people will explore them regardless of their lives. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Battle Demon sect only has 4 Bright World warlocks. This is because the sect's Infinity Warlock has just died in battle on another plane while exploring the astral boundary. On the other hand, the Sea race had a vast ocean, a long lifespan, no lack of resources, and very few enemies. Over time they became comfortable, so they were naturally unwilling to explore dangerous places like the Black Star Demon realm. The Dullan King knew that there was a Black Star True Dragonstone in the Black Star Devil world, but he wasn't willing to enter because the Black Star Devil world was too dangerous. He didn't want to die in the Black Star Devil world. The Spirit Glory Clan's expert's eyes flashed with a scorching light as he said solemnly, "Let's go. Let's go retrieve that treasure." All right. The Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses flew towards the depths of the Dark Star realm. In a valley far away, a handsome young man with a devil horn on his head exuding evil chi raised the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Yang Feng, the first on the human Infinity Merit Steel, was besieged by the other universe's powerhouses as soon as he entered the Dark Demon astral boundary. There must be a big plot behind this. I like it. There are precious treasures in the Dark Star realm, treasures that even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses would go crazy over. What is that treasure? However, no matter what the treasure is, it requires strength to be able to seize it. There are too many powerhouses in the other universe. With my strength alone, I can't seize that treasure. I need companions. A black light flashed, and the young man with the devil horns flickered, turning into a black light and disappearing from where he stood. The planar passageway from the Zhongji Plain to the Dark Star Realm is indeed controlled by the merfolk. However, there is more than one passageway leading to the Dark Star Realm. It is not difficult to find the coordinates of the Dark Star Realm from the astral boundary. But without a planar passageway, it is very difficult for any race to enter the Dark Star Realm on a large scale. For humans, the environment in the Dark Star Realm is very difficult to survive. But for fiends, devils, and other dark extraordinary life forms, it is a paradise. As long as they don't enter the core area where Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses fight, there is nothing in this world that can threaten them. In the Dark Star Realm, there is a treasure that even Holy Spirit Warlocks would go crazy over? Interesting. In the area where Yang Feng was destroyed, inside an ordinary-looking stone, Yang Feng, who has shrunk by 100 times, revealed a look of excitement in his eyes. Since Yang Feng eavesdropped on the conversation between the Dullan Monarch and Hong Shizhan, he naturally knows that there may be great dangers hidden outside the planar passageway. Before leaving the planar passageway, Yang Feng replaced himself with a Bright World Warlock rank Flesh Golem and installed Infinity Warlock rank energy shields on the Bright World Warlock rank Flesh Golem. When he arrived in the Dark Star Realm, Yang Feng's true body hid in the level 9 secret treasure shroud stone, entered the void, and silently fell to the ground. Qing Shi Huang's tracking spell is indeed very powerful. But he cannot see Yang Feng, who is covered by the shroud stone. Unless Qing Shi Huang has practiced cultivation to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm and the green rhombus holy eyes can see through everything, he can easily see through the concealment power of the shroud stone. All of a sudden, the shroud stone turned transparent, and a cool breeze blew the shroud stone away. After flying for about 100 kilometers, Yang Feng jumped out of the shroud stone, and his body radiated black light. After the black light disappeared, Yang Feng changed into a burly handsome archdevil exuding evil qi. This place is filled with negative energy, and the entire plane is being destroyed and withered. In another few million years, this plane will completely wither away and become a lifeless land. This kind of place is most likely to attract dark extraordinary life forms. As soon as Yang Feng transformed into an archdevil, he felt an indescribable comfort in his body, and negative energy filled his body. The sense of oppression that human warlocks felt at that time disappeared completely. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, his body suddenly became transparent, he concealed his breath, and he quickly flew in the direction of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. As soon as the Gamana universe's powerhouses appeared, they were locked on by Yang Feng's interstellar explorer. Unless they disappear from this plane or use a top shielding method to hide their traces, they won't be able to escape Yang Feng's tracking. The Gamana universe's powerhouses flew all the way to the core area of the Dark Star Realm, and Yang Feng followed behind them. Formidable fluctuations of power came from ahead, and rumbling sounds echoed incessantly. Yang Feng hid in the back. Along the way, he could see huge pits everywhere on the ground, which are clearly traces of battles between the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Apart from this, there are no corpses. Clearly, the corpses were taken away by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Chapter 896. Sure enough, it's much more convenient for the strong to explore secret realms than the weak. Yang Feng glanced at the surroundings and sighed with emotion in his heart. In the surroundings, there are traces of glorious Sun Warlock and Bright World Warlock rank dark extraordinary life forms left behind. If a Bright World Warlock rank human warlock came here, they would have been killed before they could even enter the core area of the Dark Star Realm. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared behind Yang Feng, and a 2-meter-long void snake engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared and bit towards Yang Feng. As if he has eyes on the back of his head, Yang Feng grabbed the palm-sized void snake. This is a Moonlight Warlock rank void snake. Its void poison is extremely ferocious. Even if it is a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse, apart from body-tempering warlocks, if they are accidentally bitten, most other warlocks will be poisoned to death. The Dark Star Realm is really dangerous. No wonder human warlocks haven't occupied this world. Yang Feng pinched the void snake to death and put it into a storage badge. The void snake is a rare void extraordinary life form. By extracting its bloodline and using a special secret method, it can create a Moonlight Warlock rank bloodline warlock family. It is of great value. Only in a dangerous area like the Dark Star Realm can it be possible to catch a void extraordinary life form like the void snake. It is very difficult to encounter them in other places. Friend, you're really skilled. To be able to pinch a freak like the void snake to death, you should be a Duke rank powerhouse. How about it? Are you interested in joining hands with us to contend against the other universe's freaks? A voice sounded in Yang Feng's ears, and a handsome young man with devil horns, a dark multi-armed fiend with 2 heads and 4 arms engraved with countless dark runes, a seductive snake woman with a voluptuous figure, a red-haired man with eyes exuding a savage and bloodthirsty light, and an old man with white hair, a haggard face, closed eyes, and 3 strange runes on his forehead walked out from the side. Although the 5 powerhouses don't emit any aura, but from some clues, Yang Feng can tell that they are all Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a smile, and he said flatly, I'm also very interested in hunting the other universe's freaks. The young man with devil horns said with a smile, My name is Demon Horn. These are black arms, black snake woman, red eyes, and white hair. How do I address you? Black arms, black snake woman, and other names are obviously made up at will. Naturally, no one from this temporary group will use their real names. If it wasn't for the fact that the other universe's powerhouses are too terrifying, the powerhouses gathered by Demon Horn would have fought each other first. Yang Feng answered casually, My name is Demon Hand. Demon Horn uttered with a smile, Demon Hand, let's go. Inaudible fluctuations diffused from the 6 powerhouses, and they instantly disintegrated, concealed themselves, and silently followed behind the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have 120 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. As soon as the countless ferocious dark extraordinary life forms hidden in the Dark Star Realm appeared, they smashed them apart with absolute power and slaughtered their way into the core area of the Dark Star Realm. While the Gumana universe's powerhouses killed all the powerful dark extraordinary lifeforms in the front, there are still a lot of strange extraordinary lifeforms attacking Yang Feng's group of 6 from the rear. Every time he encounters an attack from a dark extraordinary lifeform, Yang Feng pinches the extraordinary lifeform to death and throws them into a storage treasure. At the same time, he carefully observes the strength of the other 5 people. The entire plane will collapse in a few million years. Naturally, it has no power to repair these black holes. Formidable fluctuations of power came from afar, and the sound of explosions rang almost incessantly. Yang Feng cast the spell Transcendent Pupils, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked towards the depths of the Dark Star Realm. In front of him, palm-sized, distorted extraordinary lifeforms hovering between real and illusory flew out from the huge black holes and rushed towards the Gumana universe's powerhouses. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Those are Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions. No wonder even Infinity Warlocks will die here. Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions are strange existences born from the overflowing life force of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, Dark Force, and the will to annihilate after the collapse of the plane origin. Each Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellion can slay a glorious Dawn Warlock and threaten a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. When beings below the Moonlight Warlock rank see a Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellion, they will lose their mind and become their puppets. The number of Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions that flew out from the black holes has already exceeded 100,000, and is still increasing. The 120 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gumana universe formed a battle array and frantically urged their power to blast all kinds of attacks into the Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions, and then smashed large swaths of the Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions. Yang Feng's group of 6 performed secret methods to conceal their aura and power, for fear of alarming the Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions. The Gumana universe's powerhouses, who have experienced countless battles, are proficient in joint attacks. Bombarding the Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions with all kinds of powerful forces, they smashed the Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions. After tens of thousands of Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions were killed, they suddenly opened their mouths at the same time and roared wildly. Mind-assimilating ripples suddenly formed a huge sword of sound waves that stabbed into the Gumana universe's powerhouses. Under the attack of the sword of sound waves, the heads of more than 20 Gumana universe's powerhouses burst open, and they turned into corpses, their life force extinguished. With this attack alone, the Gumana universe's powerhouses lost 1/6 of their fighting force. Hong Shiming's eyes turned bloodshot and he barked, "Ling Yaoyunten, what are you waiting for?" The expert of the Spirit Glory clan took a deep breath, and with a flip of his hand, a white bead appeared in his hand. The Spirit Glory bead, a treasure that the Spirit Glory clan had spent countless resources to refine, and which had accompanied the growth of the Spirit Glory clan's expert. The dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses flipped their hands, and Lingyao beads suddenly appeared. Lingyao Yuntian pointed with a finger, and the Lingyao bead flew out in an instant and radiated Lingyao holy light. The Lingyao bead in the hands of the dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses trembled and resonated with Lingyao Yuntian's Lingyao bead. The Lingyao bead in Lingyao Yuntian's hand radiated Lingyao holy light and shot towards the swarm of Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions. Illuminated by the Lingyao holy light, the swarm of Spectre Mind-assimilating Hellions turned into black smoke and was purified. Chapter 897. The Spirit Glory Holy Light is clearly the nemesis of the Spectre Alchemy Horde. The more than 100,000 Spectre Alchemy Horde, which can seriously injure even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, were turned into ashes by the Spirit Glory Holy Light. Lingyao Yuntian and the other dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses shriveled in an instant, and their aura weakened greatly. Each of the more than 100,000 Spectre Alchemy Horde is a queer existence capable of slaying glorious Sun Warlocks. To be able to kill them all, Lingyao Yuntian paid a huge price. Figures flickered, and Lingyao Yuntian and the dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses were protected in the center of the Gumana universe's powerhouses. Lingyao Yuntian and the dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses quickly swallowed a dozen-plus transparent elixirs and quickly restored their strength. From the black caves, Spectre Alchemy Horde flew out again and rushed towards the Gumana universe's powerhouses. Hong Shiming's face flickered and he barked, "Go forward!" Along with flashes of light, the Gumana universe's powerhouses rushed forward, not caring about the corpses of their companions. Now that the main force of the Spectre Freaks has been destroyed, the scattered Spectre Freaks can't resist the attacks of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, and a path of blood has been carved out. Yang Feng's group of 6 unleashed secret methods and quietly followed the Gamana Universe's powerhouses and quickly flew past the area occupied by the Spectre Alchemy Horde. As soon as he flew out of the area occupied by the Spectre Hellions, countless dust-like nano-reconnaissance robots flew out of Yang Feng's body and scattered in all directions. As if pebbles, they fell motionless on the ground. A dark spirit-like existence like the Spectre Heart Goblin was only interested in living beings and had no interest in nanomachines. After Yang Feng's group of 6 silently passed through the Spectre Alchemy Horde, one after another, completely transparent powerhouses hiding their aura flew over from behind and chased after them. These powerhouses are proficient in concealment secret methods. Unfortunately, they still can't escape the detection of nano-reconnaissance robots. Yang Feng's heart stirred. There's someone behind us? They want to be the Oriole? As the Gamana Universe's powerhouses crushed everything in their way, they released their terrifying power and attracted the attention of all the monsters in the Dark Star Realm. There are precious treasures in the core area of the Dark Star Realm, but there are also great dangers. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is alone, it is practically impossible to break through the Spectre Alchemy Horde. As one of the Gamana Universe's 18 sacred races, the Spirit Glory race has a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse and an innate ability to restrain the Spectre Swarm. It took a dozen-plus Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses to blast through the Spectre Swarm in one fell swoop and force their way through. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, if they are careless, they will be seriously injured, or even killed. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses slayed countless dark extraordinary life forms along the way and broke into the core area. The experts who had been paying attention to Black Star's Demon Realm core area were all attracted over. Yang Feng silently counted the powerhouses he discovered. 1, 2, 17. I found a total of 17 powerhouses, each of which is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. I wonder if there are any Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses following them. Infinity Warlocks are not cabbages. Every one of them is an upper echelon of a force. However, the Dark Star Realm was a world that was on the verge of collapse. It was filled with dark and negative energy, and it would give birth to all kinds of natural treasures suitable for darkness-type extraordinary life forms. It was the favorite training ground of those darkness-type extraordinary life forms. The Dark Star Realm is where the base of many dark powerhouses is located, which is why so many dark powerhouses were attracted here so quickly. One of the important reasons why the Dullan Imperial Court gave up on developing the Dark Star Realm is that there are too many dark powerhouses here. If powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank enter this world, they will only become food for the dark powerhouses. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse enters this world, they will die if they are careless. When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses rushed out of the area where the Spectre Alchemy Horde is located, the upper body of the Flamewell powerhouse flying in the front suddenly disappeared, and he collapsed. Almost at the same time, the 6 Gamana Universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses died strangely. A dignified look in his eyes, the green rhombus crystal on Qing Shi Huang's forehead radiated green light, and countless strange eyes suddenly appeared inside the rhombus crystal and looked into the void. His face changed dramatically at once, and he shouted, "Don't fly in the sky, land on the ground." The Gamana Universe's powerhouses turned into streams of light and landed on the ground. Yang Feng cast transcendent pupils and looked into the void, and saw blurry black holes appear and disappear in the void. It is these black holes, which cannot be seen with ordinary detection spells, that devoured the lives of the 6 Gamana Universe's powerhouses. On the ground, there is a stretch of black earth, from which a nauseating smell of blood pervades. When a Gamana Universe's powerhouse landed on the ground, the strange black land suddenly opened a maw and swallowed the Gamana Universe's powerhouse in one bite. Virtually at the same time, the originally ordinary black land, which lacks the slightest breath of life, opened its bloody maws and swallowed the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. In an instant, a dozen-plus Gamana Universe's powerhouses were caught off guard, and were swallowed by the stretch of black earth. "Save them!" Hong Ming barked, and the red rhombus crystal on his forehead released a red beam that shot towards the stretch of black earth. When the red beam slammed into the stretch of black earth, it blasted the black earth apart and revealed a huge hole. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses unleashed various means to bombard the stretch of black earth. Under the bombardment, huge and unfathomable holes appeared on the stretch of black earth. However, The dozen-plus Gumana Universe's powerhouses that were devoured have disappeared. The Gumana Universe's powerhouses can only stare hatefully at the stretch of black earth with helplessness in their eyes. The stretch of black earth and the Spectre Hellions are strange phenomena formed by the life force of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses and the surrounding environment. They aren't real life forms. The stretch of black earth has no life forms to begin with. No matter how powerful the Gumana Universe's powerhouses are, they cannot kill the stretch of black earth. Of course, with the power of the Gumana Universe's powerhouses, as long as they have enough time and are willing to pay a huge price, they can erase and purify the black earth. However, in such a dangerous place, there is no time for the Gumana Universe's powerhouses to waste. Qing Shi Huang looked into the void with his green rhombus eyes and said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, 5 meters above the ground, fly at a low altitude. Following Qing Shi Huang's order, the Gumana Universe's powerhouses continued to fly towards the core area of the Dark Star Realm. The Gumana Universe's powerhouses have just flown for tens of kilometers, when suddenly, a fearsome black wind erupted from a black hole and blew towards a dozen-plus Gumana Universe's powerhouses. Enveloped by the black wind, the fleshly bodies and souls of the dozen-plus Gumana Universe's powerhouses collapsed and disintegrated. Help me! A look of horror on his face, the Flamewell powerhouse with a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base screamed miserably. Countless streams of fire gushed out and formed walls of fire around him, which were then extinguished by the black wind. The Flamewell powerhouse's innate skill Scarlet Flames can restrain countless enemies. However, their only weakness is that their defense is too weak. Of course, the defensive ability of Flamewell powerhouses surpasses that of ordinary human warlocks. But among the 18 sacred races, their defensive ability is the weakest. In ordinary times, the weak defensive ability of Flamewell powerhouses isn't a big deal. But at such a critical juncture, their weakness has become their Achilles heel. The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Giant God powerhouse roared, activated countless runes, stepped into the black wind, grabbed the Flamewell powerhouse, and forcibly pulled him out of the black wind. When the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Giant God powerhouse walked out of the black wind, the flames enveloping the Flamewell powerhouse collapsed and disappeared, revealing a sexy and charming red-haired beauty. The red-haired beauty's life force has completely disappeared. With a gust of wind, she turned into ashes and disappeared. When the Gumana Universe's powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with horror. They finally curbed their previously arrogant attitude and realized why so few people covet the core area of the Dark Star Realm. The legions sent by the Gumana Universe can even defeat quasi-holy steppe powerhouses. But before they reach the core area of the Dark Star Realm, they have already suffered heavy losses, with dozens of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses dying. If this goes on, they will all die before they reach the deepest part of the Dark Star Realm. Qing Shi Huang sighed slightly and said respectfully to a powerhouse wearing a gold armor, whose face cannot be seen clearly, Sir Qing Shi Zhenxing, please lead us. A bunch of useless trash. The gold armor changed color and turned into a purple gold armor, and a handsome Cyan Rhombus powerhouse was revealed. The Cyan Rhombus powerhouse exuded Warlock Monarch rank breath and enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 898. Come out, all of you. The green rhombus on the forehead of the Cyan Rhombus race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse flashed slightly, and a green eye suddenly appeared on the green rhombus. Green light filled the void. Shrouded by the green light, the dark powerhouses who cast various stealth secret methods revealed themselves one after another, and tyrannical aura of life seeped out of them. Yang Feng cast Devil Stealth recorded in the transcendent text to conceal his aura. But under the green light, he collapsed like snow melting in the spring sun, and his figure was revealed. A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. What an amazing insight spell. Unless you have a top-notch stealth monarch-grade secret treasure, you won't be able to resist its insight. If Yang Feng hid in a fixed secret treasure like the level 9 secret treasure Shroudstone and converged all his power, he would naturally be able to resist Qing Shi Zhenxing's insight innate ability. But if he wants to follow behind the Gumana Universe's powerhouses and resist Qing Shi Zhenxing's spell at the same time, he can only use a monarch-grade stealth secret treasure. Monarch-grade secret treasures are very precious, and stealth secret treasures are sought after by countless top powerhouses. Yang Feng has plundered countless forces, and he has more than 20 monarch-grade secret treasures. But he doesn't have a stealth monarch-grade secret treasure. Enveloped by the green radiance, a total of 27 grotesquely shaped dark experts suddenly appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Among the 27 strange-looking dark powerhouses, there are 3 powerhouses exuding warlock monarch rank breath. The 3 warlock monarch rank dark powerhouses are a burly man with a black wolf head, a one-eyed stone man, and an evil god with a ferocious face, a pair of dragon wings on the back, a horn on the head, and a scorpion tail wrapped around the waist. As soon as the 3 warlock monarch rank dark powerhouses appeared, the 20-plus dark powerhouses quietly approached the 3 warlock monarch rank dark powerhouses. Because dark powerhouses are often eroded by dark force, they are generally either insidious and cunning, or cruel and bloodthirsty. It was very rare for dark element experts to cooperate sincerely. Instead, they like to kill each other and undermine each other. However, the Gumana universe's powerhouses are powerful, and they are enemies of another universe. It forced the dark powerhouses to form an alliance. Qingshi Zhenxing took a deep look at the 3 dark warlock monarchs and said unhurriedly, "I am Qingshi Zhenxing. How do I address you?" In Qingshi Zhenxing's eyes, no one else is worthy of talking to him. Only the 3 warlock monarchs are qualified to talk to him on an equal footing. The muscular man with a black wolf head proudly said, "I am the Overlord Wolf King." The one-eyed stone man said coldly, "Stone King." That malevolent-looking evil god smiled malevolently and said, "I am the Dragon Wing King." Qingshi Zhenxing smiled and said, "There are precious treasures in the core region of the Black Star demonic world. How about we join forces and kill our way into the core region?" A cunning glint flashed in the Dragon Wing King's eyes as he said, "What treasures are there in the core region of the Dark Star demonic realm? To think that you guys from the Gumana universe would flock there regardless of the dangers? The Gumana universe's powerhouses are hated and hunted by all powerhouses in this universe. If it wasn't for the fact that the Gumana universe's powerhouses dispatched a large number of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they would have been hunted down by the dark powerhouses. By hunting the Gumana universe's powerhouses, you can obtain the universe's favor and obtain more fortuitous encounters in this universe. Naturally, the dark powerhouses don't mind hunting the Gumana universe's powerhouses to increase their luck. The 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the Dragon Wing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch, also released their fearsome breaths. Yang Feng and the Stone Monarch exchanged blows, and then retreated and confronted each other coldly without saying a word. The Stone Monarch asked coldly, "What's your name?" Yang Feng replied, "Devil Hand." "Very good. Devil Hand, you're qualified to be on the same level as us." The Dragon Wing Monarch smiled and pointed at the old man with a withered face, closed eyes, and a strange rune on the forehead of white hair, who once traveled with Yang Feng, and said coldly, "You go ahead and explore the way." White hair's face fell and he pleaded loudly, "Sir Devil Hand, save me." All eyes fell on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "He has nothing to do with me." The Dragon Wing Monarch sneered at white hair, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. "Are you going to explore the way ahead, or are you going to stay here and be killed by me?" White hair gritted his teeth, walked to the front, pulled off a strand of white hair, and threw it. An avatar identical to him appeared in a flash and flew ahead. Although white hair's avatar only has Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess, but the aura it exudes is no different from that of his true body. The avatars attracted all kinds of strange phenomena ahead, which were then dealt with by the 5 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. After traveling in the core area of the Dark Star realm for who knows how long, 3 huge black caves appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. White hair pointed with a finger, and a white hair avatar flew into a black cave. "Save me." Suddenly, a look of horror and despair flashed in the eyes of the white-haired man. Magic shields appeared around him, and he issued a miserable scream. A terrifying blade aura shot out from Whitehair's body and cut him into countless pieces in an instant, scattering them on the ground. Karma spell. Seeing the Infinity Warlock Whitehair die a miserable death, everyone's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Only strange spells like the Law of Karma can harm the true body through avatars and projections. This is one of the strangest and most powerful spells. "You go in." Qingshi Zhenxing pointed to a flame well powerhouse covered in flames and said coldly. The flame well powerhouse turned into a flame and flew towards the depths of another cave. Before long he flew back and said, "There's nothing inside, it's a dead end." "This way." Qingshi Zhenxing pointed to another cave and the expert from the Scarlet Flame race flew into that cave. This time, after the flame well powerhouse entered the cave, it didn't take long for a powerful breath to rise from the cave. At the same time, rumbling sounds of battle spread. "This way." Without hesitation, Qingshi Zhenxing took the remaining Gamana universe's powerhouses and flew towards the cave. The Dragon Wing Monarch and the other dark powerhouses slowed down. Since the powerhouses in the cave aren't their people, they naturally aren't in a hurry. A copious amount of transparent dust flew out of Yangfeng and sprinkled on the ground. After everyone left, the countless transparent dust quickly condensed into several scouting insects that silently flew towards the two caves. Although karma spells are terrifying, but after years of research, Yangfeng has figured out how to deal with them. The reconnaissance insects aren't commanded by Yangfeng. Instead, they are connected to an optical computer, and all reconnaissance information will be transmitted to the optical computer at the first possible moment. In this way, even if someone uses a karma spell to kill the reconnaissance insects, they can only trace the karma threads and destroy the level 5 optical computer at most. However, they won't be able to harm Yangfeng. As soon as the dozen-plus reconnaissance insects entered the deepest part of the cave where Whitehair was killed, they saw a blade exuding endless dark breath floating in the air, as if it has fallen into an eternal slumber. The dark energy born from the destruction of the entire world was continuously poured into the saber, nourishing and repairing the terrifying saber. Suddenly, a domineering black blade ray flew out of the blade, slashed at the dozen-plus reconnaissance insects, and killed them in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the AI optical computer that was connected to the dozen or so scouting insects exploded. In another cave, a dozen-plus reconnaissance insects flew to the end of the cave. At the end of the cave, there is a strange altar with a black cross on it. There are traces of dark red blood on the cross. After another optical computer confirmed that there is no danger, it fed back the information to Yangfeng. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure Dragon Empyrean Blade is complete, has its own will, and has already awakened part of its power. Unless you get its recognition, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse will be killed if they offend it. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can suppress it by force. These Gamana universe's powerhouses are well prepared. Their target is definitely not the Dragon Empyrean Blade. The other person nailed to the Black Cross has just broken free. Was the Flamewell powerhouse possessed, or has he become another person? Yangfeng quickly analyzed the information obtained from the optical computer. He looked at the Flamewell powerhouse at the forefront as cannon fodder, and an unclear premonition welled up inside him. Along the way, they encountered many more dangers, but they were all crushed and destroyed by the joint efforts of everyone. After passing through a broken space, a vast continent shrouded in endless darkness appeared in front of Yangfeng and company. On that continent, there were many beautiful buildings that were filled with the style of the ancient gods. Most of the buildings had been destroyed. There are 4 rifts in the sky, and there is darkness and endless danger leaking from the rifts. These are spatial rifts that can seriously injure even Holy Spirit warlocks. Chapter 900. Everyone's eyes flashed with greed as they stared at the continent shrouded in boundless darkness that had been torn apart. That is the palace where the Dark Star Emperor once lived, a place where a Warlock Emperor rank existence once lived. Moreover, no one has come here to plunder resources for millions of years. The Dark Star Realm's plane origin has been severely damaged, making it difficult for it to produce new treasures of heaven and earth. However, the place where the Dark Star Emperor lived is the center of the Dark Star Realm, a place with countless precious treasures. In such a place, there are bound to be countless treasures. 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, a drop of blood from existences like the Dark Star Emperor and the primordial Black Dragon Emperor is a precious elixir. Once their blood drips on the earth, it will form all kinds of precious treasures of heaven and earth, which can even tempt Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. All of a sudden, 6 ripples flickered, and 6 dark powerhouses cast secret methods, disappeared from where they stood, and flew towards the continent. In the empty void, 3 mists of blood suddenly burst out, and 3 dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses died silently. The breath of two other Dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses twisted and disappeared. A Dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse twisted, a look of horror on his face, screamed, and collapsed. Seeing this scene, the restless dark powerhouses who wanted to break into the continent to plunder treasures became well-behaved. Looking at the continent, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Qingshi Zhenxing said lightly, "This is the Dark Star Palace, the residence of the Dark Star Emperor. Only by walking on the right path can you enter the Dark Star Palace. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the darkness of nothingness that shrouds the Dark Star Palace." With that, the green rhombus on Qingshi Zhenxing's forehead flickered slightly, and a green beam of light shot into the endless void and illuminated a green path. The figures of Qingshi Zhenxing and the other Gamana universe's powerhouses fluttered, and they flew towards the depths of the Dark Star Palace along the green path. The Dragon Wing King and the other experts of the dark element looked at each other and followed behind Qingshi Zhenxing, flying towards the deepest part of the Dark Star Palace. Outside the green path, there were black undercurrents everywhere. Those black undercurrents were the darkness of nothingness, the strongest ultimacy that the Dark Star Demon Emperor had mastered in the past. Even though the Dark Star Emperor died many years ago, but the darkness of nothingness can still kill quasi-holy step powerhouses and seriously wound Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Yang Feng cast a secret method, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he cast the secret method devil pupils and looked around. In the torrent formed from nothingness darkness, there are all kinds of strange distortions hidden. However, according to a strange law, the distortions avoid the paths Yang Feng takes. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng fell into deep thought. Walking along the strange cyan path, a huge yet dilapidated palace appeared in front of Yang Feng. There are all kinds of wreckage scattered around the palace, many of which are top alchemy materials. Yang Feng glanced at the wreckage of the palace with excitement in his eyes. Star Tear Stone, Radiant Stone, Star Core, Onlu Stone. As expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse's palace, there are so many precious ores here. The main materials for upgrading to a level 6 stronghold are everywhere. Shizu technology is divided into 7 levels. Level 6 strongholds can already produce weapons that can contend against Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. As for level 7 strongholds, the Shizu only managed to build one level 7 stronghold with the power to contend against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In fact, level 6 strongholds are the limit of what the Shizu can mass produce. Even in the world of warlocks, the resources needed to build a level 7 stronghold are god-grade treasures of heaven and earth and precious materials used to refine Empyrean-grade secret treasures. At the time, the Shizu dominated the entire universe and gathered the resources of an entire universe to build a level 7 stronghold, but it was only a level 7 stronghold. After all, the energy level of the universe where the Shizu exist is half a universe level lower than that of the world of warlocks. Level 6 strongholds are the limit that Yang Feng can build at present. As long as he builds a level 6 stronghold and invests a large amount of resources, Yang Feng will be able to create a mechanical legion that can contend against Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Even among the Zhongji Plains human warlocks, it will be regarded as a top force. When the darkness-type powerhouses saw the scattered wreckage, their eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Although the dark powerhouses are not proficient in alchemy, but they know that the wreckage is a treasure that can be exchanged for various precious resources in the world of human warlocks. Qingshi Zhenxing glanced at everyone and said coldly, "These wreckage contain Warlock Emperor rank power and have integrated with the surrounding environment. Once you touch them, you will be besieged by the surrounding phenomena. Whoever wants to take the wreckage, please leave. Don't do anything here, or I will kill you." Along with flashes of magic light, the Dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses cast spells to look at the wreckage. At a glance, they saw that the precious wreckage contains all kinds of strange power, which is linked to some strange phenomena. The dark powerhouses frowned slightly and resisted the urge to take action. No one has entered the Dark Star Palace for millions of years. In the palace, there are all kinds of rare treasures, precious extraordinary plants from the Archgod era, and corpses of countless powerhouses. In a battle between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses are just cannon fodder. Starry Sky Warlocks don't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Although the plain origin of the Dark Star realm has collapsed, but at the time, countless powerhouses died in the Dark Star Palace. The tremendous life force contained in the corpses of the countless powerhouses has become food for the various extraordinary plants. Many extraordinary plants can even tempt Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. That's the Dak Sta True Dragon Stone. After passing through a courtyard full of corpses and precious extraordinary plants, a pitch-black boulder stretching for more than a dozen kilometers appeared in front of Yang Feng. Black dragon-shaped shadows coiled around the black boulder. When the Dragon Wing Monarch was about to fly out of the huge barrier, the Hive Legion commanded by 7 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses surrounded the Dragon Wing Monarch, and the two sides engaged in a frenzy. The 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the Stone Monarch, the Devicorn Monarch, the Overwolf Monarch, and Yang Feng, were also surrounded by Hive Legions and engaged in a frenzy. Qingshi Zhenxing turned into a green stream of light and chased after the Dark Attribute powerhouses. Besieging the 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses beside him, he quickly blasted the Dark Attribute Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses apart one by one. A mist of blood scattered as the Dark Attribute Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were blasted apart one by one, and their flesh and soul were absorbed by the universe stairs. After the Dark Attribute Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses who entered this place were all killed by the experts led by Qingshi Zhenxing, he commanded the experts to fly into a hive, absorb the hive's power, repair his body, and restore his strength. When Qingshi Zhenxing flew out of the hive with the 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, he appeared in front of everyone in his peak state. The hive is a terrifying weapon that combines aircraft carriers, weapons of war, and hive recovery. It is also a terrifying logistical replenishment unit. When the Dragon Wing Monarch saw that Qingshi Zhenxing has regained his strength, his face fell at once, and he begged for mercy without any backbone. "I am willing to serve you, Sir Qingshi Zhenxing. Please spare my life." Qingshi Zhenxing's eyes shimmered with a cunning shade, and he sneered. "Is that so? Very well, Dragon Wing Monarch. Go besiege the Overwolf Monarch at once. As long as you kill him, I can consider making you a member of the Gumana universe." The Gumana universe's powerhouses besieging the Dragon Wing Monarch flew aside and made way. "Overwolf Monarch, use your head to fulfill my wish." The Dragon Wing Monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he flew towards the Overwolf Monarch. In an instant, the Dragon Wing Monarch appeared beside the Overwolf Monarch and slammed his claw into the barrier. The Overwolf Monarch took this opportunity to strike the barrier with all his strength. When the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses attacked with all their strength, a crack appeared on the barrier. Qingshi Zhenxing roared furiously at once. "How dare you trick me? Kill them!" The Dragon Wing Monarch looked at the crack in the barrier that is being repaired with regret in his eyes. "What a pity! It's all for naught." Led by the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, the seemingly endless number of Gumana Universe's powerhouses suddenly rushed out and besieged the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the Dragon Wing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch. Qingshi Zhenxing took a deep look at the Dragon Wing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch, then his figure fluttered, and he flew to the Stone Monarch along with the 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and besieged the Stone Monarch. It is better to break a finger than injure 5 fingers. Having experienced countless battles, the Gumana Universe's powerhouses are well aware of this principle. When the Dragon Wing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch join forces, it is difficult to kill them in a hurry. Therefore, killing the Stone Monarch, the Devicorn Monarch, and Yang Feng first is the correct path of war. When Qingshi Zhenxing joined the battle, the Stone Monarch was soon riddled with wounds, and his life force rapidly disappeared. "You want to kill me? Fine, then let's die together." With a sinister flash in his eyes, the Stone Monarch roared, burned all his life force and sent a fist flying. "Retreat!" Qingshi Zhenxing's face fell, and he roared wildly, turned into a green ray, and disappeared. With a flash of regret in his eyes, the Stone Monarch sent a fist flying, and grey light of petrification shot out and enveloped 4 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and 300 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Strange light of petrification appeared on all the powerhouses. Except for a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse wearing a purple gold armor, who was only partially petrified. The other powerhouses were petrified into statues, and then shattered. The universe stairs shone brightly, and the souls of the Stone Monarch and the Gamana Universe's powerhouses were absorbed and turned into resources for the universe stairs. Haha, let's die together. All of a sudden, Yang Feng burst into laughter, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger, and the Eye of War of the 6 Sky Devils suddenly appeared and looked down with terrifying magic force. A beam of magic force swept the Gamana Universe's powerhouses around Yang Feng. Swept by the Eye of War's magic force, a Supreme Gamana Universe's powerhouse, 30 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, 100 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses, 20 Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses, and 10,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses were turned into ashes. With this strike, Yang Feng's body turned into ashes as well. Go to hell! All of a sudden, Qingshi Zhenxing strangely appeared behind the Dragon Wing Monarch, the green eye on his forehead flashed, and a green beam slammed into the Dragon Wing Monarch. The Dragon Wing Monarch suddenly trembled, and then stopped in midair. The attacks of the 8 Supreme Gamana Universe's powerhouses slammed into the Dragon Wing Monarch in an instant. Flames, red beams, and ghostly claws intertwined and blasted the Dragon Wing Monarch apart. Immediately after, countless forces of the Hive Legion slammed into the Dragon Wing Monarch's body and blasted his soul into pieces. The universe stairs swept the Dragon Wing Monarch's body and absorbed it. Go to hell! Countless runes appeared all over the Overwolf Monarch, and he belched a black beam barreling towards Qingshi Zhenxing. Qingshi Zhenxing's face flickered, and he decisively cut off his right hand. His right hand changed into his appearance and appeared in an alternate space. The black beam slammed into Qingshi Zhenxing and blasted him to pieces. With this strike, the Overwolf Monarch turned into ashes, and his soul was absorbed by the universe stairs. Qingshi Zhenxing's right hand flew into another hive and absorbed its power to repair itself. Chapter 902. A Good Chance. Yang Feng, who is hiding in the Level 9 secret treasure Shroud Stone, suddenly flew out. Spatial whirlpools appeared around him, and countless 5th-generation battle robots swarmed out like a tide and formed a legion that rushed towards the surroundings. The 5th-generation battle robots that have been on standby inside the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng poured out in an orderly manner, turned into sharp spears, and slashed the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng, this is Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Damn it, this is Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Kill him. Only by killing Yang Feng can we put an end to this. When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses saw the dense swarm of 5th-generation battle robots, their countenance changed dramatically, and they roared. Yang Feng, who ranks first on the Infinity Merit Steel, commanded a mechanical legion that even slayed a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse of the Gamana Universe. This caused a huge shock in the Gamana Universe. It should be noted that the Gamana Universe only dispatched 32 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses as the vanguard in this tentative attack on the world of Warlocks. Of the 32 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, 10 died to the Quasi-Holy and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of this universe. 4 died at the hands of this universe's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Only 2, on the other hand, died at the hands of this universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses have heard of the strength of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Except for 1 legion besieging the Devicorn Monarch, the other 4 legions swarmed this way. After Yang Feng carried out arms trade with the Bright Moon School, the Star River Sect, and other warlock groups, the number of 5th-generation battle robots under his command skyrocketed, forming a mechanical torrent that slayed the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Bombarded by countless rays of light, the Gamana Universe's Glorious Sun and Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses are dying by the thousands like ants at every moment. A large amount of bloody mist was absorbed by the universe stairs. A Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus Race powerhouse roared, "Kill him! As long as Yang Feng is killed, these mechanical golems will collapse." That's right. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability. A vast aura suddenly rose, countless runes appeared all over Yang Feng, and he operated the Eternal Imperishable Body and punched the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus Race powerhouse in the abdomen. The terrifying force killed the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus Race powerhouse. Hongshi Qing. Eyes shot with blood, the 2 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses attacked Yang Feng frantically. All of a sudden, brilliant star hunters appeared in front of Yang Feng and activated magic shields. When the attacks of the two Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses slammed into the Brilliant Star Hunters, the dozens of Brilliant Star Hunters along with their energy shields shattered, leaving them without the power to regenerate. Dang! Like an invincible transcendent, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, and slammed a fist into him. The essence of power blasted the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse apart, while the essence of Devour devoured the other party's flesh, blood, and soul. Once the eternal imperishable body is activated, Yang Feng can use several essences at the same time. By fusing several essences in a single strike, the might of the strike will be terrifying. This is where the eternal imperishable body surpasses the primal chaos imperishable body by far. At the moment when the remaining Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse was about to attack Yang Feng, 7 Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank Dazzling Light units stabbed him with their blades and chopped him into several pieces. Chapter 903. For those in a superior position, the fewer existences on the same level as them, the better. This way, they can enjoy all resources alone. Each of the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns advanced to an eternal sovereign after experiencing countless hardships and dangers when universes annexed each other. In times of peace, it is impossible for any Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse to promote to an eternal sovereign in the Gamana universe, because the 3 eternal sovereigns won't agree to others dividing up the resources they control. The soul of an eternal will no longer decay, won't be eroded by time, and has infinite power. One of them can destroy a universe with a low energy level. If there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever in the universe they were in. However, even a universe's energy level rises and falls at times. Whether the energy level of a universe rises or falls, they will encounter enemies from another universe. Under the attack of enemies from another universe, even eternal sovereigns will be seriously injured and die. The Zhangji plane has also given birth to eternal sovereigns, but they also died at the hands of enemies. The pursuit of eternal sovereigns is to constantly strengthen themselves. Under this premise, they naturally don't want new eternal sovereigns to be born. The 3 eternal sovereigns won't even support the Gamana universe's powerhouses. If a powerhouse from another universe like Yang Feng joins them, he will stop at the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at most. It will be almost impossible for him to become a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. After the invasion of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, Yang Feng has already weighed the pros and cons and made a choice. Qing Zhenxing's eyes shimmered fiercely and he barked, "Since you have made your choice, then I will send you on your way. Activate the bloody prison battleground." Within the 5 hives, 10 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses burned their life force and poured tremendous power into the 5 hives. The Gamana universe's powerhouses in the 5 hives are burning their life force and all their power frantically. Suddenly, crimson beams emerged, extended towards Yang Feng, and formed a huge barrier that sealed Yang Feng inside. The barrier that enveloped this area to prevent the Devicorn monarch and others from escaping disappeared at this moment. Inside the huge barrier, there are only Qing Zhenxing and Yang Feng. Outside the huge barrier, Yang Feng's mechanical legion annihilated everything. The bodies of the Gamana universe's powerhouses burst apart and turned into a mist of blood that was absorbed by the universe stairs. The Gamana universe's powerhouses below the glorious Sun Warlock rank have been almost wiped out, leaving only the Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses and above struggling. I truly never imagined that for the sake of dealing with you, I would actually be forced to utilize the Bloody Cage Arena. Yang Feng, because of you, countless good men of the Gamana universe have paid with their lives. Use your life as a sacrifice to them. Qing Zhenxing's eyes shimmered with a ferocious shade, his purple-gold armor shone, and advanced Warlock Monarch rank power erupted in an instant and gushed out like a tide. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of green light shooting towards Yang Feng. Spatial whirlpools emerged from Yang Feng, and a swarm of 5th-generation battle robots surged towards Qing Zhenxing like a tide. It's useless. Without a numerical advantage, these pieces of junk are just a pile of junk. At this time, you can only rely on your own strength. Qing Zhenxing smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and green light covered the sky and swept towards the 5th-generation battle robots. The energy shields of the 5th-generation battle robots burst like bubbles, and the mechas, components, and core chips forged from various superalloys were purified and turned into ashes. In front of the advanced Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse Qingshi, the hundreds of 5th-generation battle robots that just flew out only managed to block him for a moment and consume a trace of his power. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and 9 devour black moons suddenly appeared and barreled towards Qingshi like meteors. Break! Qingshi eyes flashed with a fierce ray, and he bellowed, and a green beam containing the essence of purification shot out from his eyes and slammed into the 9 devour black moons. The 9 devour black moons collapsed, and blood oozed out of the corners of Yang Feng's mouth. As expected of an advanced Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the eternal imperishable body. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he expanded into a 100-meter-tall giant. He sent a fist flying, and a devour black moon and a Mount Tai projection suddenly appeared and barreled towards Qingshi. Qingshi operated a secret method, and an eye suddenly emerged from the green rhombus crystal on his forehead. Countless strange eyeballs emerged from the eye and looked deeply at Yang Feng. A green beam containing the essence of purification suddenly shot out and blasted into Yang Feng's fist. Illuminated by the green beam, the devour black moon and the Mount Tai projection containing the essence of power crumbled one by one. When the remaining green light shone on Yang Feng, green smoke rose from him, and the battle demon armor cracked. Qingshi opened his mouth, and a green beam condensed into a fearsome snake that bit Yang Feng and pierced through his life force field, and a frantic purification force poured into his body like a highly toxic poison. Once the cyan demonic snake bit through Yang Feng's body, it very strangely, as if it had a life of its own, followed the wound and entered Yang Feng's body, frantically purifying and destroying it. Damn it! Yang Feng's face fell. Countless devourers flew out of the small world inside him, traversed inside him, and devoured the highly toxic purification force. The densely packed devourers inhaled and completely absorbed the purifying power formed by the green devil snake. Qingshi eyes constricted slightly, and he uttered in a deep voice. As expected of a universe child favored by the universe, how troublesome. Ever since Yang Feng took the first place on the human infinity merit stele, even if he wasn't a universe child favored by the universe in the past, but after he took the first place on the human infinity merit stele, he became one of the most important targets of the Gumana universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng squeezed the ruler magic cube in his hand, and countless black armor flew out and covered him completely. The ruler's magic cube has been strengthened countless times. At this time, there are 5 Warlock Monarch rank magic cores inlaid in the center of the ruler's magic cube armor. In addition, there are infinity cores inlaid in each joint of the ruler's magic cube. When the ruler magic cube armor covered Yang Feng's body, a vast, almost endless power poured into him and revolved around him, making him look like an invincible transcendent. What secret treasure is this? What a powerful secret treasure. It's mine. Qingshi stared at the ruler magic cube armor around Yang Feng with greed in his eyes, and the green rhombus on his forehead fired another green beam of purification barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and a devour black moon containing endless profound power suddenly appeared, erupted with frightening devour force in a flash, and devoured the green beam of purification. Qingshi looked shocked. How is this possible? He's an infinity warlock. How could he resist my attack so easily? There is a great realm between Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses and Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Moreover, after being strengthened by the purple gold armor, Qingshi battle prowess has risen to the advanced Warlock Monarch rank. When facing Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, he should be able to crush them. Die! Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Qingshi in an instant, and a fist containing the essence of devour and the essence of power slammed into Qingshi in an instant. Boom! The purple gold armor in front of Qingshi suddenly caved in, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood and slammed into the bloody prison battleground. What a hard tortoise shell. However, even if you wear this tortoise shell, only death awaits you. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he slammed his fist into Qingshi face, breaking his teeth and covering his face with blood. Boom! 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 Countless afterimages flickered as Yang Feng punched Qingshi again and again, devouring his flesh and destroying his bones. As for Qingshi, he was doing his best to defend. Sir! Damn it! How could this be? Outside the bloody prison battlegrounds barrier, the eyes of the Gamana universe's powerhouses shimmered with despair, and their morale plummeted to the extreme. No one noticed that every time Yang Feng punched a wound on Qing Shizhenqing's body, a thread without a trace gushed out of his fist and entered Qing Shizhenqing's body. Qing Shizhenqing, I am your master. After Yang Feng seriously injured Qing Shizhenqing with another punch, the phantom ruler suddenly appeared behind him, opened strange eyes, looked at Qing Shizhenqing, and countless mysterious runes entered Qing Shizhenqing. At this moment, the seriously injured Qing Shizhenqing fell into a trance. He regarded Yang Feng as the divine eyes eternal, and his heart shuddered. He uttered in a low voice, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 904. In the bloody prison battleground, Qing Shizhenqing, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly released resplendent green light and blasted Yang Feng back with a punch. Then, a green beam shot out from the rhombus crystal on his forehead, slammed into Yang Feng, and purified him frantically. A copious amount of green smoke rose from Yang Feng, making his face twist in pain. Well done! Kill him, Sir Qing Shizhenqing. Besieged by Yang Feng's fifth-generation mechanical legion, the Gamana universe's powerhouses, who are on the verge of collapse, showed looks of excitement and desperately resisted the siege of the fifth-generation mechanical legion. One after another, the Gamana universe's bright world warlock rank powerhouses were besieged by the fifth-generation mechanical legion, either evolved by the brilliant light, or chopped into countless pieces. Rumbling sounds rang incessantly in the sky as fifth-generation battle robots were destroyed by the Gamana universe's infinity warlock rank powerhouses. The 5 hives, which support the existence of the bloody prison battleground, cannot serve as a source of replenishment for the Gamana universe's powerhouses. As a result, the power of the Gamana universe's powerhouses is being consumed at an alarming rate. Due to the crazy consumption, even the power of the Gamana universe's infinity warlock rank powerhouses is declining little by little. A supreme infinity warlock rank flame well opened his mouth, and a stream of scarlet flames flew out and landed in the middle of the huge mechanical legion. The energy shields of 100+ fifth-generation battle robots collapsed in an instant, and they were burned to ashes by the scarlet flames. They can't even regenerate themselves. 7 bright world warlock rank dazzling light units suddenly flew out of the swarm like assassins and slashed at the supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse. The supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse has already slain more than 1,000 glorious sun warlock rank 5th generation battle robots. Besieged by countless 5th generation battle robots, he is at his weakest. He gritted his teeth and willed, and a fire barrier suddenly appeared around him. In the distance, 5,000 brilliant envoys urged the law of light, and countless rays of light converged into a beam of purification that slammed into the Flamewell powerhouse's fire barrier. The fire barrier collapsed in an instant, and the remaining light of purification slammed into the Flamewell powerhouse and burned him, causing him to scream miserably. The 7 bright world warlock rank dazzling light units slashed at the supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse, and blade rays shone and cut the Flamewell powerhouse into pieces and shattered his soul. A bright world warlock rank dazzling light unit shone brightly and absorbed the Flamewell supreme infinity warlock soul. The dazzling light unit suddenly expanded by a size, and a pair of beautiful silver mechanical wings extended from its back. A series of ripples spread out from the dazzling light unit. In the surroundings, dazzling light units flew over and entered the dazzling light units. After the dazzling light units devoured 100 low-level dazzling light units, they turned a bright silver-white color, and countless mysterious runes appeared on them. They evolved into the ultimate weapon of the Shizu, dazzling rulers. As soon as the dazzling ruler completed its evolution, its silver electronic eyes shone with a silver radiance. The silver mechanical wings on its back spread open and mysterious ripples suddenly swept in all directions. Swept by the mysterious ripples, the dazzling light units released strange ripples and formed a strange resonance. Due to the strange resonance, all the dazzling light units underwent a wonderful change. They were in a state of resonance, and their combat power increased by a level. Chapter 905. Yang Feng looked at the huge stairs with enigmatic light in his eyes and asked unhurriedly, "How do I use the universe stairs?" Qing Zhenxing answered, as long as the universe stairs absorbs enough flesh and souls, it can open a rift leading to our universe. From that rift, the two universes can travel together. If enough powerhouses are sacrificed, it can even open a rift that can allow Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses to cross. Yang Feng asked, is there any record of the specific place the universe stairs leads to in the Gamana universe? No. The Dark Star Emperor kept this passage a secret. We don't know where it leads to. Cross-sea trade can yield tens of times the profit, and cross-plane trade can even yield 10,000 times the profit. The trade between the two universes can even tempt Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Yang Feng asks himself that if he was in the Dark Star Emperor's position, he would also firmly grasp this passage leading to the two universes and earn tremendous wealth. Only with enough resources could Yang Feng nurture countless experts, manufacture more and more powerful mechanical legions, and become even more powerful. Yang Feng asked, do you know how to operate the universe stairs? Qing Zhenxing answered, I do. The universe stairs is a treasure that leads from a low-level universe to a high-level universe. In some low-level universes, the universe stairs is also known as the path to heaven. The technology of the universe stairs was mastered after we annexed a low-level universe. In the Gamana universe, the technology of the universe stairs has already matured. Yang Feng asked curiously, have you ever used the universe stairs to explore higher-level universes? Using the universe stairs to explore higher-level universes is prohibited in the Gamana universe. Once discovered, 10 families will be exterminated. High-level universes are not full of goodwill toward low-level universes. On the contrary, they are full of malice and view low-level universes as resources for their advancement. In the earliest days of the Gamana universe, there were 4 eternal sovereigns. Because they used the universe stairs to explore higher-level universes, they were discovered by higher-level universe powerhouses. 3 eternal sovereigns died in battle, the Divine Eyes Eternal was seriously injured, and the entire universe was almost destroyed, causing the universe's energy level to drop. Yang Feng asked, are there more powerful beings above the eternal sovereigns? How do we address them? Qing Zhenxing said, according to the information we currently have, Eternals are already the strongest existences in the high-energy cosmos we have encountered. Of course, we didn't continue to explore the higher energy levels of the universe. Perhaps there are existences more powerful than Eternals, or perhaps there aren't. Yang Feng said, I want to use the universe stairs to open a rift to the Gamana universe. After going to the Gamana universe, can I come back? Qing Zhenxing said, it should be possible. The Black Star Demon Emperor had used this universe stairway to send countless spies into this universe. But too much time has passed, and I don't know if the arrangements on the other side of the cosmic stairway have lost their effectiveness. Yang Feng said flatly, Qing Zhenxing, I need you to input all the knowledge about the universe stairs, the Dark Star Realm, and the Gamana universe into the database. Qing Zhenxing replied respectfully, yes, Master. Under Qing Zhenxing's guidance, the core area of the Dark Star Realm became Yang Feng's back garden. Rare materials and countless extraordinary plants from the Arch-God era, which are almost extinct in the outside world, fell into Yang Feng's hands. This is Phantom Star Gold, one of the main materials for the Phantom Ruler's evolution. In the Dark Star Palace, Yang Feng extended his hand towards a fog, and a weightless stone surrounded by blue fog appeared in his hand. The Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and tossed the Phantom Star Gold to the Phantom Ruler. It's yours. The Phantom Ruler extended countless tentacles, pierced into the piece of Phantom Star Gold, and frantically inhaled, and the seemingly weightless piece of Phantom Star Gold disappeared like smoke. After the Phantom Ruler absorbed the Phantom Star Gold, it immediately became blurry and distorted. It frantically absorbed all sorts of strange phantom force in the surroundings. Have you evolved? Enter the Dream Realm, that is the most suitable place for you to evolve. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. A dream rune extracted from the bloodline of a dream life form, he killed appeared on his right hand, and he pointed at the void. Ripples flickered, and a strange distorted hole sucked the Phantom Ruler in. As soon as the Phantom Ruler entered the distorted hole, it entered the dream world. As if it has turned into a huge black hole, it continuously devoured the dream force in the dream world. Devourers, Phantom Rulers, Dazzling Rulers, and other ultimate weapons of the Shizu, each of them is very powerful and fearsome. The most frightening thing about them is that they have fearsome evolutionary characteristics that other bodies don't have. They can evolve into different weapons according to different fighting and cultivation methods. In the dream world full of distortions and weird phenomena, lollipops, milk biscuits, dragon remains, broken devil wings, and other weird existences floating in the sky, a huge whirlpool appeared and frantically devoured the surrounding dream force. The terrifying existences hidden in the dream world were alarmed. Warlock Monarch. Another Warlock Monarch was born in the dream world. Another guy has advanced to a Warlock Monarch. Who the hell has advanced to a Warlock Monarch? Within the dreamscape world, many terrifying creatures were alarmed, and their gazes shifted in their direction. Rays of light and strange ripples flashed as the terrifying creatures from the dream realm began to move in their direction. The dream world is an existence formed from the dreams of countless intelligent life forms in this universe. When the dream world was just born, the dream life forms inside couldn't affect reality. But after countless years of evolution, the dream world has evolved into a world that can give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank dream life forms. But even so, in the dream world, Warlock Monarch rank dream life forms are already existences at the pinnacle of countless dream life forms. The birth of such existences naturally caused a huge sensation in the dream world. In the sky above the area where the Phantom Ruler has advanced, endless darkness suddenly engulfed the airspace, and a 10,000-meter-long giant hand descended from the sky and slammed towards the Phantom Ruler. In the center of the giant hand, dragon heads full of sharp teeth appeared strangely and shot towards the Phantom Ruler from all directions. Transparent tentacles shot out from the Phantom Ruler and stabbed into the giant hand. The dragon heads on the giant hand withered, and then the hand withered and turned into green ashes that scattered on the ground. The transparent tentacles extended into the void and pierced into a strange place. Stop! A furious and apprehensive roar came from that strange place. Newcomer, stop! A gloomy voice sounded in this space, distorted spatial fluctuations flickered, and 5 grotesque dream monarchs exuding Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power appeared in the void. With a thought from Yang Feng, the transparent tentacles retracted back into the Phantom Ruler, and he looked coldly at the 5 dream monarchs. Of the 5 dream monarchs, one is a 100-meter-tall strange being covered in faces of intelligent life forms. The other is a snake-headed being with a human body and a pair of dragon wings on the back. The other is a stunningly beautiful woman with butterfly wings, a charming body shrouded in mist, and a devastatingly beautiful face. The other is a 100-meter-tall tattered teddy bear. The other is a 100-meter-long ship with countless faces on its hull. The face on the abdomen of the strange being said with a smile, "I am the Myriad Faces Dream Monarch. These are the Snake Dragon Dream Monarch, the Fantasy Butterfly Dream Monarch, the Bear Dream Monarch, and the Human-Faced Ship Dream Monarch. How do I address you?" Yang Feng manipulated the Phantom Ruler and said coldly, "I am the Phantom Dream Monarch. This is my dream imprint. If there's anything, you can contact me through this dream imprint. Among the many worlds, the dream world is the weakest. Sooner or later, someone will come to the dream world to attack us. We must help each other in order to survive this great tribulation." The Myriad Faces Dream Monarch smiled and pointed with a finger, and green light quickly gathered and formed a green crystal that fell into the Phantom Ruler's hand. Although the dream world has no resources, but it has the power to connect planes with intelligent life forms with the ability to dream. It is a convenient path to many planes second only to the astral boundary. Those who control the dream world can take advantage of the convenience of the dream world to connect to many planes to launch various attacks. As long as the Gumana universe's powerhouses can analyze part of the dream world's laws and mobilize Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, they may be able to take control of the entire dream world. This is my dream imprint. The 4 dream monarchs also handed over their dream imprints to the Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng also formed dream imprints and handed them to the 5 dream monarchs. This can be considered to be acquainted with the 5 dream monarchs. Chapter 906. In the Dark Star Palace, ripples flickered, and the Phantom Ruler flew out of the dream world and stood beside Yang Feng. After the Phantom Ruler advanced to a Warlock Monarch, its strength became terrifying. Originally, the Phantom Ruler needed to attach itself to Qing Shi Jinxing in order to bewitch him. But once it bewitched Qing Shi Jinxing, it would no longer be able to control others. After the Phantom Ruler advanced to a Warlock Monarch rank existence, It can now condense phantom seeds and control Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. It can control up to 10 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses at the same time. As it evolves, the number of Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses it can control will increase. Yang Feng's heart stirred. The eternal imperishable body secret method can break the boundaries of essences and fuse several essences together. It seems that I should master some more essences to be able to exert the power of this eternal grade secret method. At present, Yang Feng has mastered the essence of Devour, the essence of Power, and the essence of Space. Among them, he has mastered the essence of Devour the most. As for the essence of Power and the essence of Space, they are only at the rudimentary level. Generally, Warlocks will concentrate on mastering one essence and elevate it to the limit. By the time they reach the Flawless Realm, they can control a certain law of the universe and promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Once a certain law of the universe is occupied, other people won't be able to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse through that law. Only after a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse dies can other people rely on that law to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. In God Blood Plane, there are 9 kindred true ancestors. Except for the first true ancestor, the second true ancestor and the third true ancestor have existed since the Archgod era. However, they still can't promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. On the one hand, it is extremely difficult to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. On the other hand, the law of blood is firmly occupied by the first true ancestor. Before the first true ancestor died, no one in this universe can promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with the law of blood. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wants to promote to an eternal sovereign, in addition to mastering an essence, they must also master the essence of time, the essence of space, and the essence of fate. Only then will they be able to promote to an eternal sovereign, and their soul will be immortal and indestructible. Yang Feng doesn't know anything about the essence of time. He only has a rudimentary understanding of the essence of space, and he has a glimpse of the mysteries of the essence of fate through the fate algorithm. There is still a long way to go before he can reach the rudimentary understanding of the essence of fate. The eternal imperishable body was a peerless secret method that allowed warlocks to integrate several essences into their body without conflicting with each other. At the same time, it also had the mystical power of integrating several essences. It was a notch stronger than the primal chaos imperishable body. Of course, since the eternal immortal body was so miraculous, the amount of resources it required far exceeded that of the primal chaos immortal body. Back then, the Black Fiend God King plundered everywhere, plundering the riches and resources of many worlds. He used all the resources and wealth to enhance his own strength, which was how he became a half-step saint expert. However, the Black Fiend God King was too arrogant, and he forced a decisive battle with 3 strong divine force rank gods in his divine country. As a result, both sides suffered, and then he was sneak attacked and killed. Dark Blood Origin Stone. There are so many of them, and they are top-grade Dark Blood Origin Stones. This is the best treasure for dark existences to advance to the next rank. Walking around the Dark Star Palace, Yang Feng collected all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he stared at a 10-meter-tall black crystal mountain with excitement in his eyes. Dark Blood Origin Stone is a treasure that can only form in a place with the strongest dark force after absorbing the blood and souls of countless transcendent rank powerhouses for more than 10,000 years. 4 dark extraordinary life forms. Dark Blood Origin Stone is a top treasure for advancing to the next rank. After Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar and the Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel obtain Dark Blood Origin Stone, they may break through and advance to the Warlock Monarch rank. Yang Feng unleashed transcendent pupils. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the Dark Blood Origin Stone. Strange existences invisible to the naked eye intertwined together, forming a twisted phenomenon that was a mixture of snakes, dragons, devils, and other monsters. Yang Feng pointed at the Dark Blood Origin Stone and uttered coldly, "Destroy it!" The Phantom Ruler suddenly emerged, and countless transparent tentacles shot out and stabbed into the strange phenomenon. The strange phenomenon that was a mixture of all kinds of extraordinary life forms suddenly trembled, and then, under the effect of the strange dream force, was absorbed into the dream world, transformed into dream force, and easily devoured by the Phantom Ruler. There was a flash of satisfaction in Yang Feng's eyes. Amazing! After advancing to the Warlock Monarch realm, the Phantom Ruler can even interfere with this lifeless phenomenon. Originally, the Phantom Ruler could only interfere with and manipulate intelligent life forms. It was powerless against golems, specters, phenomena, and other existences. Its attacks cannot affect any substance in the material world. However, after the Phantom Ruler advanced to the Warlock Monarch realm, it began to transform. It can also affect golems, specters, phenomena, and other lifeless existences. If it can advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, it will be able to turn the illusory into the real, and all kinds of illusory attacks will be able to affect the real world. After the phenomenon of the Dark Blood Origin Stone was broken, Yang Feng put away the hill formed from the Dark Blood Origin Stone. Unfortunately, I can't collect the Dragon Empyrean Blade. Yang Feng collected all kinds of treasures in the Dark Star Palace. But when he thought of the Dragon Empyrean Blade, regret flashed in his eyes. The Dragon Empyrean Blade was an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, and a complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure to boot. If it could be subdued, then the Battle Demon sect would become a top force in the world of warlocks.